Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensible Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Fairly, Twad Horsell, Jason Hornsby, Christophe Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Dal West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Charian Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, so
Oh, it's not 21. I just checked. I updated. It's 27. Okay, that makes sense. 27.
27.
Yeah, show me 21, then it updated again.
Yeah, 27 is hot. About 25 is right. 24, 25. Good morning, Nathan.
Morning.
Oh, please, nothing.
Good morning, Nathan, and the panel.
Hello.
Yeah, too hot to do anything this time of year, dude. Like literally, you start sweating. It's not even the heat. Sometimes the heat will be 100, but it's a dry heat. And I love it. I can't get enough of it, dude. But like right now, 90 to 95 with 100% humidity, it's unbearable, dude. It just sweat starts pouring off of your face immediately.
what latitude are you?
I don't know if I'll be able to tell you that without looking it up. But same as New York City. I'm like 100 miles from New York City.
About 39? What is it? What's New York, 39, 38?
I would have to look it up. I don't think I ever looked it up, bro.
You guys get the problem with Discord on PC when it freezes?
Yeah,
When
bro.
it's
Yesterday I
in
couldn't
the
do anything
background?
with Discord. I couldn't mute, unmute. I couldn't sign off. It was hell. Discord is garbage, and I pay for the freaking Nitro Premium, whatever it is. Thought that would fix it. Nope.
I
It
didn't have
happens
any
with
issues.
some accounts, but does not happen with other accounts. Yeah, depends. Like if I switch to another account, it does not happen. On this main account, it happens.
And my phone is also doing weird things when I'm on Discord. Something pops up. My phone starts to vibrate a little bit, and something says voice control. Like the stuff that I've never seen before. I don't even know like how to get it without it showing by itself. Just the blue screen comes on, and the phone starts to vibrate like a little bit, burp, burp, and it says voice control. I don't know what the heck that means. And it only happens when I'm on Discord.
Happens to me on phone is I cannot see the icons to mute myself or disconnect, and when someone joins in, I cannot see I cannot see them in the voice chat. I have to go back to and click on another room, then come back, then I can see them again.
Yeah, or sometimes when people leave, it won't show them leave. There's gonna be a whole
Yeah.
bunch of people in there. They already left, but and you think they're there, but they're not there. Yeah, a lot of shady stuff. They need to
Well,
fix
it's a
their
web
bugs.
app. They just need to make an app for the phone. It's still a web app. Like a browser, when you install Discord, like installing a small browser and using the same version that you have on browser. They never want to make an app for the phone or an app for PC. Even the one that you have on PC is still a small browser. And they have the budget, they have the money. I don't know why they still don't want to fix this problem. If people would stop using Discord, they would start looking at it as a problem and actually fix it. But there's no alternative.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, man. Discord exploded, became huge, like a huge platform right now. People are using it for everything and anything. Meetings,
Yeah.
gaming, this type of discussion, live shows, everything. It's really popular.
Yeah, so if you want to look at the future of social engineering, hop on Discord, and then you'll see in the future.
Hmm. Feel free to expand on that, bro.
Well, I've said that before. I always felt like Discord is like taking a peek into the future of social engineering. Like if you want to see, because it's the most robust online communicating app out there, right? So, and everybody's hopping on it. Like you said, it's everywhere. Like everybody's talking about it, and everybody's putting it under the YouTube description. I say, hey, if you have join our Discord, you know what I mean? Gaming, usually gaming. I mean, that's the only thing I really check, but almost every gaming channel seems to be doing it now.
Yeah, or debates, like what we're using it for, like people getting
Yeah,
together and talking and streaming.
yeah. Though it started as a gaming thing, it's expanding into everything, all kinds of things, right? All kinds of subjects you can find on Discord. Like I said, when I found Discord, when I joined Discord, and I also started joining Nathan through Discord, I just kind of dropped the whole YouTube thing. I barely check out YouTube, at least when it comes to FE content.
Yeah, me
I
too.
don't even look at YouTube anymore, really. I can still see the YouTube stuff because people share YouTube links, right? And I can always just check like that. You know, but yeah, Discord took over. It's just
Yeah.
because in YouTube you can only communicate by text chat and in the comment section, and it's so limited, right?
And it's censoring and shadow banning and all that. That's what turned me off, dude. Like I just don't care about YouTube anymore, man, at all. Even though I still pay premium, bastards, just because I don't want to freaking commercials before every video I click. But
I just patched the app on Android and I don't see ads. I didn't see ads for maybe 8 or 9 years. I have the patched version. You can, if you have Android, I can show you how to do it. Don't pay for premium.
no, I have a iPhone,
Oh,
and
I don't know how to do an iPhone.
yeah, and I have a iMac computer, but the Ebo the noob, the tech guy, he helped me erase the whole thing and upload a new operating system called Fedora. You know about that one?
Is it Linux?
Yes. So that's what I'm using right now in the iMac shell. So I don't have anything that comes with the iMac. It's a whole new operating system in the shell of an iMac. And this dude helped me do this remotely. It took hours, bro, to delete everything. He said there were so many people using my computer. It was like he doesn't even know how my computer was working. So we erased the whole thing and uploaded a whole new operating system. And now it's flawless, but I don't have all the things that come with the iMac, like iMovie and
You don't need that.
what was that?
I said you don't need that, right? It's ads.
Like to make a video or something. I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess I don't need it.
There is always alternative apps that you can use on Linux.
Yeah, but
There's
then you gotta
everything you
learn the
need. It
whole,
just
like learning about. Look, dude, like to learn iMovie was so easy, bro. Like I couldn't care about making videos before, but once the Flat Earth came around, I literally tried to learn how to make um, clips and movies, and I learned it quickly, right? But I have seen the other computers from other softwares and other programs, and they do not look as simple, you know. But again,
uh,
I'm sure I'll be able to learn it, but I'm not as confident as I was with the iMovie because everything on iMac is so simple, dude.
yeah, it's designed to be simple, but it's limited. You can do more stuff with the apps on Windows,
Really?
but yeah, they offer you more uh,
Well,
things to tweak.
is Windows
And
is not Linux, right? That's not the
no,
same
it's
thing.
not.
Okay.
But the
So
Mac
do you know
system
any
is based on Linux.
Mac system is based on Linux?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. So do you know of any programs like something similar to iMovie that
On
help you
Linux,
do?
no.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
only use Linux for shady stuff.
For shady stuff?
Yeah.
You mean like searching something on internet?
Uh, I used it before when I was
Wait a
working on the
second.
internet.
Let's not talk about shady stuff. Come on.
Shady stuff, I mean like
Define shady
just
stuff. Yeah.
uh, like
No.
scrapping data for emails and stuff like that. There's a lot of hacking tools
Hmm.
on Linux. That's it. That's the shady stuff. But I use it to uh, craft data to like lists of emails to send them emails to make money. It's kind of a gray area. It's not illegal, not totally legal, and it
I'm definitely
requires.
I'm definitely not a computer viz, bro. So when people talk about computers, I kind of step away and just listen. Don't have much input.
Well, Linux is for programmers mainly. It allows you to understand how your computer works and also use it fully. Whatever your computer can offer, you can get access to on Linux. You can use. That requires a level of understanding of how a computer works.
Right?
You mute Jardo. You're just causing feedback. That's all.
Windows is in the middle, and Mac is you don't need to understand anything about computers. Just makes everything simple, the user interface and
That's for sure.
the easy to use apps. Yeah.
Maybe he stepped away. Oh, he hasn't. Perfect. Thank you.
Nathan, what's on the schedule for today, bro?
I was going to ask you the same question.
Uh, I just told these guys like I've been kind of tuned out of Flat Earth over the weekend, and then the Trump thing happened, and that seems like that's what everybody's talking about. But I can guess look if there's anything new right now.
We've still got the other one that we didn't cover from yesterday, right?
Which one? Tell me about what? I'll look it up.
It was about the Antarctic, was it not? Going to the Antarctic to prove flat Earth. That one.
Yeah, we're still talking about that, man. Like I don't know. Even just talking about it, I think Globers win because they're succeeding in distracting us from the real shit. Why are we even talking about Antarctica, man? Like you said, it's affirmative consequence, and that's where it ends. Like why fall for their games and even talk about it? Who's going, who's not going, what we're gonna find out, we're not gonna find out. It's just nonsense, man. We don't need to go anywhere to know the Earth is flat.
Oh, I agree.
We don't need to go. We don't need to go thousands of miles away to see the sun to make some conclusion about the Earth. It's insane. So that's just my
We have the
opinion.
black swan.
Talking about it is we already lose, man. Let's see if there's
I do. We have the black swan. That's it. Just disproves their globe claim, and we should only focus on that, I guess. When I show it to people and they grasp it, they instantly become flat earthers. There's but when you talk about Antarctica, start talking about the land beyond the ice wall or whatever, that you cannot prove anything about it. You just speaking conspiracy theories to them.
I think I'll add to this really quickly. Yeah, how do I call it? Basically, boats going over being debunked is what got me on, right? So it has to do with the horizon, just like Walt said. If you show people that the horizon is not doing what they say it's doing, it was effective on me when somebody showed me the horizon not doing what they say it's doing, and it seems like it's effective with who Walt tells people too.
That's where I started too, until I saw with my own eyes Rochester from Toronto, 150 kilometers away. Then I was 100% sure that it's not a globe with that radius. And that did it for me 100%. But I was already kind of a flat earther when I understood the horizon in 2018, maybe 2019. But then in 2021, someone showed me Rochester from Toronto, and I was like, yeah, it's not a globe, impossible.
You guys keep forgetting the biggest requirement for that to work on anyone is intellectual honesty. Because if that person is not honest, the person you're showing it to, it's another waste of your time.
Yeah.
Did you guys see this
Well,
video? You guys know Millie Bobby Brown, the actress from UK? A few years ago when she came out and she found out about Effie and she made a little video from her car saying like, guys, the earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. They're gonna probably shut me down. They're gonna, and surely
do
so.
you have that video?
I'm sure you can still find it, but it's from years ago. So now, just a month ago, says Millie Bobby Brown no longer believes the world is flat, or does she? I'm gonna post a video for you guys to see the faces that she's making. I'm gonna put it in Skype first, and I'm gonna put it on YouTube main text chat. Now check this real quick. It's just a few seconds.
I see the pages on Facebook and this accounts on Instagram trying to talk more and more about the globe model, explaining a lot of stuff to people to do some damage control because a lot of people now are talking about flat Earth, and the opposition is also talking about flat Earth more and more. They're giving it a lot of attention, and they're trying to debunk it. Uh, I don't know. This the AI just keeps showing these videos to people who are not even interested in the subject. A lot of my friends get telling me I keep seeing these things who are not even interested in the subject. And if you go on these groups on Facebook, you're gonna see a lot of gaslighting. And there's a lot of AI bots. It's just like they're trying so hard. They're so
Mostly,
scared.
yeah, mostly AI bots in the comment sections, dude. I don't know that for 100%, like, but for myself, I'm certain, dude. That's mostly AI.
I saw on 4chan that if you say Hail Hitler to them, they're gonna give you like a generic answer, ChatGPT generic answer, because they're based on ChatGPT,
Mm-hmm.
especially on Twitter. And I tried it a few months ago, and they gave me the answer that confirming that they're AI bots.
Yeah.
But then they patched it. It does not happen anymore.
I also seen somebody else do something in the YouTube comments section that made me wonder about this, if this is a thing also. He said, watch, I'll post this comment and nobody will notice it or reply to it. And it was like a coded comment, you know, with the slashes and stuff like that, right? And nobody responded to it. But they posted something about politics, like Trump or whatever, and everybody had all kinds of response to that. It was, I thought I was curious a little bit.
Or that one video that we covered like a few months ago. That really vulgar guy he was saying the dumbest things. He had about like 5,000 comments, and it seemed like it was all bots, dude. Because every 10th or maybe every 20th comment was flat earthers have members all around the globe. That comment was there at least 10 times on the same video and had hundreds of likes. Come on, really? Flat earthers have members all around the globe? Like every 10th comment is that, and it has hundreds of likes? Over 5,000 comments? It's a joke, man.
I can see the same comments repeating all over the place. Like wherever you find these shield groups, you're gonna see the same comments. And I don't know if these people are real or not. They talk like bots. They have the same script. Maybe real humans who are paid, maybe bots. I don't know. But when I tried with some of them on Twitter with that comment, when I replied to them, Heil Hitler, they give me, we should not be anti-Semitic. And like, you know, it's a very generic response that ChatGPT will give you the same thing, the same answer, literally.
I would think
So
you would get. I'm sorry, bro. I thought you finished. I would think you would get
no,
reported for that. You know how there's like a little option, like when you click on a person's name, it says report. Like you can literally report people's comments.
you can say that on Twitter. That's why I tried it on Twitter.
Oh, you can say it on Twitter.
You can, yeah.
Oh, okay. Twitter is X, right?
Yeah, it's X.
Man, was Nathan, man, I don't know, like, did you guys hear that it was actually Eddie Bravo, if Dave Weiss, who reached out to Roseanne, or vice versa? Like, it was Eddie Bravo who connected Dave Weiss and Roseanne. My first thought was, dude, like, what's going on here? How come he didn't connect Nathan with Roseanne or something like that? Why is he giving Dave's info and telling them to have interviews? I don't know, man.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
It's just weird. But didn't you reach out to him just recently, a few days ago?
Yeah, I asked him
So
for.
that
I asked him for Bryce Mitchell. Was it? I asked him if he
yeah,
had his
did
contact
he
info.
answer?
He hasn't responded now. I sent him a text and he didn't respond to it. So, on the other hand, it might just be something as simple as he isn't in that guy's social circle.
It would be nice to respond back. Hey, sorry, I don't have his email. Hope you're well. Bye bye. No.
He doesn't owe me
And this
anything, so
happened after that.
I don't know if you're under the impression he owes me something. He doesn't.
No, dude. I'm just saying, like, if you look, man, I don't care who reaches out to me. If they send me a DM or a text, even if it's after 2 days, if I don't see it, if I see it, I'm gonna respond. And if I don't want to talk to that person, I'll just.
How do you think Eddie Bravo got my number?
I don't know.
From Dave.
Okay. All right. But in either case, he still has your number.
Yeah.
And my only point is he reached out to Roseanne or Dave, doesn't matter, for them to have an interview. Why he didn't connect you with Roseanne? Doesn't have to owe you anything to do that. You know, we just, if he says all these things about you, like, look, Nathan Oakley, Zace, check him out. Dude, come on, man. I don't know, man.
We all need to get together and stop the hate
What hate would that be?
I don't think that there's no hate on this side, bro. You know, I still don't have honestly anything personal against Dave. I would still talk to them as a normal individual. I would question them on their presentations and lack of argumentation. You know?
That's all we do. That's what we could criticize
Exactly.
here.
That's what I'm saying. There's no hate involved here. They maybe they
No,
see it like that because they get criticized too often.
no, there is hate.
Oh, yeah.
If you listen to the way Nathan broke down the Roseanne podcast yesterday, and if you listen to the way that QE's been treating Witsit the last month, now
Yeah.
if you're just fresh over FE and you're glancing through the content and you see Witsit and Jaron and Dave all nice and hippie and giving you lots of love, and then you listen to Nathan and QE ripping through people, there's a reason why people turn off and don't listen. Now, I've been around for a long, long time, since forever. So that's just my
Yeah.
long-time professional opinion.
Right.
And your solution?
My solution is don't pick on videos that have
See,
alternate flat earthers in it, even if you think they're not flat earthers, because what it'll do is it'll make potential flat earthers choose between you and them.
I would still keep on doing whatever these guys are doing because they're doing an excellent job. The only thing I would leave out, especially QE, dude, like he does it a lot. Even though it cracks me up, I laugh every time, and it's true. Like you said, for the audience, for the newcomers, for the people who are listening, just leave out the name calling, and it will be perfect.
Well,
Just my opinion.
I mean, as intelligent as QE is, why has he spent the last month on Witsit?
It's a very
It just
important material, dude, because Witset is feeding bullshit to the people who are coming onto this topic. And he's giving them wrong information, pretty much information that has nothing to do with flat Earth. And it's almost like it's their main point, almost like they're using a flat Earth for a stepping stone to get to where they're going, which is the ether and all
That's
this
all.
nonsense.
That's all good, and you understand that being around flat Earth for so many years, you understand that.
Dude,
But
how
what I'm
about
saying is
newcomers?
that there's
We're just
there's
talking
a
about
plethora
newcomers,
Hold on,
the
of
Rush.
people who are.
Hold on.
there's
Sorry,
a
bro.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Joe.
there's a plethora of new people. Like this is like a wave of new people flowing in from TikTok and other alternative content. And as intelligent as QE is, he's got no comic intelligence. So if you listen to him, the way he breaks down people, especially Witsit, it's rasp and vulgar. It's not comic intelligence. So people just switch off, especially young people. And this is what I was pushing Nathan months and months ago. I could not share Nathan's show with my family and friends. I listened to Nathan's show from the very first show until he changed. And Darren is right in saying the reason why Nathan doesn't have people exponentially follow him is because for every 10 people that come, 9 people will be turned off.
No, but
If you look at,
that's the reason.
if
He's
you look at,
actually calling them
Just let him get
liars.
to the end of his point.
no, if you look at, so let's have a look at, so the content that we've been given on Nathan's show has been exceptional the last, say, 4 years, 5 years. But just go to Brian's channel and have a look how he just, even though his microphone is a pain in the ass, Brian just does videos breaking down globe. Whereas Nathan does a flat earth debate every day, which no one shows up to. The only people that show up to it is in politics, which is depleting. There's no people searching for alternative content because they've just had their paradigm broken. So they go searching for an alternative, and they get the alternative through these people. And when they tune in to, say, QE, who really should be flying the flag because he's, probably the clearest guy in the flat Earth circle. All we get is vulgarities and breakdowns of people that we shouldn't be breaking down. That's my opinion, just. Anyway, I'll end it there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think we should be breaking him down, bro. Because if there weren't, especially QE, if he wasn't doing what he's doing, that Witsit is talking so much BS. Because I don't follow Witsit, I don't listen.
I think Jardo
So when
speaking
QE
from
does
a...
that,
Sorry.
and another thing is like, Jaren keeps calling Nathan liar and a scammer. Where's the lies and where are the and what's happening here? He also just called a Leo. He just called him a liar too. Where are the lies and where are the scams? Show it to me.
I actually listened to that. So I listened to Level Earth Observer's trimmed out version of it. And from what I could glean, the way this has been phrased by Jaren is to say, I view the potential 24-hour sun in Antarctica as an issue for flat Earth. With that in mind, if I see this as a threat to flat Earth, and there's other people who want to protect their flat Earth interests, those flat Earth interests, if threatened, become a grift. Therefore, or ergo, Jaren's suggesting that by promoting flat Earth when he sees there's a potential issue, that makes my promotion of flat Earth a grift that I want to protect by pointing out the affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that is the Antarctic nonsense. So what he's suggesting is that punting flat Earth is the grift that we would be protecting that's under threat, and he's open to that threat, making him righteous and us grifters. Make sense?
And yes, and the last couple of weeks, Jaren has been packing his defensive pack because he's been, not just from you guys, he's been copying the same from people that he's been friends with and acquaintance with for many years. So he's on the defensive, no doubt.
I couldn't begin how to react to such a thing.
But then, like many of you people, I'm probably just making an assumption here, but many of you people don't watch Globebusters and Witsit and Jaren shows often. I mean, I watch everyone involved in Flat Earth. And I seen the best video that I've ever seen, the best Black Swan video I've ever seen 2 weeks ago on Globebusters, where they have a segment where they ask their viewers to send in videos that they've sent. And I don't know if anyone's seen this one, but a guy that was trying to film an island that was 80 miles away was 1 foot in the water, and he filmed. So he was filming the water, trying to zoom into this island, and what he captured was a mirrored horizon and dolphins jumping out of the water. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It is
No, but it sounds
absolute best. It is amazing. And you know what? In this forum, sometimes we can get a little bit obtuse with alternative flat earthers because of what they say, but we still need to be paying attention to what's going on because there is still some great content out there.
What is going on?
Morning.
What's going on with your mic wide open in the middle of my intro, listening to your indicators and bing bongs?
It just turned out that way as I was getting in the car. Nobody's joining G+. What's going on?
4 people in G+. What What are you talking about? Anyway, this is a great live start.
I'm saying the guys that we did invite here that win a few times, it's nobody steady. You know what I'm trying to say?
Neil's moaning about the sporadic nature of the newbies that started to join G Plus about 3 weeks ago. He's saying they're not joining enough. There's no obligation for anybody to join, Neil, at all, in any of the servers.
Oh, there's an obligation, buddy.
No, there isn't.
Well, seasons will come, and this is the season we're in. There'll be time where there's probably so many people you're annoyed, but like you just got to enjoy the seasons we're in. Right now, for whatever reason, it's you and I, and that's what's up.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm infuriated with that whole Jiren thing. I listened to that. Let me tell you something, Nathan. There's no more reaching out. There's no more educating him for the better good of everybody because he's out there. Freak him. It's over with this cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit at first I was irritated. So my initial reaction was to send him a load of miserable, moany, sweary messages, which I just immediately removed from Skype, so he never got a chance to read them. But after the fact, I sat back and thought about it. I thought, is my motivation towards Jaron any different today than it was yesterday, in spite of him basically calling me a grifter? Well, no, not really. I mean, the last communication I had, which was coincidentally only a couple of days prior to him calling me a grifter on air, was to explain the affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that he's falling victim to when he goes down to Antarctica. Now, as far as I could tell from his responses, he was grateful to understand this fallacy and explained that up until my explanation, he hadn't fully grasped what that fallacy was and the difference between modus tollens and an affirming the consequent, presumably because he's out hearing people saying that Black Swan is affirming the consequent or something like that. I have no idea to figure out, or didn't care to ask why he would be asking about the difference between an affirming the consequent and modus tollens. But I went to, I don't know, probably wasn't more than an hour's worth of work digging out all the citations, formatting it, and then replying to him within a couple of different examples of each fallacy outside of the citations, and with a hope that he would read it and understand the fallacy that he's currently engaged in. Now, it coincidentally is the same fallacy that the guys who got involved with Netflix fell victim to last time. It's the exact same fallacy. Now, I explained it after the fact to Bob Nodell and ended up being ostracised from what was considered the Flat Earth community. We've since renamed it the Ether community, New Earth community, whatever they call themselves, True Earthers. Well, it was heartbreaking at the time to be ostracised for explaining a fallacy, the same exact fallacy that's being explained to Jaron, and he's thanking me for it. But as I say, to then try to stay true to type and go out and call me a scammer days later, it's just like, well, that's not exactly shocking, nor does it actually have any impact. Nobody's come to me and gone, right, I'm unsubscribing because you're, according to Jaron, relying on your flat earth grift when he recognises the danger that might be ahead of us if he goes down to Antarctica and sees a 24-hour sun. Me wanting to, according to him, protect my flat earth grift is worth being labelled a grifter. Okay, I mean, this means nothing, and I assume it means nothing to his audience who heard it when they heard it. But
It's not gonna affect your subscribers now. What he's not stupid. What he's trying to do, Nathan, is stop anybody from further subscribing to you and listening. He's not an idiot. He knows who we attack, and he knows damn well what's going on. It's not personal. If you're gonna talk nonsense and you can't validate something, we're gonna come for you, especially if it crosses our path. So he knows damn well that we're not attacking people from our own side because we can't find any Golbers. He's not an idiot. He's a sneak.
well, either way, as I said, Neil, my primary concern is that there's no victim shifting in terms of whether or not the affirming the consequent fallacy for Antarctica is understood now. I won't be vilified for not telling him in 6 months' time when people turn around and say, okay, this is now turned into an affirming the consequent fallacy and we're looking stupid for it. And I'll go, well, okay, the main protagonist, in this case, Jaron, was contacted by me in spite of him calling me a scammer, with a very concise breakdown of the fallacy that's being used and a comparison to a different logical consistency and how that is used coincidentally in the Black Swan. That's what I did, regardless of him attacking me for being a claim to be grifter. I'm not. I'm trying to
Right,
support
that
a
looks
family.
good.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is support a family with this. So when people say you're doing it for the money, yeah, I am. Yes, I would prefer to keep food on the table and a roof over my head if that's okay by you.
Yeah, but that looks good on your part. That's perfect what you did. Regardless of what he said, you're still trying to educate him in what's going on. So this looks perfect. So we just go ahead. The hell with him.
Well, that's always been the attitude
Good
anyway.
morning,
We were
guys.
asked in the pre-show if we watch, and I'm like, no, I don't. What I get is people trimming out clips and sending them to me. Not that I ask for them. But yeah, we're going to be critical of the, endeavours of somebody claiming science when I've also been ostracised for trying to explain science. So me as a person on the same side, and I say this because in the pre-show I'm being told I'm too harsh on my opponents. It's like, okay, these are the same people that ostracised me 7 years ago from the community because I tried to explain to them what science was. Now our opponents are taking them down for an experiment, and they're all behind them. It's like, double standards much? I try and explain what science actually is and get ostracised. The opponent comes along and claims they've got an experiment, and you go along with it, not recognising and affirming the consequent fallacy, and then call me a grifter. Oh, right, how history repeats itself. Now, it's just like I say, it's like a bee sting. Initially, if you've never been stung by a bee, it's a right shock. Now, go talk to a beekeeper who doesn't even notice. Yeah, they still notice, but they don't react. That's how it is now. It's like, oh, okay, the bee sting's worn off. It doesn't have any effect anymore. But they can have an adverse effect on all of us if they go down to Antarctica, not recognising the fallacy that's been employed. If you do recognise the fallacy that's being employed and you carry on going down with them, you can take the mickey out of them the entire time. So at what point are we antipodal? At what point do we assume we're now upside down from where we began? When do we assume that? Because so far we're travelling in a southward direction with respect to a flat plane. We've got our sextant on board just in case we get lost. You know what I mean? You can just take the mickey out of them if you know the fallacy. If you don't know the fallacy, it's a problem. Could be a concern for flat earthers that are living off the grift of flat earth. No, we know it's flat. It's measured that way. Calling myself a flat earther has absolutely no concerns. When someone comes along and tells me I'm a grifter, how original. Yeah, join the long queue of ballers that claim I'm grifting when the algorithm points everything Jaren-wise and Nathan Oakley-wise towards them. It's not like I'm losing views to Jaren and vice versa. Meanwhile, the affirming the consequent fallacy could have another Netflix-type repercussion on everyone. So regardless of my own self-deprecating appearance when it seems that I'm being a, masochist, going back to somebody who's calling me a grifter to explain a fallacy to them, I see that as net positive.
I agree. You handled it great, but it's time to move on from this cat. Nobody should even send you any more clips. That's it.
People want to let me know. And I appreciate that. I'm not suggesting people stop sending me clips. It's nice to not have to. I don't have the time. Like Jardo was saying, do you guys actually watch Witsit? No, I don't. But even if I wanted to, I don't have the time. I was in bed at 1 o'clock and up at 7 this morning, and I didn't stop the entire time. I haven't stopped this morning. Nothing ever changes. There aren't enough hours in the day. If anything, I'm a little bit too overworked at the moment doing the book. That's my own self, I've imposed that upon myself to do and incorporate others' help, so it's even more stressful. But these things need to be done. Sometimes you have to push yourself to the limits. Burning the candle at both ends isn't something I'm unfamiliar with. You have to control it very carefully because otherwise you do genuinely burn out. But it's just...
Now, who was saying that you're too hard on people? Because I missed the whole thing this morning. I couldn't hear a thing. They're saying that you're too hard
okay, let me fill you
on
in.
your opponents?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, so Jardo wasn't saying we were too hard on people. He was saying that when you come to the subject, we would rightly point out that people are left with an empty void they want to fill with an alternative. He's saying that that alternative has to be offered by someone, and it is offered by the people we're critical of. That would be Witsit, Dave Weiss, whoever we've been critical of recently, especially with Witsit, because Jardo thinks that Quantum Eraser is overly harsh towards Witsit. He's been covering him for a week because it's a very long video and it's slow going, working his way through all of it. Me, I'll give up after 15 minutes of an hour and 40 video with Roseanne. because I feel like I've got the general sentiment of the video and I can move on the following day. Some people insist I keep covering videos again and again. Tent was very keen to do that often. No, you've got to get through all of it. Like, well, okay. But then you can be perceived to be too hyper-focused on one individual, like Jardo's criticising QE for. But he's saying that if you come and you're looking for that alternative and you find it, and it fills you with the warm, fuzzy feeling, and the next thing you find is QE ripping that alternative view that you got a warm, fuzzy feeling for to shreds with a few expletives, then it's going to put you off. And his suggestion, I have to be critical of it because you didn't back it with anything, but he suggested that 9 out of 10 people who arrive would be put off and leave. Now, statistically, from a sales perspective, the 1 in 10 rule applies anyway, which is to say that of 10 people that come to the channel, only 1 will be interested. Like if you give out 1,000 flyers, it's even worse. You might get 100 people that can actually read and will read the flyer. You know what I mean? There's a certain rule. Yeah, there's going to be 10 people that don't come and subscribe daily. That's how it is for everyone.
So Jardo secretly is a Witsit fan.
No.
I would have never suspected it.
No.
Yeah.
Why are you now attacking this person who's offered you valuable information? I hate this. Right? Someone offers their opinion, which is slightly detrimental or negative, and you attack the messenger. When you're me, I'm like, it's nice that people can actually tell us this stuff. I'm really grateful to hear it. If I didn't get to hear it, the people who don't tell you are the people who do bugger off. They just go, I sod this, I don't like this. And they just go. And if you were to tap them on the shoulder, why did you go? They go, leave me alone. And then just carry on walking because they've lost interest. The person who comes and goes, I feel you can do better. And there's 2 reactions. Get lost. Or, oh, really? Oh, well, that's nice that you've taken an interest in me. Pray tell.
Point of order.
Let's see how QE handles it.
Unfortunately, Jardo, you'll have to let Neil relax before you do get your point of order in. All right, go ahead, Jardo.
Okay. Question to Neil.
I'll just ask. Go ahead.
Who was the first, sorry, repurpose the question. Who was the first person that you came across Flat Earth with online?
My brother. Oh, you mean online? Who did I come across?
Online. Online, yes.
I'm misunderstanding. Are you saying who did I first listen to on YouTube, or who did I get on speaking with?
Anything online, YouTube, chat, any other platform
Mark
online.
Sargent. I said Mark Sargent.
Okay, Mark Sargent, no problems. So, why did you bring myself up as a defender of Witsit?
I was really half only kidding, but it sounded like you were like a little secretly cheering for Witsit, or a little Witsit fan. Because I think everything QE and anybody does when he's speaking this nonsense is justified and can keep smashing him if he's going to keep talking about stuff that he can't validate and lead hundreds of thousands of people astray with him. He's a fool.
Okay, that's great. But when you mention my name, first ask me before you just place out a statement about me.
Jardo, are you a secret fan of Witsit?
I love all Flat Earthers, Neil.
Told me to ask you first, so I did. Plus, you haven't bought me a membership in like a month, so I'm a little annoyed with you.
My God, you're privileged, aren't you? It's not, thank you so much for all the memberships.
I'm only breaking his chops.
Yeah, people come entitled really quickly when you're nice to them, Jardo. Thank you for donating memberships.
I may donate some memberships. We'll see.
There is absolutely
I gotta go on YouTube.
There's no obligation whatsoever, first and foremost, and for all the past contributions to this channel, Jardo, thank you very much. You are in no way obliged to give Neil anything, or me for that matter.
I think I got Jado mixed up with. I'm getting him mixed up. I get Jado mixed up with the guy that is the moderator in politics. Who is that?
Doja?
AJ?
Yeah, I get them two mixed up. That's who I thought I was talking about. Sorry, bro.
They're both Kiwis.
Shut up, Neil.
I'm way better looking.
Yeah,
I'm way better looking.
you guys seen the Britannica article I posted?
I could do. Do you want to tell us why?
Yeah, why not? Now where did I get this from? Oh no, my boy Gregory actually sent me this, and so it's just titled "Flat Earth," written by L. Subal, fact checked by the editors of Encyclopedia Britannica Article History, whoever they are. And yeah, I mean, I don't. You want me to read like the first like title summary or whatever you call this first paragraph?
I mean,
It's
as you're
pretty
going to be
triggering.
discussing it, I'll read it so that you can discuss it. Flat Earth, the perception that Earth exists as a flat disc, either circular or square-shaped. This view persisted in the ancient world until empirical observations revealed that Earth's shape was spherical or ellipsoid. In modern times, however, the notion of a flat Earth has been revived and promoted on social media despite scientific evidence to the contrary.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's like super annoying. Look, and this came across my desk by Gregory. He says the scientists are anxious and agitated. They're attempting their own counter-reformation, just as the Romanists attempted to do during the Reformation in West Europe in the 16th century. And he cited something from the paper, and this is what it is. He says, scientists and researchers who study this growing movement have found that its appeal is rooted in four trends. Now, this is why I brought it up, because if you're listening to Dave Weiss or Jaron or any of these, or Witsit debate even.
Plug your ears, Jardo, plug your ears.
Like, you could read this article and it will jive with you, because you read the article and then you consider what you've seen from Dave or any of these people, and you won't have anything to go off to say, no, that's not true. They're not like that. You know, the only people that would look at this and go, oh, this is utter trash, are the people that listen to us, because all four of these points that they're about to bring up have nothing to do with what we talk about every day. Okay, let me read the rest of this. Scientists and researchers who study this growing movement have found that its appeal is rooted in four trends: the public's mistrust of official scientific sources, the perpetuation of conspiracy theories, loyalty to the groups and community they identify with, and the use of social media to spread misinformation. Flat Earth ideas have gained a large enough audience worldwide to alarm some scientists, who have launched their own social media campaigns to debunk flat Earth models promoted online. Other researchers are working to overcome these perceptions by combining the teachings of rigorous evidence-based science with the restoration of public trust in scientific institutions attained by taking the questions of flat Earth adherence seriously and refraining from taking aloof and dismissive positions. Good. I hope you go on the offensive and make the mistakes that I know you're going to make.
Go on then, Eli, break that down for us.
So obviously, when you read the four trends, the public's mistrust, the perpetuation of conspiracy theories, loyalty to the groups and community they identify with, and the use of social media to spread misinformation. Flat Earth Dave literally hits all four prongs.
Right.
Literally. Like, if these guys wanted to do a hit piece on flat Earth, right after they do this affirming the consequent trip to Antarctica trip would be the perfect time to do it. So, for whatever reason, these people that we keep saying seem like what's the word? What's the word you used yesterday? Charlatans? Yeah. It just seems like they're giving the layup for the people that are trying to attack and quell this rise in flat Earth, which is about the only thing in this article that is true. Flat Earth is definitely getting more and more ground. And I want them to take us serious because that means they're going to get the snot box rocked out of them.
Right on. Shout out to Jardo for gifting memberships.
Did he gift everyone but Neil?
I don't think he has any option in terms of who gets gifted the memberships. I think I assume, I'm guessing, that they base it on view time. In other words, if you're a non-member and you're constantly watching the show, you're more likely to get a free membership. Adam Meakin got a free membership.
What's
Thank
up,
you very much for
Chocolate?
the free memberships, Jardo. Really appreciate the support. Please share the show, by the way. 95 people watching, edging ever closer to 100 people watching, which is nice. Yeah, smash that share button if you've not done so already. We are going to cover a video. We'll have a few more minutes of chit chat before we do. But in the meantime, if you haven't hit the share button already, please do so.
And by the way, Neil was the first off the rank to get a membership.
Oh, was he? Oh, yes, he was. Neil was gifted a membership by Jardo. What'd you say, Neil? Oh, he's gone. The cheek of it.
I want to add a little bit to what you were talking about before.
You're a bit
Two of
your
those
mic's covered.
points.
Your mic's covered with something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just about.
All right. Yeah, two of those points. One, the public mistrust of quote unquote science, and the whole what was the other one? Use of social media to spread misinformation, quote unquote. On that one, that's what they're doing. Everybody's using social media to spread whatever it is, misinformation, disinformation, actual information. That's just a thing that people are doing because social media is a thing now. So I don't even see how that's a point.
It's not.
to
It's a
really-
blanket statement like saying they're using cars.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I hear with that. The other one that I think is a little bit more appropriate is the public mistrust of science, quote unquote, because that's kind of their fault. And in a lot of ways, they're panicking about that. And to me, it's kind of funny that they're panicking about that because, like I said, it's mostly their fault. They come out, they give people all types of nonsense that we're supposed to follow, and they tell us just trust it, trust the science, listen to us, don't do your own research, just listen to daddy and mommy as we tell you what to do in your life. And that's their fault. And that's coming with it as far as the medical field. And yes, it's falling apart in the cosmology field as well. Right?
Right.
So they have no one else to blame but themselves. Right? When you got people like Neil smoking the grass, running around wanting to talk about men and women or a spectrum, how do you expect people to feel about that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they're not helping with their mitigation language either, are they? When they say people are mistrusting science, well, at some level, that's going to sit uncomfortably with people because they appreciate the reason they've been hearing the word science is because it means that the thing that's being claimed has been proven to some extent. in their mind. That's why the word's being used. So when you mitigate because people stop trusting the science, that might be the matter of fact that you discuss in your own circles. But when you put that out into the realm of the public, people need to start trusting the science. Oh, well, hold on. I don't think this was based on trust. I thought it was based on empiricism, right? In the intro to that article, that's one of the words they use. So right at the start, in the intro, it's talking about empiricism somewhere. Just have a find of it. Give me a second. I'm on the wrong paragraph. Might help if I went all the way to the top. Here we go. Scientific evidence to the contrary. That was one of them. And here we go. This view persisted in the ancient world until empirical observations. Yeah. So the empiricism that's being suggested when the word science is imposed on a paragraph that's talking nonsense, in this case, about flat Earth strawmanning us, basically. Well, they're suggesting that the contrapositive claim of flat Earth is proven by empiricism and scientific evidence. So you go, okay, well, that's the standard then. That's proof. Well, yeah, if you've gone through the scientific method, it's proof. But the people who've been using these words haven't been through the scientific method. You can't prove the shape of Earth with science. It's a category error. But they're using that word because they've overused it to claim they've proved things. And people are starting to catch them out. Now, like with Candy Sewing, we'd prefer they didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater when they say science has lied to me. No, men have lied to you. Science is a method. But they claimed the words were applicable to their claim of nonsense when they used the words science or experiment or empiricism. All words tied to the empirical method of science, but not to their claims. So that's men lying, not science lying. Science isn't an entity. You've been duped into believing that the words of men in institutions is science. So therefore science has lied to us. It isn't. That isn't science. Science is a method. A method that offers an empirical outcome. Something we've been banging the drum of, and, as I said in the start of this live show, been ostracised from the quote-unquote flat Earth community for disseminating to our counterparts. So as much as I will take any criticism of how harsh we are with our counterparts, meanwhile, the softly, let's explain how science works so you can understand that science hasn't got lips to lie to anybody with. That's a reification fallacy. It's a method. How can a method lie to you? It doesn't. Men do. Men who claim to have used that method when they haven't. Anyway, any other comment on that?
And hence the panicking by people who want to talk in negative of quote unquote science, like
That's right.
Candace Owens, Terrence Howard, even the Terrence Howard thing has panicked mainstream science and saying, "Oh, we have to shut this down," right? What the hell? What happened to the thing where, well, science is for everyone? Anybody can do science. Anybody can practice this method and establish cause and effect. Anybody can do that. Oh, all of a sudden, people can't do that if what they're doing is outside of the normal scope. There was a video we watched the other day when I think you went off with Pierce Morgan, who had a whole thing about science with Eric Weinstein in response to the Terrence Howard interview. And it was pretty funny because you could see that Pierce and another guest that was on, another two guests that were on, were kind of in panic mode. Like, this must be shut down, right? You can't talk outside of the realm of the mainstream science. And to me, it just tickles me pink. Because they have no one else to blame but themselves.
They've hijacked the meaning of science and imposed it on what the men in institutions say. And when someone comes along and either uses the same magic trick, which is to say, well, what I've conjured in this Just So story is actually science. Check out my really cool 3D modelling software. This is science, ladies and gentlemen. People swoon, go, wow, it's amazing. Globe Homework, says Unitox Vemu. elevation profile of your country. Yeah, we were doing that about 8 years ago, Unitox Femi. We were doing it in Google Plus or whatever it's called. What's the Google Earth software? Google Earth Pro, I think it's called. You can draw out an elevation profile for the whole world and show that it's all with respect to a flat plane. That's how elevation profiles are measured and described in that software. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, that was like 6 years ago or something like that, right?
They were doing it in the Isle of Man discussion, but we didn't realise it. Again, it was another idiotic moment when we were whistling straight past it. So we were getting the elevation profile, that is to say measuring Earth flat and measuring how high or low mountains and valleys were with respect to a flat reference plane, and then plumbing those flat Earth measurements into the Earth curve calculator to see how much a differential from that flat plane of reference and eye level would obscure things in the distance and be relabeled as Earth curve. So we were using the elevation profile, not going, check it out, Earth's measured flat. We were going, check it out, if we take these flat Earth measurements and put them into a globe calculator, we can show how it doesn't quite match with the globe calculations they were expecting. After we measure Earth flat and use flat Earth elevation angles and flat Earth depression angles and flat Earth surface levels and flat Earth eye levels, we can show how this globe maths doesn't work. That's what we were doing years ago because we were idiots.
That's crazy.
And that's where Tim Osman wants you back.
Oh, that's where Tim
That's
Osman wanted us then, and they all really enjoyed coming here then. Because then they could have us beg the question of a globe after using quite a few flat Earth measurements. They liked it then. Now we say, what do you mean height above sea level? You'll have to have a height above sea level for that. You can't be putting that through a curve calculator because you haven't got a sea level anymore in Earth curve. It's a sea curve. So you're not going to use your sea level measurements of altitudes to say how much they should or shouldn't be there when you ignore perspective with a feet or meters value that doesn't change with distance. No, thank you, sir. You'll need a flat Earth for your initial measurements, won't you? Oh, we're not talking about the ground. We would be talking about the ground if it was curving away after we measured it flat. But now we're just focusing on the first bit, the flat Earth measurement bit. Well, that's not the ground, is what they would say to us today, if they had any balls in hand, which they don't.
I had this with my son yesterday. It was very frustrating. He started with quantum entanglement, right? Then I explained to him clearly how if you take 3 circles of equal altitude, the amount of flat ocean that there is, he agrees to all of that, and then he turns around and starts talking about the southern stars. I don't get it. If he's deliberately doing this to me, it frustrates me.
Well, the southern stars argument's the same exact affirming the consequent fallacy that must be employed as is being utilised for the Antarctic claim. That is to say, you affirm the consequent, which, when you put it into fallacious form, the conclusion doesn't follow the prerequisite necessarily. So if we are on a sphere, begging the question, with a journey that will result in antipodal positioning, then we will see 24-hour sun rotation in Antarctica. We do see 24 hours of sun in Antarctica, therefore begging the question antipodal positioning? Well, no. It's the same exact fallacy. If I assume that the stars rotate in, let's say they make the next mistake, opposite directions in the south, then that affirms my antipodal positioning assumption when I demonstrate that north and south are antipodal from one another. So you go, okay, what's south, Neil? Well, that direction on a compass with respect to a flat plane. So you travel south and you see different stars. Okay, yeah. So you're going to describe the angles to the stars and their relative positions above the ground moving with respect to the ground, like you'd use in mapping. Okay? How does that have anything to do with being dangling off the bottom of a sphere? When they can't justify it, I'm nearly done. Nearly done.
Oh, sorry.
When they can't justify it, you demonstrate why they have that antipodal assumption. It's come from the celestial sphere model. Did you ever hear Brian recently moan about us calling the celestial sphere the celestial sphere? It's an extra step that we use because it's frequently referenced by globe believers because they put a projected sphere in the middle of it. And us on a flat plane in hell, projecting through it with angles off that flat plane in hell, extended out to the infinite distances to the stars when measured with a protractor and put into a view that's hemispherical for the north. Polar-eccentric, latitude-based, measurement-based, angle, flat earth-based, hemispherical view, like a protractor on a plane. Or you can do the same with the south. But once you've done that, you can then produce two flat planes, one stacked underneath the other. That's antipodal. With a dome of view from two flat planes, one north-centric, the other south-centric. Both are the same plane. You've travelled south, a flat Earth direction with respect to a plane, and then looked up. Up was always up on the journey. It was always the ground below you as you went. There is no point that you get any inference of moving around a sphere-shaped inference that came from those measurements. The extrapolation to suggest that you've moved antipodal comes from flat Earth measurements in the first place. So you're telling me that if I measure this positional system and project it onto a sphere, that means that when I traverse the ground flat, I'm actually traversing it curved? No, it doesn't. That's a mathematical extrapolation from the flat Earth measurements, and we're using them to travel. There is no antipodal south. But when you create a model that's the celestial star view, your perspective view from a plane, and put one under the other, you can then start projecting globe positions from those two, north and south, flat planes, to create the globe that you'd be in to have it functionally work with the ground you're measuring. Now, the fact that one of them's underneath the other to offer you up this spherical view does not mean that you reach an edge and go underneath it. It's a model. It's a way of projecting both north and south in one place. You can't do that. You can't be north and south at the same time. You can't present them as two models slapped underneath each other antipodal. You certainly can't then project out points, call them a globe and say you're standing on it, to say that when I move south, I'm actually moving not with respect to the plane I'm measuring or travelling with respect to in a direction that could only be flat. No, I'm travelling over a curve. Utterly stupid. The only curve involved is the curve of the perspective view that you measure through a protractor of the stars. That's where the view gets projected in the celestial sphere. Brian's objection, call it a hemisphere, because that's what it actually is. That's all you ever get in actual reality. You don't get a view of the north hemispherical perspective view of the stars. That's some at the horizon, some above your head, and some behind you on the horizon. All described through a protractor-based view, 0 to 180. You don't get that and a view of the south stars at the same time. Utterly absurd. But both can be projected from the same single hell-based point inside a globe that's projected out, off two flat planes. You're never on that point. You never get that view. It's a distorted idea of reality that you will never, ever, ever get to experience. You can only create in a model and then extrapolate a globe to tell you that you've walked around it when you travel south. It's just stupid. Unpacking this stuff has taken 10 years of exploratory information being gathered up by people like me and people around me so that we can summarize it in a 3-minute segment like we've just done. But that assumption of antipodal positioning is the basis of the current Antarctic claim. You need to assume that you arrive antipodal when you look up. Now, up is still up when you left, and up is still up when you get there. The ground is still beneath your feet when you travel, and you're travelling in directions that are only with respect to a flat plane on maps that have been made from flat planes with angles to stars off flat planes. So, but for the fact that they assume antipodal positioning, this means nothing. Nothing at all. But so long as you let them assume I'm antipodal, I'm upside down when I look at the south star. Well, are you? Where did you get that idea? Well, I know, I've just told you. It's how the models were made. From flat Earth measurements.
Nearly done. Holy shoot. Yeah, I broke that all down from two. I used a protractor, and my other son said, there's stars under our feet. And my oldest son Jacob was like, don't say that. I said, he said it. Listen to how silly that sounds. You think there's stars under your feet. I told him, I said, you're putting yourself on a ball. You're trying to bring me on the ball. That's not how it goes. The stars are always, you have to look up. And I said, by the way, there's no up on a globe. Frustrating, though.
If you're going to go that route, just don't stop there. I mean, there's not just stars, there's people, oceans, things, all existing antipodal, thousands of miles underneath your feet. Let's go all the way with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I said to
I do that. And people give me that look.
Yeah, the dumb look. Then he says to me, when I told him about silly that sounds. And you also think that there's soil in the sky. I said, who's the crazy one here? And it bothers me because I know he understands this. I put it on a piece of paper. I was showing him. And I'm saying, all of this is ocean, Jacob. And it's all flat. It's navigated flat. Everything you're telling me, all the data that you're talking about, it's all from a flat plane.
He'll get there, Neil, don't worry. Now, we've actually run over a little bit of the chit-chat time by about 10 minutes, but nevertheless, we do have a video to cover by Autodidactic, so I'll share a link to this particular videographer in the vain hope that were we to make a response, he would do the same for us and put a link to Flat Earth Debate or Nathan Oakley 1980. So if you are in the live stream chat right now, there's the link. Click on it and let this videographer know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and leave him a nice comment. Don't swear. Be polite. You might enjoy his content, so check him out. But yeah, offer him some YouTube algorithmic love. Like I say, the idea being that he'd offer the same if he was to do a response to us critiquing whatever it is we've got to critique on this particular video. I have no idea what it is. It's been offered up by one of the panel, who's not actually here today, Liam. So yeah, we'll see how we get on with this video. But in the meantime, please do click on the link. Offer some YouTube algorithmic love. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So I am familiar with the channel. I did actually go on this channel about 4 years ago, maybe a bit less. I don't know, there or thereabouts. And I couldn't get a word in. So it was one where I went on a panel that they were inviting people from their audience to join. I was reasonably interested. I can't remember what the discussion was about, but it was enough to intrigue me and get me on the panel. Yeah, I couldn't get a word in. So other than that, I've had no experience with this particular channel, so I don't really know what they do. But we'll check it out. So hopefully that's given enough people in the audience some time to actually click on that link as it's whizzing its way by. And let the videographer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Anybody got any comment on it before I do click play? Check the sound and such.
Hello and welcome. Campbell here, Autodidactic. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And we have Luke from Ancient Historia and Will from The Final Experiment. And
I am currently a pastor of a small church in Colorado in the United States. And I was introduced to Flat Earth almost 3 years ago, a little over 2.5 years ago. And I took a deep dive into the Flat Earth rabbit hole, and I started watching all of the videos and the debates and reading the memes, and just found it very fascinating. And I like to come up with big ideas. So I was wondering if I could come up with an experiment.
So there's your first problem, Will. That'd be to say that an experiment would be the assertion of cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis after observing natural phenomena. Step 1. Observe natural phenomena. See something happening in nature and ask yourself, why is that happening? Step 2. Formulate a hypothesis, half of which you've already got because the dependent variable is the effect you are studying. The other half of the hypothesis being the independent variable, supposition of causal influencer. So you've got your suppositional statement of cause and effect. If A, suppositional influencer, then B, naturally occurring phenomena. That's a hypothesis. An experiment, end quote, Will Duffy, doesn't know what science is the actualization of the hypothesis. What you are doing is not that.
That we could do to settle the flat Earth versus globe debate once and for all.
It's not a debate. Earth is measured flat. The namesake of this show applies because people like you don't know that yet. And only because you don't know that yet, not because it's an actual debate. It's not up for debate. Earth is measured flat.
And so I came up with the final experiment.
Not an experiment. And affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If I assume antipodal positioning on a globe, then I'll observe 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I do, supposedly, observe 24 hours sun in Antarctica. Therefore, my antipodal assumption of a globe is true. No, it's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Definitely not an experiment. A logical fallacy.
And the final experiment is pretty simple.
Go ahead. He's
I'm
off
sorry.
mute, causing audio chaos, or they want to say something. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Okay, so just to clear it up in my head, this guy from his little story just now, he got into flat Earth, watched all the videos, did all that, went down the rabbit hole, and decided to come up with an experiment in quotes. And his experiment is something that if it was something that existed, would just exist and would be evidenced already by the globe side, meaning 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And that hasn't been evidenced yet, but this guy says he's going to be that guy who's going to do that when that would have been done already in 2024. This is what we're hearing now. I'm just trying to get this straight in my head.
Yes, there's an ambiguity about whether or not there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. First-hand testimony says there isn't. Forged, edited videos says there is. Who cares? There is no ambiguity about the northern 24-hour sun. So let's use the northern 24-hour sun to prove something. Go on, whoever that was.
Sorry, I've opened my mic by mistake. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, there's no ambiguity about a northern 24-hour sun. So why aren't we using the northern 24-hour sun to affirm that we have a global antipodal assumption? Oh, because we'd need to travel to the south and assume that we're antipodal and then see a 24-hour sun to affirm the consequent. Because without the affirming the consequent, you just use the northern sun to do the same thing. There's no ambiguity about it. But they're turning the ambiguity about whether or not there is one in Antarctica into a proof of a globe. No, you only get that if you assume antipodal positioning. That's it. Where did the antipodal assumption come from? Well, from mapping and building up a globe from flat Earth measurements of angles to the stars. Specifically Polaris, if you look at latitude, stretched around a globe, then inferred to be getting smaller as it goes down towards Antarctica, causing all sorts of map distortions. Now, they're not my maps, I'm not taking any credit for them, I'm just stating the facts of the matter in terms of how distorted the maps are. But meanwhile, you can project those distorted maps through global positions, and then infer that you are on that globe that's been derived from those original flat Earth measurements, and suggest that the projected image of a globe is what you're actually traversing when you go south, justifying your antipodal assumption. No, your antipodal assumption is derived from flat Earth measurements, and it's affirming the consequent in terms of its logical form. Ergo, this isn't science, it isn't an experiment, and even if you observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it won't affirm the consequent. In terms of your fallacy, it still stands true before you do anything. See it, don't see it, doesn't make any difference to the fallacious reasoning and assumption of antipodal positioning. Hopefully I've made that absolutely clear. We've covered this many times. A shout out to Jaron, by the way. He was recently educated by me in this exact fallacy. So I proactively contacted Jaron a couple of days before he came out as calling me a grifter. But, you know, such is life, Jaron's tune very rarely changes. Nevertheless, I saw it as incredibly important that Jaron understood this fallacy, given that he's played into the hands of the opponent and is willing to affirm the consequent alongside them, and furthermore sees that this fallacious reasoning is actually an issue that we should be concerned about. And justification for calling me a grifter when I protect my, flat Earth grift? No, it's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Thank you for responding to me, Jaron. It was good to know that you now understand this fallacy as I broke it down for you. I wonder if you'll let your audience know that you understand the fallacious reasoning behind this claim to be experiment. Coincidentally, something that you've ostracized me from your so-called True Earth community, formerly Flat Earth, for trying to highlight also. Notice you're not ostracizing this man, you're going along with him in spite of his use of the word experiment. So science has lied to us, and Nathan says science is empirical, therefore he's a scammer. Meanwhile, this globe-believing numpty says he's got an experiment, I'll go with him to affirm the consequent. Well, nobody will be in any doubt that you absolutely, without question, have confirmed that you understand this fallacy. because I've explained it and broke it down with examples, and you've confirmed that you understand it now. So Jaron knows this is a fallacy. He knows it's not an experiment. He's confirmed and had explained to him in words of one syllable. So it's very, very easy to comprehend. I've done that in spite of him being my adversary and claiming I'm a grifter as I attempt to feed my bleeding family by doing this. Nevertheless, he knows. Let there be no doubt, Jaron absolutely, unequivocally knows this is an affirming the consequent fallacy because he's had it explained to him. My reward was being called a grifter.
We go to Antarctica and we see whether or not there is a 24-hour sun. One of the things I noticed in watching all of the Flat Earth content.
So because that will prove what and how. Well, maybe we'll find out from the Flat Earth videos he's been watching. Let's see.
Is the Flat Earthers stated that there cannot be a 24-hour sun in
Sorry, is this a quote? There cannot be a 24-hour sun. Who said that? We're going to get any quote? We're going to get the video link? Who said this?
Antarctica on the Flat Earth model, and the Globe side was saying...
Sorry, on the Flat Earth model, which model? Whose model? Let us see this model. Anybody here claim a model that's got a impossible 24-hour Antarctic sun on it? Hands up, who claimed it? There's lots of Flat Earthers in here. Take ownership. Who did this? Who did this? Who did this? He's just said Flat Earthers have got a model that doesn't allow for a 24-hour sun. Whose model is this? Why is no one taking ownership? Why is nobody coming off mute? What's going on? Oh, could it be that this is a straw man? That he's made this up? That it's not in quotes? That he hasn't got an example of somebody saying this? Could that be the case? I thought he was a pastor.
There is a 24-hour sun, and I thought, okay, this might be the easiest way to get both sides to agree on something and to work together and collaborate.
Are you saying both sides, like this suddenly now includes me? Who the hell do you think you are? I directly asked you a question about what your independent and dependent variable for your experiment was. You didn't answer me. Now you're out there telling people that both sides are going to agree on something. No, mate, the only thing we will agree on is that you're affirming the consequent. You're assuming antipodal positioning, and that you don't know what science is. As demonstrated by your lack of response when asked for the variables that you're not using. What a bullshitter. You think you're a man of God? No, my friend, no.
To settle the debate. So that's the plan in a nutshell, and we can go into it.
But you didn't explain how this proves anything. That's the plan. We go and see if there's 24 hours of sun. Because... offered with this logical consistency argument that... So you're not going to get any of that. It's just we're going to go and see if it's there. Because flat earthers say it can't be. Even if that was actually the standard. That doesn't prove a damn thing. Go on, whoever's off mute.
He said it before. It's because that's the one thing that he sees that flat earthers and globers can agree on. That if it was flat, that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun.
Who said that? I just asked a whole panel full of flat earthers if anybody said that. Nobody took ownership. I don't think that I'm amongst weasels. I'll ask again. Who claimed there's a model that this wouldn't work on? Who said that? That's just garbage made up by a man of God, apparently.
Much deeper and answer anybody's questions and have a good time.
He didn't answer my question. He came to my comments, asked me a question, I answered, and then responded by asking you what your independent and dependent variable were in the hypothesis to be actualized in the, quote, experiment. You didn't give me that. I mean, I had a load of flat earth, anti-flat earth trolls come and troll me and not give me the answer also. Some of them attempted to give an answer on your behalf, but you certainly did not. It's because there aren't any. Yeah? This isn't an experiment. You haven't even laid down a logical consistency for it. You haven't even explained how it proves anything.
Awesome. So first things first, I know obviously we've talked about this before, but what was the the thing that pushed you over the edge to say, right, I'm going to actually go to Antarctica?
Yeah. So, I was looking for something that, because again, lots of experiments happen. The globe.
Right, lots of experiments happen. Do they? Name 3. We'll see if they've got independent and dependent variables too, shall we? No, just another baseless assertion to lend credence to his garbage.
Side does experiments. The flat earthers don't accept it. Flat earthers do experiments.
Right, it's not about acceptance when it comes to experimentation. It's got an empirical format attached to it. The outcome would violate the law of non-contradiction if it had any room to disagree about it. The logical consistency of the scientific method offers an alternative and a null hypothesis outcome. The null is the zero difference result. The alternative is the desired outcome. Your supposition of cause proves to be true when you vary it and cause the effect you're studying. That's a alternative hypothesis confirmation. Alongside the alternative is the null. So where in the alternative you have A will cause B, the null, zero difference result, is A will not cause B. Now, only one of those two outcomes are possible upon varying A. Either A will cause B, or A will not cause B. Now, the empiricism is offered because to have A cause B and not cause B is a violation of the law of non-contradiction. Only one can be true. It can either cause it or not cause it. Only one is possible. You can't cause and not cause it at the same time. That's absurd and a violation of the law of non-contradiction. Ergo, built into the method is a way of validating a suppositional statement empirically. You vary it, it causes it. Tick. Suppositional statement validated. You vary it, it doesn't cause it. Tick. You validate your null statement. You prove that statement. Only one can be and will be proven. So if it's up for argument, if it's up for debate, it's not science. There's no arguing with an empirical outcome. Oh, these flat earthers do an experiment and the globers won't accept it. These globers do an experiment and the flat earthers won't accept it. None of them are experiments. If they were, there'd be no arguing about it. But you're not doing experiments, are you? You're going and having a look at something. That's not an experiment. At best, you've got a natural phenomena yet to be observed. So if you get down there and go, look, the sun's above the horizon all 24 hours. Yeah, there's a phenomena for you. Now you need to put it through a method to establish what caused it. Oh no, it's the antipodal positioning assumption and heliocentric motion assumption that caused it. Why? Well, because I say that I travelled south and assumed I'm antipodal. Obviously, we all agree on this experiment. This is idiocy. Very expensive idiocy. I hope it cost you a fortune. I hope your stupidity cost you a fortune. While little old me sits in the warmth of my lounge, pointing out how stupid this all is.
The globe side doesn't accept it. And so I was looking for something where both sides are like, yeah, we agree that this is definitive.
Did you ask us? No, you're just making this up. But what? You must be trusted because you're a pastor. You opened with it.
But then it was also because it was possible, right? So, for example, going to space is not really possible. On the flat Earth side, it's not possible because space isn't real. And on the globe side, it's not possible because you'd need millions or billions of dollars to do that.
No, it's not possible on both sides. The globe doesn't have any less of a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. The flat earthers don't claim a sky vacuum. So what are you babbling about? There's only one side to that discussion when there's a space claim. It's not ours. There's not the flat earth position is X about space. Who the hell is claiming space from the flat earth side? You claim space. It fails because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas fills space. The sky vacuum, where these rockets are claimed to be going in journeys to soil in the sky, isn't real. It's a violation of a law of nature. If we're breathing high pressure gas, it must be under pressure. It can't just be next to a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr, not dispersing into it. That's your positive claim and the debunking of it. I don't have anything to say about the sky. We measure angles to lights in it. I can use that to prove flat Earth is being measured. It doesn't mean I have to make any claims about what you say is a sky vacuum. We just debunk it with entropic law.
That. And so just the fact that we could take a plane to Antarctica made it possible. And within reason financially, as I will be paying for a flat earther and a globe earther to go, I'll be covering all of those costs.
Why? It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy with an antipodal assumption. It's not an experiment, it has no independent and dependent variable, and you're yet to observe the phenomena if you're going to claim it. If you claim you get down there and see a 24-hour sun, I'll tick step 1 in the scientific method. Observed phenomena. 24-hour sun. Well, that's an unusual occurrence. I wonder what caused that. We'd have to formulate a hypothesis and naturalise it in the form of an experiment. What's that? The experiment was just going down and seeing it? What a clown. But you're going to, at great expense, go down and see if there is or is not a phenomena to study. Well, good luck in seeing if there's a phenomena to study. But once you've got that, you'll need to go through the rest of the steps. You don't just call the observation of a phenomena, yet to be even observed, an experiment. But you're a clown and a charlatan.
Campbell, you're muted.
Sorry, there was a bit of noise in the background. Wow, cool. So, I mean, I guess most of the people watching will understand, but with the flat Earth model, the sun...
Oh, so he's the one claiming the model, is he? Which flat Earth model would that be, dude? Can't see his name. Is it Campbell? So you're claiming a model. Sorry, whose guru is this? Anybody adhere to the Campbell flat Earth model? Raise your hands now. It seems like you're taking ownership of an entire community there, Campbell, with a model that nobody's subscribed to. Literally nobody here has subscribed to the model. Whatever it is you present, you're instantly misrepresenting us, my friend. Yeah? This isn't going to go well, is it, for Campbell?
Goes from the tropics across the equator, like from the Cancer to the equator to Capricorn. And so that means that you can get a 24-hour sun at the North Pole, but at the south end, because it's doing its biggest lap at 24 hours.
Our biggest lap? We take elevation angle measurements to give us measurements of time with respect to the sun, and we take positional data with respect to Polaris in the north and Sigma Octantis in the south. Okay, so what are you talking about? Kepler's analemma? What's he babbling about? He's talking about a circuit. It sounds very much like the David Weiss model that's on top of a globe projection. He's saying that the David Weiss model doesn't work. Is that what he's talking about? Okay. So ultimately, what this actually debunks is David Weiss and his app. Am I wrong? Campbell, you're under the impression that this debunks something that we hold true to because you've suggested that our model, as you universally stereotype an entire community, won't work with a sun-centric rotating sun above a azimuthal equidistant projection. That's garbage. That's not our claim. Dave Weiss's claim. Can you start ascribing this correctly to the idiots that actually believe in this crap that they lie about and punt with no verification for? I mean, we're talking about actual mapping, actual positional data, actual use of measurements to stars. You are holding up some globe projection with Dave's sun moving around it and pretending that this journey is going to debunk an entire community. This is an outrage. It's nobody else outraged by this. How am I doing, Jardo? Is he around? He's gone.
Our sun's basically impossible. So I guess that's the basis of your experiment.
No, it's not an experiment. Here's another man that doesn't know what an experiment is because he's not calling him out. Yeah, maybe you want to look up the definition of experiment, mate, because that isn't it. Looking and seeing isn't an experiment. Observing natural phenomena, maybe you can tick that on the list if he sees it. Step 1. Step 1, observe natural phenomena, is not step 4, experiment.
So this hasn't been done before. I think I've seen a couple of videos, but they're just sort of showing, because there's cameras, isn't there, down in Antarctica?
Yeah, so that's part of the controversy here, is that there are...
Well, if there's cameras down there, Have we not got phones? Have we not got... Correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen people posting TikTok videos from Antarctica recently. New videos talking about their experiences like Robert Shortman talked about them with me, but just with easier access to data and all the rest of the things that we are now privileged with. But they're uploading TikTok videos from Antarctica. So if they've got cameras down there, just get on the blower! Just say, yeah, just go out all the time like I did. I did it really easily for the North. I didn't even need to contact anybody. I just started running a hangout and people joined. There you go, here's the sun up above the horizon all day long in the North. No worries, it was really easy to obtain, thanks to the absolutely amazing internet. But what we need to take a really long journey at great expense to affirm the consequent? Nah, just get it tomorrow if they've got cameras down there now. They've got internet connection, right? You telling me the internet gets turned off at midnight? Just get it tomorrow. Right, they're already down there. I know it's not the Antarctic summer, but you get my general idea.
Our videos, supposed videos of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but the Flat Earth side has carefully looked at those and found edits and evidence of doctoring. And then there's other like surveillance type footage.
So on the one hand, edited videos. Me, I can get a northern 24-hour sun on a hangout at a drop of a hat, with very little promotion on a tiny little channel, without any prompting. People have tuned in to show me that there's a 24-hour sun in the North, on a mobile phone, without any difficulty whatsoever. Yet in the South, we've got edited videos. Why would that be necessary? Trying to prevent you from observing this phenomena, are they? Oh, my bad, it's a prevention of you doing an experiment in your own stupid mind.
In Antarctica, which is missing many hours a day when you follow the shadows. And so again, that just makes this all the more exciting. You've got the globe side thinks they have evidence that there's a 24-hour sun. You got the Flat Earth side pointing out issues with the videos, missing hours. And so it's like, okay, let's just go look for ourselves. Let's go figure this out.
Because... You want to just carry on to explain how this is going to prove something? Because the moment you do, I'll point out the consistency of your logic and how fallacious it is by pointing out the affirming the consequent fallacy. I mean, maybe you won't put it into the full formal logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Maybe you'll just beg the question. Well, we're going to the Southern Hemisphere. Well, so you're just begging the question. Straight up begging the question that we're on a globe already. You've already decided that it's a globe, therefore you've already assumed the outcome. It's either straight up begging the question, or if they've got a little bit more about them, they might just manage to formulate it into an affirming the consequent. But antipodal positioning is the ultimate begging the question fallacy in this instance. I assume when we're south, we're on the bottom of a ball.
And so you basically just need to, make a 24-hour recording with a timestamp, and that's the proof, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the proof that there's a 24-hour sun? Was your hesitance there, Campbell, because you didn't quite figure out how it's going to prove anything? Because that's the proof of a 24-hour sun that may or may not be there. Yeah, it is. It may or may not be there. What then? Do we then assume that we're on the bottom of a ball, antipodal from where we began in the North, and therefore it proves that the assumption of an antipodal positioning system that we've actually used on a ball is true because we assumed it all about ourselves before we did anything? Is that what we'll do? Is that the proof? It doesn't prove anything. Unless you assume antipodal positioning, then it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. I mean, that doesn't prove anything either, but no one's actually stated it yet. Just got people like Campbell going, so that's the proof? Yeah, it could be proof that there's a 24-hour sun and that's it.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be easier. We're definitely gonna do recordings, but it's gonna be easier because here's why. When we land, the sun will probably be in the sky. And then we're just going to sit there and see what happens. So on the flat Earth model, the sun should set.
So which model would that be? Would that be the Dave Weiss model that is actually being attacked here? The antipodal positioning system that is derived from celestial spheres will be ignored because obviously that's going to work with respect to the angle measurements off a plane to the sun. So we'll ignore that and just have the false dichotomy of Dave Weiss's shitty model. Sorry, I'm trying not to swear.
Wait a second. He said when they arrive, the sun will probably be in the sky? Oh, really? I was thinking it was going to be on the floor.
Either way, no one's explaining how and why this will prove a damn thing beyond the actual 24-hour sun observation itself. Nobody's putting it into the fallacy, except me. I'll do that all day long. And when you finally hear it from their lips, you heard it here first.
Meaning it won't be visible in the sky. In the globe model, it should do circles all around us 24 hours a day. And so it's going to be very...
So let's just ignore, because we haven't claimed it, what a flat Earth model will do. We haven't proposed one. I mean, you're debunking Dave Weiss. Meanwhile, let's focus on what you actually claim. On a globe model, that would be you begging the question of a globe model, but seeming to, think you're getting away with it because you're putting it in false dichotomy with what flat earthers say. So therefore it's justified that in false dichotomy I can make my assumption that we're going on the bottom of a globe. No, mate. Stacking your antipodal assumption against a flat earth model doesn't make it any less of an assumption of antipodal positioning, because you need a false dichotomy where you make that assumption, don't you, like you just did? We got there in the end, didn't we, Duffy? So on a globe model, so if you assume you're on a globe, no, you don't get to beg the question here. Why would you automatically assume the very thing you're trying to prove? So you've only got the if I'm already assumed to be on a globe, then I'll observe a 24-hour rotating sun. Well, then you'd need to prove the affirming the consequent begging the question P statement, wouldn't you, Duffy? You'd need to prove that you're moving antipodal on a globe rather than just suggesting that you are, to then affirm the consequent with whatever observation you may or may not see when you get to the bottom of the globe you've assumed. No, Duffy! That's called begging the question, assuming the very thing you're trying to prove. I mean, I'd then take you to the globe that you've now assumed, because you've now told us what you will be doing in this little proofsy you think you're going to have. We know you're assuming a globe model, don't we? Where did that come from, Duffy? Or did it come from a polaricentric angle measurement to a star? Its GP being the point that you start this concentric circle system that's flat. To get the angles, to start this system, to stretch them around a globe, for you to infer that we're standing on when we make this antipodal assumption in false dichotomy against a flat Earth model we're not claiming? No, Duffy, it was your little segue into assuming that you're on a globe. No, we don't want you to assume the very thing you're going out to prove there, Duffy. That won't do at all. And it won't slip us by when you put it in false dichotomy either. Shocking, innit? This is pathetic. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
We finally got the claim from Duffy. He just thought he was being smart when he formulated it into a false dichotomy. Well, on the flat Earth side, they say... Well, no, Dave Weiss says. Yeah. Dave Weiss will be exposed as a charlatan if it doesn't do that, because his model fails. That's about it. Now, we moan like buggery about how much he does not represent us, because he's a true earther. Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? I wouldn't call myself a flat earther. I'd call myself a true earther. It could be a really big globe, says Dave Weiss, who definitely doesn't represent me anymore. Meanwhile, he's got a straw man model that's being proposed as, the stereotype model that we adhere to, in false dichotomy. So that model versus an antipodal assumption from Duffy. We got there in the end, Duffy, didn't we, mate? You don't get to beg the question. Yeah, you don't get to assume the very thing you're trying to prove by saying, if I move to the bottom of a globe. Yeah, you'll need to prove you're on a globe before assuming you're on a globe to affirm the consequent. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Yeah, well, you know the plane they'll be flying on? Will the pilot of that plane be accounting for curvature?
No.
Because if not, then who cares what they see?
No, he won't. He'll be flying
the pilot
nose up with respect to the horizon, keeping and maintaining level flight the entire journey.
Well, the pilot, he or she can't account for curvature. It's not possible to account for curvature and fly a plane. You can't do it. Planes don't fly. If you try and account for curvature, the plane will fall out of the sky because it won't have any lift. So, stay into that.
Okay.
That's why if I was going to go on this thing, what I'd be focused on, I don't know why people like General Campanella aren't focused on this. I'd be focused on, let's see if the pilot is accounting for curvature.
Well, to answer
That's all
Jaren,
that
it's
matters
because
to me.
he's not too concerned about losing the flat Earth grift that we're engaged in. He's not worried about this potentially devastating fact that if you affirm the consequent and assume antipodal positioning, as Duffy's just laid out, that could be a big problem for the flat Earth grift that we're all taking part in. Just to answer your question.
Well, you know what's funny, Nathan? Just want to throw it out there. Just a couple of years ago, I wanted Wolfie to come up with the pitch data, right, from several international flights, right? And he refused. He said it's really expensive.
No.
And I
No.
said, why don't you just set up a thing then to come up with the money and get the pitch data? And everyone would chip in, and he refused to do it. How come Will Duffy is not making this whole thing way cheaper and just paying for pitch data?
They're saying it's too expensive for him, broke-ass pilot.
Well, he told me, oh, it'd be 100,000 or some load of rubbish. Will Duffy could pay for pitch data, could pay the money that Wolfie needs for pitch data. And that would prove or disprove. And everyone would chip in.
Hold on. Let's just rephrase that.
Chip into Will Duffy. I'd give Will Duffy money to make
No, that's good.
Help them out.
Hey, no, just lay it out as a demand, Brian. Lay it out as a demand. They're taking this journey at great expense with a flat earther and a globe earther. Okay, we're with you, right? Let's forget the fact that you're affirming the consequent and begging the question. You're going to be taking a plane, you just explained that in your method, to Campbell. Now, Brian has pointed out that there's an abundance of data that can be acquired from the flight itself, specifically pitch data. Now, Brian's going to demand that that be included in the data sets. Why would you exclude it? It's a massive journey across the terrain. Surely you'll include that. Right, Brian?
Yes. I might even make an official video about it. I probably should have done it last week, and I was thinking about it.
Absolutely, it's my idea.
Well, you could make the whole thing cheaper. There won't be any need to go there. All he needs to do is get the pitch data.
100 grand?
He won't.
He's a millionaire. Just drop in the ocean to him. He spent more on court battles, I'm sure. So we will expect this data. And if it isn't... Do you remember back in the day, Brian, where when we proactively started doing things, the demands upon us started to ramp up? Do you remember that, Brian? I remember it very distinctly. Well, what do you know? There's no financial restrictions for this millionaire. Now, Wolfie might be cheap and poor and not afford this data, but given the amount of expense that's being put on this experiment, I'd expect all the data, like all of it. I mean, this is just the start, isn't it, Brian? And we've got 6 months to start making our demands. I mean, he's out there saying that both sides are happy, that this false dichotomy is what we're happy with. Well, let's see if he actually pays attention to some of our actual concerns, because we're going to be very vocal about them, and it's going to get very, very, very expensive, Duffy. Very. Now, you could just concede immediately that you've affirmed the consequent with your antipodal assumption. You've just explained it to my audience. Obviously, this slips straight past Campbell. He thinks it's proof. Meanwhile, you've ignored us long enough, Duffy. Now you're actually doing something. You're spending money that you've got because you're a millionaire. Well, we're going to expect the flight data. And if you exclude it, we will automatically discount absolutely everything you have to say on this subject. Why wouldn't he give us the flight data? He's taking a flight, right? 100 grand, drop in the ocean. We'll be back to you, Will, with other things that we absolutely expect this to include in your experiment. We'll just keep ramping up the demands. And if you don't achieve them, obviously we'll discount absolutely everything to do with this quasi-experiment that affirms the consequent and assumes antipodal position. We'll just discount it immediately. You've decided to stereotype us on what we're happy with. Well, we're not happy, Duffy. We need that data. Don't we, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need to go to Antarctica. He just needs to get the pitch data from several international flights, and both he can get that. And if he wants to set up a GoFundMe to help him along, I don't expect him to pay for all of it. But he should throw in a good chunk of the money, whatever he's throwing in towards the Antarctica thing. Everyone will chip in. There's no reason why. See, let's say no better about the pitch data. You don't have to worry about whether there'll be clouds or not. You don't have to worry about whether or not you have to beg the question with an antipodal position. You don't have to do any of that. The pitch data proves whether it is or is not a globe.
Exactly,
That's
and
it.
we
You
shouldn't let,
don't even
because
gotta
we've had
tell
to
them.
do up until now, we've had to deal with Wolfie's, inability and lack of means when it comes to these things. Now, I'm not going to belittle Wolfie for being poor and cheap and not having the funds to do this. That's not, he's not a millionaire, and obviously he spent most of his money on his Coriolis detection equipment. So he's a bit strapped for cash at the moment. But he can appeal to someone who's considerably richer than him, which would be Will Duffy, who's got endless resources to spend on flat earthers to go to Antarctica. But we're going to need more. It's not enough to just observe a phenomena and call it experimenting correctly. We're going to need pitch data. We're going to need lots of it to compare it to as well, aren't we, Brian? We're not just going to need the data of your flight. We're going to need comparable flights from different directions around the world to make comparisons with it. You're going to need to provide all of it at your expense because you're the one doing it. I mean, unless you be called a charlatan fraudster who's not thorough and doesn't actually listen to what the opponents demand you provide us with. I mean, we did. We went out to the Isle of Man with tape measures when it was demanded of us. We had all sorts of demands laid on us when we were out there doing this. Well, it's good to see you out there, Duffy. We'll be expecting that data. This will be passed on to you. People will trim this clip out. It's been made really easy by YouTube to trim out clips of people's videos so you don't have to go through the editing faff that I had to go through and still do. If you're an audience member, you can just click the trim button and send that to Will Duffy. Our expectations. To hell with the expense. We need to settle this, don't we, Duffy? No, we don't. We already know it's measured flat and we'll be pointing that out every step of the way. We'll also be pointing out that you're affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that you're actually attempting to endeavour to achieve has been pointed out to the flat earther that's alongside you. So I'm just going to assume that Jaren's in on the joke now, Duffy. He already knows this doesn't prove a globe because I've explained it to him and he's understood. So your flat earth proponent's just sat there laughing at you. He may not tell you because, like us, he probably has absolutely no respect for you. But while we have absolutely no respect for you and we will convey our disgust about you, we're going to simultaneously demand expensive things from you. Because why wouldn't we? We've done it. We've been there, bought the T-shirt. Now it's your turn. We will expect lots and lots and lots of flight data to make these comparisons.
Get
it?
I'm going to make a dedicated video to it, Nathan. And I'm going to address it to him. And there's plenty of people that are on my channel that are ballers that are connected, that have direct connection to him. He'll definitely get a video about the pitch data. Because that whole thing will mean you won't need to even go to Antarctica at that point. You can go if you want. I don't care. But the pitch data will prove or disprove. That is the absolute linchpin. It either is or isn't. Pitch data will show it. It's that simple. There's no grey areas. There's no begging the question.
No, don't say they don't even have to go to Antarctica. I mean, they're already going. The trip's already planned, right? Just think about how much data a flight like that could provide. Loads of data. Bookloads of data. Right? So just, you're already going there. I don't see what the problem is. Just throwing a little pitch data. Tell us a little bit about curvature that you had to negotiate. Hey, not a problem, right?
Yeah, it's a massive problem. The maps they're using are utilising flat Earth planes of reference. There is no declination towards a ever-expanding cavity ahead of them. They're flying with nose up, level. Flight levels. People will be familiar with the call-outs if they've watched anything to do with aeronautics. When you hear a pilot being read out his flight level. That's a flight level. It's with respect to the sea level, a flat Earth. And the maps that have been made are with respect to the timings and positionings of stars above their head when the angle measurement off a flat Earth has been taken and noted and documented. That's how our Earth is actually negotiated. That's why we're asking for it. Yeah? We're not calling it an experiment, by the way. We're not saying we need the experimental data. It's absurd to suggest it. It's a category error. We're not going to fall victim to that. We just want the flight data. Meanwhile, there's a link going by in the live stream chat to Autodidactic. So let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Share the YouTube love, give him a like. Hopefully, if he were to respond, he would do the same for us and put a link to our video. Sharing the YouTube algorithmic love where we receive none as flat earthers. Real flat earthers, not people punting True Earth or Ether or Mount Meru or ice walls, or in this case, a fixed distance sun moving around an azimuthal equidistant globe projection that apparently represents all of us, according to Campbell.
Simple. It'll actually be easier on the flat Earth side. As soon as that sun is not visible anymore, then the experiment's over.
It's not an experiment, it's an observation of whether or not you have the phenomena of a 24-hour sun in the south. That's what you're actually doing. That's not an experiment. That's an observation. Now, when you say, it's over for the flat earthers, sorry, it doesn't do anything in the first instance, so what difference does it make to me as a flat earther? You somehow think that that's going to have some sort of prove or disprove aspect to it? No, you need a hypothesis to suggest what's being proven and disproven. I explained it earlier with an alternative and a null. Is your false dichotomy of flat earth Dave Weiss model versus my global antipodal assumption, was that your hypothesis? Now, that's called a false dichotomy. Your segue into antipodal assumptions.
They'll take a video of the glober that's there, and they'll say, hey, they'll ask him, is the sun visible right now? And if he lies and says yes, they'll say, okay, great, point to it, and he won't be able to. And if
this is meaningless. One man's opinion of whether or not something's factually done that you claim it does as a phenomena that you're yet to observe, that there's been fakery and forgery about in the south and easy to acquire information about in the north. The only thing that distinguishes the two is if you assume antipodal positioning when you stacked the two models up in false dichotomy, one of which included your antipodal assumption, when you said, if we're on a globe model.
he says no, and he's telling the truth, we have a setting sun, and the globe model is falsified.
You don't falsify models. You vary and manipulate variables to validate or invalidate a hypothesis. That's what an experiment is. You just don't know what science is. Yeah, hence you're not answering me when I asked you for your independent and dependent variable. That would be your observed phenomena and supposition of causal influencer. You didn't have that for me, Duffy. I've got something for you, though. Quite expensive data that'll need to be acquired, given that you're going to be journeying. And when you do, you'll be making an antipodal assumption. So we're going to need that antipodal assumption justifying in some way, and there's a very convenient way in the form of the flight data for the plane that will have flight levels to adhere to. The flight levels being described with their elevation above sea level. So we're going to need quite a lot of flat Earth prerequisites to be violated in that data for your antipodal assumption to square any sort of scrutiny. I like making demands of globers going out doing experiments. Yeah? Because as long as he maintains that it is an experiment, then we're absolutely justified in requiring the consensus view of what science is? Masses of data. Oh, well, definitely need it from the flight then. There's no doubt about it in my mind. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. Hang the expense, right? Smash the two chat, by the way. I'm really poor. Like Wolfie.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be definitely adding this into the video. Like, if he can get all this data, Wolfie is a professional super pilot.
No, he can't afford it.
He can get all this stuff.
No, he can't afford it.
But Will Duffy can afford it, and Wolfie can get it. So between Will Duffy and Wolfie, right? And I don't mind. He should. I'm okay with him setting up a GoFundMe or one of these, or give Send Go, and because it can be pretty. It's according to Wolfie, it's very expensive. So yeah, I'm sure everyone on both sides would chip in.
Oh, well, absolutely. I'll be the first. When Wolfie runs his GoFundMe, because he needs everyone to chip in a few quid, obviously being short and not being able to afford this data, what with it being so expensive beyond his means and that, like he did for me. He sent me a tenner. I'll be the first to send you a tenner, Wolfie, to help you out in your time of need when you need supporting because you can't afford this data because it's beyond your means. I mean, you could just go and ask Duffy, who's considerably richer than you, more successful than you, and has more money than you. I mean, we'll be demanding of it anyway. And if you want to collab, with these requirements being laid down on you, as opposed to the acceptance that the affirming the consequent fallacy and false dichotomy are what we actually accept, we don't, and we're making it explicitly clear. But if you need the extension of means, in spite of me being just above the poverty line, I'll still chuck you a tenner. Okay, Wolfie, I'll help you, mate. Thanks for your tenner. I'll repay the favour. No worries. I'll be the first one there.
You won't have to, because I'm talking about it. Give Send Go set up to help Will Duffy himself, because I know he's a wealthy guy, but that according to Wolfie, the pitch started may be expensive. So if we were to get that from several flights, the expense could add up. But Will Duffy could definitely throw in a good chunk of the money, and we could definitely get some pitch data and prove or disprove. Then there won't be any worry. You won't need to beg the question or go to Antarctica or worry about whether clouds will get in the way. There won't be any of that.
Exactly.
And,
we're saving him money, aren't we, Brian? We're saving him money, basically, aren't we?
He's going to save him money, exactly, and he's going to get the answer he wants.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to need that data there, Duffy. I know it's expensive, and Wolfie can't afford it. We're offered to help him, but you can, right? And it's expected now. The audience is going to let you know. Hopefully, a few of them will trim a clip from this live stream and make it absolutely abundantly clear what we've demanded of you. Obviously, lest you be a scumbag, we comported with all the demands back in the day. You can go and check; they're all publicised. Daily live shows with us doing it at the behest of our opponents. Well, it's nice that the tables have turned and we can start making some very expensive demands of you.
And
will that satisfy people though? Because I'm already seeing people.
Sorry, Brian, you rub it in a bit more. It's fun.
Yeah, I have a second demand, and it's actually a demand to know why Jerome Campanella was so slow to come up with this exact plan. Why is he not asking for the pitch data? He's fully aware of what pitch data would entail, of the implications of it. How come he's just saying, "Oh, it's probably going to be a globe if we see it"? Why don't you just look for the pitch data of the plane, Jerome? Why aren't you asking for these things? It's suspect.
Well, in the pre-show, I was told off for being harsh to Jaron because he's on our side, and Jardo agreed with him, but also said that Jaron's suffering attacks from every single side, so he's going into defense mode because everyone's calling him out about this, and they're all deserting him. So, in one way, while I lashed out initially and then removed all those Skype comments that he couldn't read to be disappearing into the ether, I do have to extend a little bit of empathy. I can understand how he feels, having been in the same position when Bob did that to me. So, I can empathise when suddenly everyone's attacking you on all sides, like Jaron's suffering at the minute. You kind of want to lash out.
No way! No. Yours was righteous.
Yeah,
what is he getting attacked for? Stupidity.
No, he deserves every bit of it. That's the difference. You didn't deserve any of it. He deserved every bit of it. He's deserving of every bit of it and more, if I can load it upon him.
You tried to educate them.
I can hear chocolate. I can hear Chocolate's mic open.
Okay.
Is it Chocolate's mic that was open?
Yeah, I was sure. I don't know what the latest with Jaron is. What's his position? What's his position on this? Like, what am I missing?
Okay, his position is he recognises the devastating danger that might befall Flat Earth based on this quasi-experiment. Now, let's ignore the fact that he has ostracised me personally for trying to explain what science is, based on the fact that he decries scientism. Nevertheless, he's going down for this experiment because he recognises the danger to Flat Earth. Now, based on that danger to Flat Earth, he perceives us criticising him as us worried about our Flat Earth grift being threatened. So he's righteous because he's recognised the danger and wants to go and see for himself and is prepared to be open-minded and go back on the globe and all that good stuff. Us not being open-minded and recognising the danger and wanting to, in his words, protect our Flat Earth grift makes us grifters and him the righteous, treading forth into the affirming the consequent that he's obviously now been made aware of by me subsequently since agreeing to do it, because I've let him know and he's affirmed that he understands the fallacies now. So maybe he's now a double agent, laughing all the way down to Antarctica, and when he gets there, he might say, so how do we prove that we're now on the bottom of a ball exactly? Because you're assuming that, are you? Because the moment he says that, he's won before anything happens. He can do it the whole way down if he wanted to really rub it in. Get to the airport. Hi, how you doing? So just out of interest, how are we going to prove that we're moving antipodal from our original position? I mean, we're here now, and we're going to use maps that have been derived from angle measurements off a plane. At what point do we actually confirm that we're on a ball? Because you're assuming it at this stage. Can we just not beg the question and have some proof of it offered? Or am I just going to be pointing out the entire way down that we're assuming antipodal positioning, therefore not proving a damn thing? Because we can do that. It's just Jaron could be laughing at him the entire way down. I hope he is, given that he now understands the fallacy that's being employed. Which he does. Okay, he's confirmed to me he does.
Did he state that he's worried about the position Flat Earth could be if if this is found, did he state that expressly?
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay, so by saying that he's obviously has no conviction in this, he's just stating something that hasn't been found as yet. If that's possible to be found, that could debunk his entire, well, whatever it is that he's doing. Okay, but now he's putting that on us as though we're scared because we might have to give up our flat earth rift, in quotes, as opposed to us when we're every day we're saying here it's measured flat. So whatever the hell the light in the sky is doing at whatever location does not matter to how the earth is measured. But okay, we're the ones who are scared. Do I have that all right?
Yeah, basically.
Is this serious, man?
Yes, this is serious. That's what he's basically said. A level Earth observer trimmed out a section. I couldn't go through the entire video to find it, so I just reacted to what level Earth observer played, and that was the sentiment he gave off. I recognise this could be a big problem, says Jaron. Therefore, the people who are attacking me on it, apparently we're one of them. I didn't know necessarily we'd done an overt job of attacking Jaron beyond pointing out the fallacy, which is what we're doing now. You know, in that respect, we're still not attacking Jaron. We're saying there's a fallacy being used. Fortunately, I can now overtly declare that he knows damn well what that fallacy is. I've explained it to him. In spite of him constantly calling me a grifter, the greater good must prevail when we already know the danger that these people can put themselves in, with Netflix as an example. The same fallacy being fell victim to in that instance too. It's just that time I explained it to Bob after the fact rather than before. Well, now I've explained it to Jaron before the fact. He knows damn well it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. I've explained it to him. Me, the grifter. He thanked me for it. And then called me a grifter.
I think he was thanking you sarcastically, Nathan. I think
Regardless,
the whole thing was sarcastic.
Don't care. My conscience is clear. When someone attacks me in 6 months when I said I told you so, I've already explained how the fallacy works. The fact that you're now falling victim to the fallacy when I've already explained it overtly means that my conscience is clear. I couldn't have done anything more to try and mitigate for this garbage disaster that now befalls us in the Antarctic summer. Well, no, it won't be befalling us at all if it befalls a whole group of people that suddenly detach themselves from the subject because, oh my God, they've seen a 24-hour sun. Therefore, we are definitely assumed to be on the bottom of a ball. They assumed it when they went down there, is what I would say. Us so far, thank you very much for the super chat. It says, is Captain Cook's circumnavigation around Antarctica data legit? He logged 63 miles in a 3-year expedition. What evidence could this be for, if any? I don't know, I haven't validated it. That's the point. What we have in terms of the maps and models and ground positions of locations of the stars at given times is the data that we actually utilise and create maps with. In terms of a anecdotal account from Captain Cook, I'm no more likely to accept that than I am accepting of Admiral Byrd's description on the chronologiscope or whatever it's called, where he describes more land in Antarctica. One man in his account as a paid government official isn't much value to me when there's a massive deception specifically about the land. Now, Captain Cook's narrative is actually quite useful for the Feast of Nonsense, us so far. That is to say, it lends credence to a cherry-picking, confirmation bias-seeking flat earther who wants to tell you there's a bleeding ice wall. Why? Because of one government official that says there is. Here's his account. Okay. So, space bad, NASA bad, government bad, hidden hand, other than when it affirms my bias of an ice wall, which is nonsense and not confirmed. Hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did you all go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me? I recently put a link to Autodidact's channel, so as I've done a few calls to action, I'll do another one right now. Please let Autodidact know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me by clicking on the link, leaving him a nice polite comment, giving him a thumbs up, helping him in the YouTube algorithm. He does seem to be giving off a bit of a flat earther vibe, which does tend to suggest that he'll be suppressed in the YouTube algorithm were he to cover this subject matter. It might not be his main focus of expertise from my experience, limited though it is. But I would hope to help him in the YouTube algorithm in some small way if we can do. The hope being, selfishly, that he would do the same for us if he was to respond. Same as any other YouTuber that we cover. So please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a nice polite comment and a thumbs up on the autodidactic video that we are covering. which is going to Antarctica to prove flat Earth. That's the name of the video. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
People in the comments saying, you know, it doesn't matter, it's flat. So, I mean, people, let us know right now. Can you give us a comment if you think that would change your mind if you're a flat earther? If you were to have Campbell come back and say, I've seen it, I've seen the 24-hour sun, would you believe that?
Yeah, those are two different, that's a compound question. Is Earth flat? Would you believe there's a 24-hour sun if you saw it? Okay, let's answer those. Yes, I'd believe there's a 24-hour sun if I saw it. I've seen one. I just didn't assume I was on the bottom of a ball when I saw it. I mean, I could say this northern sun proves they were antipodal from the south. I could, but there's more northerners, isn't there? So let's be honest, people are going to be more receptive to assuming antipodal positioning and a begging the question fallacy when they travel to the south. Especially if there's some ambiguity about whether or not something in the sky does something. That you can then say proving it does do it, or doesn't. Proves a false dichotomy, where I subtly slip in and affirming the consequent fallacy, and an antipodal assumption by begging the question of antipodal positioning on a globe, stacked up in false dichotomy against Dave Weiss's model. Suddenly the representation for all flat earthers.
Be very interesting to find out.
Yeah, and again, you know, I do need to give credit where credit is due, and I came up with this idea from flat earthers. So the first person I heard talk about it was Dave Weiss, Flat Earth Dave. He flat out said, if there's a 20...
Boom. It's not us. So you're debunking Dave, as I correctly identified. You hear that? Is anybody listening? Is anybody paying attention? Dave is doing us harm. This entire thing is based on Dave and Dave's model alone. That's what it's based on.
But Dave is not a flat earther, so he just said he didn't. He obviously is confused. Dave's a true earther. Nothing to do with me. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah. He's out there calling himself Flat Earth Dave and putting us in positions where models that might fail will prop up a straw man false dichotomy with a begging the question antipodal globe in it. Yeah, this is what we're left in. People say, why are you attacking your own side? Because they put us in positions like this.
24-hour sun, then the flat Earth model is not true. And then, if you guys remember, there was an in-person debate in Nashville in December between Dean Odell, who's a flat Earth pastor, and Greg Locke, who's a globe pastor. And that debate, I was there in person, and it turned into a dumpster fire. But toward the beginning of that debate, Dean Odell said from stage, he said to Greg Locke, he's like, Greg, if we want to settle this debate, come with me to Antarctica for a week. And if the sun sets, we live on a flat Earth. But if it does circles above our head, we live on a ball. And so this is a very valid experiment. And there has been a little bit of backpedaling, but just so people can understand, on the flat Earth model, I don't know of a flat Earth model that can account for a 24-hour sun in the south in Antarctica. And so again, Antarctica.
Who cares? I mean, all you're doing now is justifying your false dichotomy, which is irrelevant. Your side of this positive claim is that you move antipodal. That's your claim. Who cares what you strap onto it in false dichotomy as a straw man in this instance? Dave's model fails. Say it like it is. You didn't. You made it clear that Dave gave you the idea and then started to reassert that as being a flat Earth position immediately afterwards, much to my disdain.
Is this ice wall, essentially, that encompasses all of the
Where'd you get that from? Dave also? Shocking.
continents on the Earth, and it holds in all of the water on the Earth.
Yeah, you could go beyond it and have a nice hot summer holiday, according to Dave Weiss. Yeah, he was telling Roseanne all about it, the ice wall. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we, the flat earthers, not true earthers, not it could be a bigger ball Dave, we were disgusted by that.
So the difference is between the globe model and the flat Earth model.
Sorry, Dave's model. The difference between your antipodal assumption stacked up in false dichotomy with Dave's model.
When it comes to Antarctica, are very different.
Dave's model is different to your antipodal assumption. Yeah, you're going to need to prove your antipodal assumption rather than beg the question of it and put it into a form of logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent, because I'll just be pointing that out for every single day that passes between now and when you go down there to see if there's a phenomena to observe or not.
On the globe model, it's small.
There it is. On the globe model, when I assume antipodal positioning, They brushed past that pretty quick. So on the globe model, you're already on a globe. That's called begging the question. On a globe model is you've already decided the outcome, haven't you?
And it's an island. On the flat Earth model, it's way bigger and it's holding.
But on Dave's model, actually based on an azimuthal equidistant globe projection, Dave's model, stop saying flat earthers model. He might call himself Flat Earth Dave, but you've identified whose crap model this is. It's Dave's. You're a fighting man, right? You want to fight against this model that Dave made. Don't ascribe it to me.
Holding in everything. And so you can't, on the flat Earth model, you can't travel.
On Dave's model? You seem to constantly be reasserting that this is my model. It's not.
South. And when the sun is doing its biggest circuit over the Tropic of Capricorn, where you are on that ice wall, you can't have a sun going like this around you. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the picture of the globe in my head and how it works, like how it goes from
It's behind him.
24 hours in Antarctica, and then obviously the same in the north. We're on a tilt, right? They say 23.4 degrees. Is that right?
With respect to an axis that needs a horizontal plane to describe it, that's a flat Earth proof there, Campbell. Obviously not up to date with the flat Earth debate if you're describing axes and their tilt that needs a description to come from a flat Earth plane, mathematically speaking. Obviously, it's a conceptual description, it's mathematical. You're describing an axis that needs a flat plane.
Yep.
But the tilt doesn't. I suppose the tilt changes, does it? As okay, I think
Yeah,
okay. So it'll display.
You're on. What the hell?
Yeah, when the north is tilted toward the sun, that's
right. When the north is tilted towards the sun, that would require you measured. Is it the analemma, Brian? Oh, maybe it's buggered off. That would require you measure the sun with respect to a flat plane to describe its positional information. You then take that information and convert it with a polaricentric system that gives you a radial value into a spherical projection from the equatorial plane, extending out to the celestial plane with a globe in the middle and you in the middle of that. That's how you get that description, to convert it into an orbital motion by way of Kepler, to then give an axis described from a flat plane pointing in a direction from the projected globe surface. Yet you'll need a flat plane to start this process to infer Kepler's orbital motion, to describe you on that projected plane you've reified pointing in a direction towards the sun, in that sun-centric system. This all starts with flat Earth measurements.
That's when you have the 24-hour sun in the north, which is right now, if you're far enough north. And that's on both models. You have a 24-hour sun.
Oh, I see why. So you're saying that by having a 24-hour sun in the north, it's fine because on Dave's model, that's all cushy? Well, why couldn't you just assume antipodal positioning without doing a damn thing except observing that sun? Just set it in false dichotomy. If we observe a 24-hour sun in the globe, then we are positioned antipodally from the south when we observe that in the north. Doesn't seem to have the same impact, does it? Yeah, but for the fact that you've stacked it up in false dichotomy with Dave's model, this would be completely ineffective, wouldn't it? But he needs to stack it up in false dichotomy with Dave's model so you don't notice his antipodal assumption. That's the only reason it's done this way. Notice how we can pick it apart at every single level of the discussion and debate. It's not, we're measuring Earth flat. That's what 10 years of experience in this discussion will do for you.
But then when the south is tilted toward the sun, that's when you get
right, when it's tilted towards the sun in the opposite direction on an antipodal projected globe from the flat plane of the south that we measure all the angles to the stars with. Now, you'd still need to be on a flat plane describing angle measurements to stars in the south on a plane just upside down in your imagination. No, you're still on a flat plane with the sky above us, even when we describe the south. I mean, we can sandwich them together in the celestial sphere, but you'll never have that view, ever. You can only experience north or south with a hemispherical view basing the angles that you will see of the stars with respect to a flat plane you're measuring them from. Yeah, you're not justifying antipodal positioning when you describe an extraction from those measurements by way of Kepler. All it does is it affirms your religious doctrine that you're now blarting out in justification. Well, if we're tilted towards the sun, you mean if Kepler's orbital motion's true? Well, if Kepler's orbital motion's true, we'll trust the flat plane measurements he used, won't we, Duffy?
You get the 24-hour sun in the south. So on the globe model, you should have 2 different 24-hour suns at different times of year. And then here's the key.
Here's the key. I just assumed that I will be antipodal in the south. There's the key. But here comes my big hand movements to gesture away like a magician with a card up his sleeve. The point is you've just assumed antipodal positioning.
Going in opposite directions. So on the globe model in the north, the 24-hour sun goes left to right. And if there is a 24-hour sun in the south, it goes right to left.
What? Is he having me on?
I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be a globe claim, or is he getting this like directly from Dave? You know, all the flat earthers were saying that if this 24-hour sun doesn't exist in Antarctica, then it's flat. Because obviously, they would have a hard time claiming it, being that he's literally trying to go now to go get the evidence of that. So I don't think that's something that they would claim too tough. But now he's going off because flat earthers say it doesn't exist, and if it did, then it'd be flat, and that's why he's doing this?
No, he's doing it because it doesn't work on Dave's model. He then, after ascribing it by name to Dave, says that that's what flat Earth is. And if it fails on a flat Earth because of these reasons, my version in false dichotomy with my antipodal assumption must be true. That's his position.
And then again,
crap.
You say that's crap? It is crap.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crap. It's just a fallacious bit of logic that's being employed by this guy at great expense. Well, more for you.
if the flat Earth model is accurate, there will be no.
If Dave's model is accurate, no, it isn't. He doesn't know how far the sun is. He's got him moving around in circles above a globe projection. But if that model's correct, no, it isn't. Plenty of opposers to that crap with the azimuthal equidistant projection. Plenty of people don't like it that are flat earthers. I've had many, many, many people opposing it.
No 24-hour sun at all in Antarctica.
Yeah, because obviously the sun always rises in the east, so that would be left to right up top, right to left.
So relative direction versus an eastward direction? So does left or right not change when you turn around, buddy?
To the bottom.
It's not ascribable to left and right until you said on the bottom. Let's just hear that again, because there's the guy, hook, line and sinker, suckered in to the antipodal assumption, isn't it? There's where it actually happened. Where's my mouse gone? There it is. Let's do a J.
Be no 24-hour sun at all in Antarctica.
Yeah, because obviously the sun always rises in the east, so that would be left to right up top, right to left at the bottom.
So
No,
at the
that's
top and
completely
at the bottom, just for a second, you can get to his stupidity in terms of the relative directions of left and right. My God. Anyway, you can get to that in a minute. I know you want to get your teeth into it, but there's the antipodal assumption. On the top of a globe, sorry, why are you already on the top of a globe? So you've already decided you're on a globe then? So, but for the fact that you've automatically assumed that you're on a globe, the statement that a 24-hour sun's going to happen affirms the consequent. It's an affirmation of your statement that if you assume you're on a globe and at the top we will have X and at the bottom, yeah, you'd need to prove that though, wouldn't you? Yeah, assuming it and then going down and observing something doesn't prove it. It affirms the consequent. Don't know how many times I say it till I'm blue in the face. But now Brian's going to rip you a new one in terms of your comprehension of absolute directions versus relative directions. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, he's completely wrong. If you're looking north or south of the equator, then all the celestials are moving from your right to your left. If you're looking south, north, or south of the equator, then all the celestials are moving from your left to your right. They're still going east to west. It's like, it's so stupid that these people still can't get this 9 years later.
No, that's never right. If I'm watching a roundabout with cars going around it, and I watch them come from my right and go to my left, and then I cross the road onto the roundabout and turn around, I mean, they're going the other direction, Brian, aren't they?
I mean, it makes me curious as though, like the guy just said, the sun always rises in the east. Okay. So how would your compadres feel who want to say that because we move antipodally to the other side of the ball, they would appear to go the other way? The sun would appear to rise in the west? Like that would be a problem.
How are you going to describe west if you haven't got a flat plane to describe it with respect to?
You don't.
No, you don't. It's almost like some of the fundamental principles that rely on Earth being flat are being employed before the fact to affirm the consequent and beg the question of antipodal positioning after the fact when stacking it up against Dave Weiss's model. I mean, it's almost like that was a 12-second summary of exactly what's going on here.
It's the same
Well, it
theory
worked out
behind
for the
why
longest time.
the stars rotate. Like, if you look, I think north is anti-clockwise, whereas if you go to where you are, you see the stars rotate clockwise.
Like, no, let's not do it again. He's done the same thing. It's just
he
not.
just doesn't understand.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. Let's just move past it. We've done it once.
Thank you, Angel.
I would believe Campbell if he told me he saw the sun.
Good response, Campbell. yeah, thank you. Yeah, that would be what I would have said too if I didn't want to embarrass him.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you go.
man.
So Campbell is a voice. I think you should take him because this is what we need to talk about. How much does it cost? Because you've invited so many people. You've invited, how many was it? 48.
Yeah, so I invited 24 flat earthers and 24 globe earthers, and I didn't do a good job of explaining why.
You still haven't, mate. I mean, you dropped it in with the false dichotomy, but you still haven't explained it to these guys. Because when Campbell tried to clarify what was being proven, he went, prove it? The 24-hour sun, which is all you'd do if you observed it. That's all you'd be proving. Right, I'm going to do a quick shout out. So later on this evening, we are having a Quantum Eraser live stream. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel for QE Live, open discussion, so you can join if you're a member of the public and express your views on this very subject. So QE will be covering this, which is the Will Duffy final experiment, which it isn't. So that's what QE is covering today live. I'm sure everyone's going to be delighted that it's not Witsit. You came under some fire earlier before you got here, QE, for spending too long on Witsit. I did try and warn you.
He's right to spend that length of time.
It's got a mixed bag of reviews. I'm not saying that's the overarching opinion. I'm just saying one person said it and I warned him. I'm having a breakfast. All right, QE, I'll come back to you later after we round out and go into the after show then.
Yeah, I got it. Oh no.
Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, be here or be sphere for QE Live, which is later on this evening. Just get his thumbnail up later. There we go. So yeah, check it out. It'll be at 7 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. Central Standard. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. Did you like my plug?
Excellent plug. Aren't they embarrassed, these people that are going to this stupid non-experiment?
No. Like I moaned about throughout this show, I can be what's the word? Extradited? Is that the correct word? No. Forgot the word. What's it called where they ban you? Banished. Banished. That's the word. I can be banished for saying that science proves things. But our opponents, they'll jump on a boat with them. And go and do an experiment that isn't really an experiment. So, you know, the standards here are outrageous, really. But there we go. I'm a tolerant man.
Well, you're just scared that it's going to prove a sphere.
Yeah, it's going to really affect my grift. So all of you who've been giving me money to talk about Flat Earth, apparently you are supporting me in my grift of Flat Earth. When I say Earth is measured flat, no. It's not like I can just demonstrate an elevation angle and how maps were made. No, that's a grift, right? Really, I should be terrified about how Earth might be proven to be a sphere if I travel antipodal by assumption and observe a phenomena and call it an experiment. I should be terrified of that. The fact that I'm not is me being worried about my flat Earth grift being threatened. Yeah, okay.
Well, flat Earth grift when the pitch data that we're requiring now that we're asking Will Duffy to get, then that would prove or disprove the situation. So how would you be worried about your grift if you're asking for him to produce? You're giving him a suggestion of something he can acquire that will be absolute proof. How is that a grift? That wouldn't be a grift.
No. Well, we're going to be making more and more demands, Brian. I mean, obviously, they're out there proactively doing this stuff, and they want to satisfy all of their detractors, just like we did back in the day, back in 2017, when we were out at the Isle of Man. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Never take the heat off. Never. Week after week after week, non-stop.
Unless they turn.
Oh, it's coming. It's still coming. This is just a little sidebar. Hey, Nathan, who was the single terrorist sympathizer that was
Gado.
meow 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 meow? Who was that?
Gado.
Put him on mute, and then we'll berate him.
Don't berate him. Be grateful for his critique.
Too funny.
I actually said you weren't.
What did he actually say?
Said Kiwi wasn't very funny.
As long as he didn't disrespect his singing voice, because Kiwi, he could sing.
I mean,
I thought the point wasn't a comedy show. It was to expose a pretender clown, double speaking Sora.
No,
he's in the wrong genre.
Not if you want to pander to the masses.
Again?
Hold on.
I said not if you want to pander to the masses. His argument was that based on your attitude, 9 out of 10 people would be put off when they arrived at your channel. Now, I'm not going to disagree with him. You know, you're quite obnoxious.
Like, well, let them go. The boy grifter, the boy zero sky grifting.
No, let me re-paraphrase his argument in sincerity. Let me just rephrase his argument in sincerity. His actual argument was to say, you come to the subject, and suddenly you've got your paradigm taken away, a lot like we describe, and then there's an empty void, again, a lot like we describe. But then they're going to seek out that void to be filled by something, and inevitably they come across the people we're critical of, like Witsit. But at that moment, the person that is temporarily fulfilled, let's just say, by what Witsit has to offer with Ether and Dave's Ice Walls, whatever it may be, they then come to us and just hear us ripping to shreds what they, at that point, invested in and wanted to hold near and dear. So they're just going to disregard your sentiment because of your attitude, when the people that we're competing with have a lot more hippy-dippy, carefree, warm, appealing demeanor in their presentation style, whereas us being detrimental and derogatory towards their garbage isn't as warm and fuzzy when someone comes to it. It's harder to digest, it's not as easy going, and that will put a lot of people off. Now, in context, you can't really disagree. You can't please all of the people all the time, and in this instance, when you're being critical of someone else who might be offering you a sense of pain relief, you're going to find that more people are put off because of that by its very nature. But that's not to say he's wrong. He did also say you're not very funny. I'd have to agree.
It doesn't put off the sincere people. It puts off the pretender clowns, because the people that are sincere and want truth, they're going to enjoy the people like that being exposed. I'm sorry.
Where did he come up with these 9 out of 10? What poll did he take? It seemed to be just something he just made up. Give me a break.
No, it's true. It's like 9 out of 10 cats prefer whiskers.
Yeah. Listen, I tell you. What David Weiss and them do, what they all do, is they give you lovely warm blankets, lovely cozy blankets on a cold night, when you're a cold night when you've just left the globe, and they give you warm milk, and in that milk there's roofies.
Do they? I didn't get a blanket. Did you get? I didn't get a blanket. I want a blanket.
I don't agree. I think they're giving them a false one.
You ruined the end. The point being is they take advantage of it. They put a lovely warm blanket around your shoulders, give you nice warm milk, then they take advantage of you.
What do they put in the milk?
Roofies.
Roofies in the milk?
That's what I say, but Nathan had to jump in.
We're here for a pretty unique experience, one that we don't get from most places.
I don't know. I must be different because when I first heard how it was being dealt with here on this channel in QE, I was like, wow, this is it. This is it. Nobody else is doing this. But some people listen and get offended. I don't get that. It's not like you're pulling them up on something that's they don't deserve being pulled up on. They're talking about stuff that can't be validated. And they're pushing it as it is. You keep going after them. Turn up the heat, and like Brian said, never lower the heat.
Oh, those furnaces need to be blasting 24/7, 365. These people are pretending to be flat earthers, and they're out there poisoning the good work of other people who are real flat earthers. That's what they're doing.
Like who? Name names.
Well, me, you.
No, not the
Huey,
people who they're pretending to be like. Who are the LARPers?
Oh, David White's with General Campanella.
I don't know if they're LARPers. I just think that they're back in the belief stage, and want to pepper it with caveats because they don't really know, do they?
Oh, Nathan, if you think at this stage that these people are just naive, then you are the naive one. I have no answers for what you just said.
Outrageous. How dare you? Hello, Adam.
Good evening, guys.
Look, it's just like Adam came in. If Adam was to go start a channel and start talking nonsense, you don't think he'd be ripped apart by QE and Nathan and the rest? Yes, he would, because it has nothing to do with the person. It's what's coming out of their pie hole.
Yes. But we do what we do.
Thanks.
Hello.
Go on, whoever that was in Discord.
Is it all right if I ask a question?
Sure, Endless. Go ahead.
It's about the star rotation, actually. The is the claim? I know. Maybe I'm an idiot, but we'll talk.
Go ahead.
Aspects of it.
I don't know what that laughing was about. Go ahead.
Is the claim that all the stars rise in the east and set in the west?
What about it?
That's not a claim.
Well, I mean, Polaris for one doesn't do that.
Yeah, with the exception of Polaris.
Well, how about the Big Dipper from, say, where you are in London? It goes.
All of them do it.
What?
Yeah, everything.
Right. So some of the night it would go from, say, 3 o'clock in reference to Polaris, and then it goes over the top 12 to 9, and then sometimes it goes from 9 to 3. Is that still east to west, or?
Is that you talking about?
You know what I mean?
That's what the Big Dipper does from your location. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's say not my location, but say you're in England, looking north.
Hang on. Are you saying that the Big Dipper does not go around in a circle around Polaris?
Well, yeah, I am. Yeah, like I use the clock kind of metaphor. So you got like at its highest altitude.
I'm just interested. I'm not attacking you. I'm just interested because that's not the official claim from astronomy.
I've watched the Big Dipper plenty.
I mean,
it always does the same thing from my location. I've spent plenty of hours watching the Big Dipper and pointing it out to my kids and watching what it does. But if you're saying it doesn't go in that direction, what are you suggesting?
No, well, I mean, I'm just I'm describing like a clock face, say.
Yeah.
and say the 12 o'clock position of the Big Dipper, like when it's got the highest elevation, and then 6 o'clock would be its lowest elevation?
Well, no, you can't do it that way. You're
No, you
describing
can't do
something
it
that
that way.
would be describing its direction with respect to a plane of a clock lay horizontally.
Hmm.
Well, you can't do that. You're describing its elevation angle with respect to how you
Yeah.
view it with respect to time as it moves from east to west.
You're talking about what you see in the night sky from, let's say, from dusk to dawn, kind of thing. But that would be different. Now, the claim that it goes around in a circle is just what people, we assume it to do or whatever. That's what we see. There's either way the stars always come from our east and go to our west. East and west are always evolved every day, all day.
Yeah, it's just a way of ascribing an actual direction. So you've got something that you can start with, in this case north, to describe the rotational direction with, in this case east to west. Because everything else that you could attempt to describe that with, like your clock face, is a description that can be abused as in its relative, like left and right. That's why we snickered at the guy that we were responding to on the live show. Because when you start describing things with relative directions, it's not much use. But when you've got an absolute direction like north, you can suddenly start to describe how the motion presents itself to you in a way that is accurate. I mean, this isn't particularly useful for us. I mean, in terms of what the stars do, they move, with the exception of Polaris, which means we can draw out a grid with Polaris. But with all the other stars, we know where they're going to be at a given time, i.e. where they're going to be above the land or sea at a given time. That's the most useful aspect of what they do when they move.
Yeah, I get the celestial navigation argument. I'm all on board with that. I think it's part of the, like, I guess it's a conceptual problem that people are having when talking about the sky and how it's described and how it appears that maybe trips people up. Because, like, at certain times of the year, when it gets dark and the stars come out, the Big Dipper will be pointing a certain way. It'll be like in the 3 o'clock position, say.
I think I know what you're trying to describe. So when this was described to me by Phuket Word about the moon and how it moves through the sky, he described it like a wagon wheel, like it's rolling through the sky. Well, the same is applicable
that's
to
what
the
it
sky.
looks
What
like.
you're saying is that the point that it's tied to on the North Pole as an axis of rotation, if you describe it that way, well, the stars move relative to that. So they're effectively turning, pointing towards the North Star as they turn. Is that what you're trying to describe?
Yeah, I mean, it almost makes like the swastika kind of thing over the course of an entire year, like the 12 o'clock, 3, 9,
yeah, I get
6.
you. Yeah, as it moves around the North Star, it's not like it's when you just say east to west, it's oversimplified. You're describing a rotational motion, something that you can have as an absolute direction to start with. But when you're describing it in terms of how you actually have it presented to you visually, you're saying it's moving its entire orientation around the North Star. Yes, it does.
Yeah, and so when they do like the star trails, you kind of get that full circle.
Yeah.
Say.
Yeah.
And so even though it's doing that around a central point, it's always going east. Or west, sorry.
Yeah, as
east to west.
As an entirety, you can take the motion and point for one star and say, well, okay, in terms of the direction that this whole body of stars is moving, it's east to west. But when you get to the point where you say, well, this star's never going to reach the horizon, yeah, but it's still moving in that rotational direction around the North Star.
Because I get the same effect. I'm in the south, obviously. about 40 degrees south. And so I get the same effect with the crux, the Southern Cross.
Right.
It does basically the same thing.
South
Over
of
the course
what?
of
There is south in all directions, so you have to say, are you south of it or east of
You
Sorry, I
get
can't
closer to
really
the
hear
mic,
you.
Johnny. I can't hear you.
South is in all directions from the north. So if you say, yeah, I'm from south, I'm in south, then you have to be more specific.
Yeah, I'm in Tasmania,
Okay, then you are
40 degrees
from
south
the north to 40 degrees south,
of the
west
equator.
from the North Pole, from the center. That's you have to say, because south is in all direction from the north.
Sure. I'm just comparing the apparent motion I see in the sky. Like if I was to do a star trail here, I would get a similar effect using the Southern Cross compared to using the Big Dipper in the north.
Did you know that
then,
the Southern Cross? Did you know that the Southern Cross can supposedly be seen from the UK in May?
Oh yeah, I mean, in the middle of winter here, there's a point where the crux almost touches the horizon, and if you assume a bunch of globe stuff, then it would be at its zenith over the Sandwich Isles, off the coast of.
Hold on a sec, Johnny. Can you go on mute?
Argentina.
Your line's going nuts, Johnny.
Okay, no problem. But I want to talk with you about something afterward.
Yeah, fine. As soon as this guy's done, you can go next. It's just you're causing a bit of feedback while you're waiting with your line open. That's all. Yeah, Denders. Or was that it?
Oh, that's pretty much it. I see something that appears similar in the south as the apparent motion that you get from the Big Dipper in the north.
Yeah.
I think this is the source of the issue for many people.
Why?
Because they have preconceptions about what the sky is.
How do you mean?
I understand what it means.
Well, just let him put it into his words. Then Johnny's going to go next.
Well, I mean, the claims they make, how can you have two rotations in the sky if you assume that we live on, if you reify the AE model.
Sure. But with your first statement, how can we have two rotations in the sky? We do.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I see them.
Okay. So what's the next bit?
Well, if you reify the AE model,
sorry, hold on.
then you get confused.
What's he mean, two rotations? What?
That's what I'm wondering.
Just the apparent. We're agreeing up until a moment ago.
Yeah, we do. I've seen both of them.
If you were to do a star trail in the north,
Cross, if you compare it to what it looks like as it moves across the sky in the south, is comparable to the Big Dipper in what it does in the north. I would completely agree. I've seen both. I know what they both do. Yes, I completely agree.
I'm not agreeing. I'm sorry. What are you trying to say with two rotations? The stars don't rotate two different ways.
Not saying they do.
Yeah, he is.
You're affirming what my son is saying. That's what you're doing, and he's listening.
No, don't worry about it. Yes,
maybe I'm
he
missing
is.
something. Maybe I'm missing something.
If you were to do a long exposure star trail photo, looking south from here towards, like, what is it called? Sigma Octantis or whatever, with the crux doing what it does over the course of a night, it would look the same as if you looked north at Polaris and used the Big Dipper to do the same thing.
What do you mean look the same?
What he means is that it would the Southern Cross would rotates around this a Sigma Octantis as a center point in the south, and the Big Dipper does the same with Polaris in the north.
Yeah, but they're still rotating in the same direction.
Yeah, I don't have any.
But they're still coming to us in the same direction, but the two rotations there's still actually two rotations in the sky.
Yeah, I don't think he's suggesting that
And
they
if
go in
you
opposite
reify
directions.
the AE model, that's a problem. It's the same way if you reify the AE model and assume that the sun has to do a certain thing in Antarctica. It's all wrapped up in the same problems that come about from reifying the AE
Yeah,
map
I completely
into
agree.
reality.
Yeah, in the live show, I
Oh,
was
boy.
repositioning that as, well, Dave's model fails. Okay, so Dave's
Yeah,
model fails.
it does.
Yeah, people have been saying it for 10
It
years.
fails in
People,
what way?
one of the very
Yeah.
first things people detracted against the mainstream flat Earth, if you want to call what has turned into true Earth, was that we don't buy what the azimuthal equidistant map does. And if you've got a better understanding of how the map's projected, you understand how it can function from the centre out. So when you start drawing a line across it and going, oh, that doesn't work, you're like, well, yeah, it doesn't. Because it's a globe projection. And it's got distorted southern lines. Because you haven't got the same basis to produce those lines on that projection as you have with the north. So the north functions fine on the azimuthal equidistant projection. But then in his false dichotomy, that will guy was like, well, that's why we don't use the north, because it works fine on both models. You're like, doesn't mean you can't affirm the consequent for your globe side. You don't have to stack up in false dichotomy. But just because it works on the flat Earth model, okay, well, you say it works on the globe model, just assume that the south is antipodal from the north. Oh, it doesn't have the same weight to it, does it?
It's all nonsense. What
Yeah.
globe
Yeah,
model?
yeah, but the whole thing is silly. You're trying to amalgamate what's happening with the sky with what's on the ground. You can't. We don't know what the sky is. It doesn't adhere to terrestrial anything. So we can't try and amalgamate that and make the two of them part of some kind of ad hoc model. You can't do that. It's ridiculous to even speak about it.
Because when you're using the sky and
Oh boy.
Yo, what up, bro?
I
What up?
was
The only reason I
trying to
really
get
brought it
into
up
You know,
is
Johnny was
because
waiting in the sidelines. Just let's have Johnny, then Eli. Johnny, then Eli.
Johnny.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yes, Johnny.
How about this, Johnny?
Ugh.
I'm still trying to understand what his dilemma is.
Well, he's off mute and causing chaos in spite of me asking him not to, and he's just going to continue doing it until I give way to him, isn't he? So I've got two choices.
No,
Let Johnny go or
I'm
let
on
him
mute.
cause constant audio chaos because he refuses to go on mute even now while I'm talking about him. Yeah, Johnny.
Oh boy.
I was just waiting for a comment. That's all. That's what I'm talking about is you are talking about Dave, so-called Dave, Flat Earth Dave. He's not a Flat Earth Dave. He's a so-called true earther now. And you are telling us he has the Flat Earth motor, or this motor like
That's what Will
you
Duffy
are
did,
talking
yes.
about. He has the Antarctic motor, but that's not as it is. And the ice wall. What is the ice wall? It's not the ice wall that we know of, but we know about the ice shore, the shoreline around. Why do we think there's a shoreline around? It's because of the sun. The sun is going in a circle. And if the sun is going in a circle, it will absolutely be a shoreline of ice out for the sun.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony Riley.
The sun can.
Yeah, what
Right.
the piss?
No,
All right,
no,
can we get
listen
back
now. Listen now.
I heard
So-
it. We've heard it before.
So
We've heard it
then
from
we
Anthony.
also have a radius of
Hold on, Johnny.
3959.
Johnny,
that is,
Johnny,
the
Johnny,
radius of the
Johnny.
sun.
Hello? We heard. You're suggesting that there must be a sheet of ice that's been melted by the sun. No, you've got no evidence for that. That's your assumption that the ice would be
Evidence.
melted. What ice?
Do we really need the evidence? We know.
Yes,
We know how the sun
absolutely
works.
we do, yes.
Oh,
So what ice?
Right.
What was the ice that you suggested was melted by the sun? What ice?
you have several miles of videos and airplanes flying, and you see 200 meters, 100 meters high shoreline around.
Around?
All right.
What do you mean around?
He's not going to be able to. Come on, we already know. Kiwi's trying to get back
sideline.
to something someone said that was relevant like 2 minutes ago. Can we let Kiwi go?
That is not Dave motor. It's just suggestion. It has to be. That's all.
No, it doesn't have to be. You're just assuming. Anyway, let's move on. Who was it who was waiting in the wings? Please
It
go
was
on mute,
me
Johnny. You're
trying to-
ruining the audio. We got you. Thank you. Was it Brian?
It was me.
Or was it Eli? I think
Oh
it was
my
Eli, actually.
Let Huey go. He was trying to.
Yeah, well, QE was kind of rumpusing everybody, so I suppose he was next in line. Good.
Rumpusing everyone. I'm trying to get to the dilemma. I'll tell you what. Let's just put it up to the whole group and see if they have another subject change.
I'll pull your teeth out.
That's what you said before. I'd like to see you try it. So let's get back to the dilemma. I had to step out for a couple seconds after he said that he was going to make his claim. What is the actual dilemma that he had? The other guy, is he still here?
The guy with the stars, yeah, endless.
Yeah,
it's not really a dilemma. It's just more the it's an oversimplification to say that all the stars rise in the east, set in the west. They don't all do that. So that's a thing.
Really? Really?
No, it's true.
It's just the way it appears to people. Like it. I mean, yeah.
So, in the south, do the sun, moon, and stars rise in the west and set in the east?
The sun and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. Some of the stars don't ever rise or set.
What do they do in the north?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm not disputing.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Right. It's the same issue with
not to insinuate that, you know, taking for granted what we see. It'd be foolish to insinuate that something on top of that, things that we can't see, is happening, right? That's not necessary, is it?
All I'm saying is that there's all these clear debunkings of the so-called model that a significant portion of, mainstream, a lot of air quotes going on, flat earthers push.
No, there's no debunking of anything. And that's that's people like Dave Wise's fault. Listen, every navigational star that you will use began with the simple premise: someone had to measure angles of Polaris to create this system to begin with.
Yeah,
So
90 degrees, 90 degrees everywhere, parallel zeniths, all of that. I'm not disagreeing on any of that.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused, seeing as that I was trying to complete a thought and you were talking. So,
all right, go ahead.
So the bottom line, whatever map, whatever you're using, when it comes to celestial navigation, it begins with referencing the Earth is flat, because that's how it was built. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a problem with celestial navigation. He already said that. He's got a problem. He just made the statement that they're the same in the south versus the north. Southern stars, northern stars. It's the same. It's over. What's the next dilemma?
It's not a dilemma for me. It's a dilemma for a whole bunch of flat earthers who reify the AE model.
Yep.
So
and that's why I said what I said.
What?
That's why I said what I said.
Why is everyone getting so exasperated? He's right.
But that's why I said what I said.
I mean, it's the same with sunrise and sunset angles here. Like the sun rises way south of east.
Are you under the impression that we are claiming the azimuthal equidistant model here?
No, I don't.
No, of course not. I've been listening to the show for years, man.
No.
So why are you bringing it up?
He's saying
it's the same reason people are bringing
the same
up the
thing I've been doing
24-hour
throughout the
sun
live show,
Antarctica.
saying this is Dave's model. Where I say Dave's model, he's now saying, hang on a second, there's a whole bunch of people who've got behind Dave that this could be a very real problem for. Yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you reify models. Yeah?
Endless.
It was one of the things that confused me when I first started listening, that you were the guy defending his Bitcoin when he was saying all this absurd crap.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can be as critical as you like. You're right.
Yeah, that's why the effort is now being applied to the grifters, the true grifters of the quote-unquote flat earth, because there is a lot of confusion and there are a lot of people putting forth, models and affirming the consequent and giving all the escape hatches to what you would consider a normie or a globetard out there. So that's why they kind of get the the most of our attention, because they're the ones peddling the nonsense.
I'm still having a difficult time. He's going back and forth between stars and some AE model. What? What does that have to do with the stars?
It doesn't. He's just pointing out what I was pointing out in the live show. So what they're suggesting there's going to be a problem with is Dave's model. Okay? Yeah, it's not like there's been a bazillion flat earthers that have come and gone in the last 10 years that have gone, we don't get behind this model, it's stupid, it's not our model, it's a globe projection, it's this, it's that. Yeah, plenty of people object to it.
Don't need to go to Antarctica to debunk it.
Exactly. So all the people who are behind it, his overriding point is that all the people who've got behind that garbage, that might cause a problem for them. Yeah, I mean, most of the time we're being criticised when we point out what's right and what isn't in terms of science and various other subject matters, and we get ostracised for it. Meanwhile, when this, if it does, drive a massive rift in people who've got behind a model, and suddenly, because the model fails, perhaps in their mind, flat Earth fails. Yeah, for the whole of this year, we've been saying everybody's got a flat Earth belief. Now we need to step up our game. But all the people who remain in that circle with a flat Earth belief will have their belief overturned when their model fails.
At this point, the true earthers are a bigger problem than the anti-flats.
Right, does that? Has everyone picked up on his allegiance when he just said true earther?
Yeah.
Of course, why you think we're laughing?
Yeah, so now you all know where it's coming from. He's highlighting the problem
deal
from
with these
within
people
the
all the time
community.
and 24/7.
Say again? Sorry, I rumpushed you.
It's just I deal with this issue constantly and 24/7. So for my sins, hang out there.
No, it's all that.
It's continuing to
Can I
happen.
point something out? Sorry.
Yeah, you find yourself in a position where you're having to defend a straw man you don't stand behind, and it's frustrating. I have no doubt. Go ahead, Brian.
It's more frustrating when it's coming from people who claim to be flat earthers.
Yep. Man, you sound like us. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. The latitude and longitude grid on the AE map is correct. But that is all based around points of coordinates in relation to the GP point of Polaris. That doesn't mean that the sun and all the sun, moon, all the other wandering stars and star fields all follow that grid. That grid only allows us to use it as a coordinates for where the GP point of a celestial body would be. It doesn't mean that the celestial body is following that grid. That grid is a man-made convention based off of the GP point of Polaris, the only celestial body that doesn't move. That's what that is. So people have created an idea in their head that the sky follows the latitude and longitude grid. It doesn't. The whole point of that is just purely as a coordinate system for us to use with the stars. So I can say it's such a star GP is whatever longitude, latitude. That doesn't mean that following that latitude line or longitude line. It doesn't mean any of that.
Exactly. Well, it was for the thing I was going to add. It also demonstrates how crude people think that the Earth can be boiled down in terms of how it's described. Like, if you're going to take the longitude system and infer sun distance and then to plop it onto this globe projection, you're suggesting that the world works in such a crude way when you're taking one of the systems measured off a flat plane, I might add, and inferring it applies to everything. It's like, no. All of these different systems in the sky are all running at a slightly different rate on a slightly different timer, and they all have slightly different positional information that doesn't tally. Now, when you break that down in a completely different context, i.e. not with the maps that are derived from these luminaries, but the luminaries themselves in terms of how you encounter them, it's easy to explain that the moon and sun are moving in different ways, and that's different to the way the stars move. Now, in a heliocentric education, people start conflating that into having different axes of rotation around the sun, Earth, and Great Attractor, or the Milky Way. But they don't recognise that that system means you can't just boil it down to a basic map with plopped on sun at a given distance over the top of it. You know, it's so crude when you actually understand. And it's only in the last couple of years that we've started to really get a grasp of this stuff. Or me, I'll just take ownership. I've only started to take a real understanding of this home with me each night after the shows, or pre-shows with 10th, of how complex it really is. Because there's multiple systems that are all in play at once. And that dance that the sky presents to us when it does that each night isn't conflatable to just one crappy little model. It just isn't. That's why we've ended up half the time, if you look at the origins of heliocentrism, that's why we've got elliptical orbits and divergent axes, and all of these things are apologetics for the inability to conflate it all down to a single unified system. Because it isn't, it's lots of systems. Now, we can track one of them at a time and impart useful information onto the ground with things like GPs. What we can't do is slap an azimuthal equidistant projection with a sun above it and go, oh, well, look, it kind of keeps up with the rotation of the moon, therefore it's cushy. Well, that's just crap.
Yeah.
Put in a couple years ago in the middle of the celestial navigation being.
No, I waited a while. Sorry.
Don't let Eli get in a roid rage. Go ahead, Eli.
Why?
A roid rage.
I saw one of his photos. He's in a photo with his giant guns.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, simply, people don't know what a map is. I don't like people aren't out there utilizing maps, especially in this era. People from my age, like, we use GPS. We don't really know how it works. We just know we plug in an address and whoop, there it is. But we don't know how to navigate using a map. So people don't understand when you look at a map, all we've played is World of Warcraft. So we look at a world map like in Warcraft, and we're like, well, that's what it looks like. You got this area over here and and people think that you can just take the AE projection and that's what the world looks like. And the conflation between the usefulness of the AE map and people using the AE map to say that there's an ice ring and a sun that's local and close, those things, there's a thin line between the usefulness of the AE map and people saying this AE map represents the Earth as a snapshot, because that part isn't true, but it's still useful.
Yeah, the latitude and longitude grid on the AE map is correct. That is the correct layout of latitude and longitude grid. Sorry, latitude and longitude grid. But the reason that there's an ice wall around the edge of it is because the Antarctica is claimed to be an ice island, a big massive ice island on the bottom of a globe. So when they use the globe projection that's underneath the latitude and longitude grid, and they flatten it out to go underneath the latitude and longitude grid, that instantly makes an ice wall around the edge. That doesn't mean that there's an ice wall. That means, that according to the globe...
I can cherry pick Cook quotes. I mean, NASA bad, but this other government official, Cook, he's good. He said it was an ice wall, 68,000 miles.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Why not? I mean, if I need NASA to be making the moon ring like a bell, I'll cherry pick that reference. And in this case, if I need an ice wall, then Admiral Byrd or Captain Cook will do.
What you can't do is cite a quote as evidence. That's all I'm saying. Like, people say, look, I have evidence. Here's this thing someone said. That's the problem ballers have when they say, okay, so in navigation, for example, you're saying that a globe is not used. Okay, well, get me a paper from some academic paper where it's literally quoting that. I'm like, well, I didn't tell you that someone specifically said this. What I'm telling you is, in navigation, a globe isn't used.
What about NASA's definition of gas pressure?
What is used is the ephemeris. And last time I called in, I put the idea forward that could you reverse engineer the ephemeris into a map?
Probably
and
not.
thinking about that, I also considered, because in wintertime, there's a time when it's nighttime in the middle of winter where the Southern Cross almost touches the horizon. And if you just assume the celestial sphere is, then the zenith position of the bottom of the Southern Cross would be over the Sandwich Islands. And checking that, if that observation lines up, would give some hints about the layout, I think.
Maybe.
No, and I tell you why.
Go on.
Because you don't know what the sky is. We don't know what the celestials. Not you, but no one knows what the celestials are. So you can't then try and translate them to terrestrial. We can't do that. Someone in the
Straight line
Sandwich Islands
distances
has seen.
correlate, though,
Someone in
right?
the Sandwich Islands has seen. Let's say the Southern Cross, or one of the parts of the Southern Cross right above them, and that seems to work out. It doesn't make it a globe.
No, obviously, but you would know
Because
the
you
distance
can't-
between where I am and where they are along the surface horizontally.
Because at that point you're trying to concrete the celestials into a point on the surface, which you can't do.
Aren't you doing that when you navigate?
Yeah, but you're not concreting them into a point on the surface.
What you're trying to
My
do
point is, it's like you're making them into physical objects. At that point, is what I'm
No, I
saying.
mean, I get that that's just ground positions, but the zeniths line up with the ground positions. They're all parallel. We can use the angular drop to work out the distance between those two ground positions.
At a single point, not for multiple observers.
Right. So if you had one observer here and one observer there on a live stream,
That's what doesn't
making
work
the same
right there,
observation,
is what I'm saying.
No, it would
That's
work.
what I'm
I
saying
don't
doesn't
see any
work.
reason why you're saying it won't. Right. What we've got is maps that have taken principles and distorted them and then projected them onto globes and back out onto flat maps. Okay, we all get that. So we don't have any current maps that genuinely represent the way the ground is laid out. However, if we were to triangulate the land itself based on GP positions, then I don't see any reason why what you're suggesting couldn't be done.
it seems like there is a map hidden in the ephemeris.
Potentially, yes. However, without giving it much thought, what Brian has said also stands true. You're making an assumption based on a system that stood at a single point and measured the angles out from that point and verified that they are, at that time, above a given ground position. Now, based on the successful nature of how well we know where they're going to be at what time, that is to say we've got the almanac, we can extrapolate out the ground positions from a time and angle of a light in the sky. But does that, I speculate, as Brian's just said, actually translate to the ground when you're correlating a ground position from where a light is at a ground position at its zenith at a given time? Maybe, but I don't know.
I see the problem.
It's no problem is when that star you're looking at directly over you, if you happen to be in the Sandwich Islands and you verify that star that's part of the Southern Cross is directly above you, what's going to happen when that star is out over the water? You can't verify that it's going to follow a path. This is the problem. We can only, if you understand what I mean, how do you verify it's going to follow the same path? You'd have to follow the GP
you'd have to keep doing
all
it.
the way.
You wouldn't just do it once. You'd have to do it for multiple points of land at multiple times and start to build up a picture of where they are in respect to each other. Because you've got a basic idea of how the distance between them will work if you've got one point plotted at a time, and then you can potentially, with a lot of work, actually build up a ground reference map because you know where the star is above at a given time. Well, that's where that land is. Let's start referencing that to where other land is with a known distance apart and how it triangulates with other multiple users all triangulating that land at that time. In other words, as he says, using the ephemeris to build up an actual picture of where the land is.
Yeah, see, I thought
There's
about
a little bit of physicality assumption bias in that, though, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
That's the problem.
I think Brian had something else he wanted to say there. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I've thought about this in the past, right? And doing it with the sun.
Tangible, not physical.
Yeah, I've thought about this in the past and doing it with the sun, right? And the problem is that they've already. How do you verify the times? What I mean is that if you're using the almanac, see, technically what you're asking for has already happened, right? But they've tried to hide it by making the Earth, by mathematically turning the Earth into a globe. But technically, like, you will have to follow UTC time, Greenwich Mean Time. Let's just say if you're tracking a star going from eastern to western Australia, right? You will have to use Greenwich Mean Time, which means that time will not fit a globe. That will not fit the globe time, because you will have the globe places extra longitude lines through Australia that aren't there in reality. So when you stick to UTC and Greenwich Mean Time, those time frames only fit a flat plane. Now, if you're going to be using a chronometer, you're going to be using that. So technically, they're already using the map you're talking about. The issue you would have is getting them to verify the times. That would be the issue you'd have if you were looking to do it. Not
Just
because
call the other person and be on a live stream simultaneously.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at sailors. Sailors use UTC time. They use the chronometer, but uses Greenwich Mean Time,
Just to
which
answer his
means
question,
they're using a flat Earth.
Yes, we've already done that. We called it Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live. And the conclusion was there were various points on the azimuthal equidistant map, or Gleason's map, which is used almost like a clock, that it did not match. That is to say...
By how much did it not match?
By an hour. So when someone was looking at their... What we requested was people tuned in at their solar noon, sunrise or sunset. And there was, I think it was 2 instances over the 2 different times that we did the event, where someone was at their solar noon and it was an hour out. In other words, where the land, where the sun was supposed to be above on the land, was an hour. Just rack my memory. I don't want to get this wrong. I think it was an hour behind where it
someone
actually
south of the
was.
equator?
Yeah, I think it was. Because the sun was directly above them at this particular time when we did it. Anyway, the point is that the solar noon for that particular individual on that sun tracking event was off by an hour. In other words, the sun was not above the land that is suggested it would be above.
Skullduggery.
Yeah. But we know that. We've got all sorts of time distortions.
Feed into the analemma?
I just don't know.
Slightly.
Say that again.
Does that feed into the same idea? Like, is that why the analemma is like that? It's slightly bulged in the bottom. They had to hide. They have hidden, perhaps, some area.
Well, almost certainly. We wouldn't have as many maps as... I mean, you can draw that conclusion by inference just by the sheer number of maps and how distorted they all are. So, I don't think... I mean, maybe Brian can tie it back to the analemma.
Yeah, but now, what you were talking about down symmetrical was that what you were talking about down, Nathan, when it came to tracking the sun, is that it was out of alignment with what time and date and those tried to say it would be. Now, I have video of the moon and where it is in the sky, and it's about 25 to 30 degrees above the horizon, and the time and date are trying to say it's 12 degrees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got the same thing with stars, where
they're
completely off.
Yeah, because that's based around a heliocentric globe system. That's why it's constantly off. My point to Endless is that what you're asking for already exists. You just have to verify it. And you can do that via times, because the times will show. The fact that Sydney is only 2 hours ahead of Perth. Let's say Newcastle, north of Sydney, because Perth and Newcastle are on the same latitude. The fact that Newcastle is always only 2 hours ahead of Perth, yet across the same latitude and the same distance in America between Charleston in North Carolina, I'm not sure if it's North or South Carolina, and Long Beach, Southern California, there's 3 hours. That's only possible on a flat Earth. Now, the ephemeris must work with that because the sailors use chronometers, which use UTC time. So the chronometers can't be out. It needs to be able to work with, within the almanac. They need to be the chronometer needs to be able to work with the ephemeris and vice versa. So that what you're asking for already exists. It's just a case of verifying. That's what you need to do.
Is your suspicion that Australia's horizontal distance between there is not the horizontal distance they claim?
No, Australia
between
is the
Perth and
distance across
Newcastle?
that they say it is. I wouldn't say there's any. I'd say no. The distance from Newcastle to Perth is only 100 miles out, or just I think it's 108 miles out in the difference between Charleston in South Carolina, I think, and Long Beach, Southern California. But there's 3 hours of correct local time difference between Charleston and Long Beach, but there's only 2 between Newcastle and Perth. Yet the distance is the same. That means the only way that's possible, and the time is based off of the averaging of a 24-hour solar day, the only way that's possible to do that is if the Earth's a flat plane, because that means all the longitude lines are diverging from a center point. The latitude and longitude grid that's on the AE map is correct. It's the map underneath that's not correct.
And they've messed with the time zones in order to
Well,
confuse.
they've missed. They
The
have
time
to.
zone is going to have to do with how the light hits the ground, right? So how we experience daylight. And the thing about that is no one knows how the light touches the earth from a godly perspective. You can't make an assumption like that, like how the earth is based on where the light is touching. We don't have that information.
You see, they have messed with times when they give you when they start messing with times in the summer, and they change times around for political reasons. That's messing with times. If they just had time as it actually is, when you got down to what time, how we formulate a clock, right? If you get down to that, it's flat plane. It can't work on a globe. It's impossible, because that distance between Newcastle and Perth would have to be a 3-hour distance, a 3-hour difference, correct local time difference, but it's only 2. If we were on a globe, it has to be 3 to match Charleston and Long Beach, but it doesn't. It's an hour shorter. That's impossible. It's just absolutely impossible to work on a globe. It can only work on a flat plane.
Have you seen those videos by that French sailor guy who's making claims about there being significant differences?
He said the same thing, yes. Yeah, he's saying the same thing. He said about Australia and stuff south of the equator. Look, there's no end of problems south of the equator. They're not just with sailing, but with aviation. There's no end of problems south of the equator. Well, they're not problems when they know about them, but they're problems for the official, what we're told officially.
I will say there's one bit of trivia. This is a thing that I noticed before I became aware that the Earth was flat. I've spent quite a bit of time in both the North and the South, and it always struck me that the quality of the light in the South is different. It's harsher, it's bluer. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to it, but
I lived in Australia myself, and it is different. Light is different. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And there, funny y'all say that because I was just in Atlanta, right? So the time is the same in Atlanta as it is in New York. However, it was like still bright as hell at 9:06. Like I'm like, yo, it's daylight really for a long time out here, But the time is the same.
Yeah, it's the difference between local solar noon and what they pass off as time zones, I guess.
Damn, Eli was in the hood and come check me.
I mean, bro, you hard to catch, bro.
I know. I'm kidding, man. That's cool that you was out here though.
Yeah, I was there. And we'll talk.
Maybe there's enough flat earthers now that we could actually confirm the ephemeris. There's enough of us scattered around in the south. Or at least
Need to
find
prove the
hints
flat Earth
of where
more.
the issues are.
Need to prove the flat Earth more.
No, I don't care about the globe at this point. I'm just curious about the nature of reality. I'd like to know what the actual layout is, if I can know it.
That's fine.
That's allowed.
Yep.
You know what the layout
It's
is?
pointless talking to anti-flats at this point. There's no value in any of it. We're so far beyond it. It's silly. If we're going to be talking to anybody, it needs to be in public, embarrassing people in positions of power. Otherwise, I don't see the point.
I like this guy.
What's up, fellas?
Thank you.
Hey, bro.
This kind of makes me. I'm catching the tail end as usual, but it kind of makes me think about yesterday's premiere stream and somebody. I'm not going to throw their name out there, but they kept on mentioning something about the vortex and the center and the North Pole and all this crap and the magnetic vortex, yada yada. And me and Richard G and somebody else was trying to tell. It was me, one mind, one spirit, trying to tell this guy. So what? It's quite interesting to talk about over a cigar and some cognac, casually talking, but you don't bring that here. Stop bringing that here. It doesn't prove or disprove anything. It's speculative. Don't even introduce it into it because that makes you sound like not only a wacko, but a conspiracy theorist and someone who's convoluting the nonsensical stuff or the unproven speculative stuff with what we've already established. We've established that the Earth is measured flat. We've established that celestial navigation requires elevation angles with a flat baseline, horizontal level, sea level, et cetera, et cetera. Who gives a fuck whether you think the Garden of Eden is there and the river is spent? Don't bring it up. However, I do understand your interest in it. It's something to talk about over a blunt, puff, puff, pass. Hey, what if it, but don't bring it up when you come in on here. And when we start further and further, like Huey said, just proving flat earth and stop talking about all the other crap, man, we're going to be killing it more and more and more. And this is a flat earther who was throwing that in there. So like they're saying, too many anti-globers, pseudo flat earthers are continually bringing up all this other stuff that doesn't prove jack or disprove the sphere, because whether you have a vortex in the center of anything doesn't disprove that it's not the center of a ball. So stop it.
Everyone, good talk.
Right.
Is 10th there? 10th, that was a good one you did yesterday. Oh, he's not here. It was a good joke.
What
It
are
was
you
about
doing?
he responded to my thing. I responded to somebody that said that Jern was calling one of us, Nathan and somebody else, liars or whatever. And I responded, he's a projecting prick. So 10th then showed me a projector with the angles of the light hitting the flat surface.
I've seen that.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
still going to need angles for that.
Listen, man, Jaron, this dude, man, I can't even get words together.
Well, it's okay, Neil. Don't worry about it. We'll just make sure that Jaron is all on board with the pitch data, which he'll have to be, whether he wants to or not, which he doesn't want it. He wants to go out
Brian,
and
he has to know, but he has to know about that. Because wasn't Bob a pilot?
Neil, Bob is gone and all, but when I brought out my
But
first
I'm saying
video,
they were friends,
hang on,
so I'm sure
yeah,
he's got to know about pitch data.
listen, when I brought out my first video attacking Wolfie, or attacking, I think it was Wolfie was attacking, yeah, on Floyd some years ago. Now, I hadn't brought out a video. I think it was 2019 or something. 2018 or 19. I never brought out a video about Floyd. I knew about the Floyd argument for years, but I hadn't brought out a video. The first person to come in attacking me was Bob. He said, take that down. Wolfie will take it apart. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. And you know what happened? I was 100% correct. So why was Bob attacking me if he was a pilot? I was totally correct. No one could debunk what I said. Actually, a couple of them tried to say I was wrong about certain things, and I went and got citation to prove I was correct from Boeing and places. So why was Bob attacking me? He was supposed to be on my side, and he came in attacking me. And he attacked me. Then in Skype. Get this down. Wolfie will take it apart. Why you like Bob was a pilot? Then how come he couldn't understand what I was saying?
Yeah, that's pretty
There were
fishy,
several
Kevin.
other people exposed as well on the Globe side who were claiming to be pilots. And when they came in saying I was wrong about certain things, which I absolutely wasn't wrong about, that showed that they weren't pilots either. But Bob attacked me. So Jaron and Bob, I don't care what connection Jaron has to Bob or what claims Bob had about being a pilot. All I know is that Bob, when it came to supporting another flat earther on something that was correct concerning aviation, Bob attacked the person. So don't expect Jaron to do anything less.
No doubt. And if that is not indicative of someone that's a shill or someone that's really a pseudo flat earther, I mean, somebody who's not a pilot talking about your profession and giving the details accurately and adequately, and you're going to attack them, which is to use as information to help support something that y'all both stand on and know of and trying to build understanding about. To me, that's indicative of a straight up scammer.
Well, Will Duffy and them, they were going to have to produce some flight data, some pitch data from several different flights. What's the point in them going all the way to Antarctica to maybe or maybe not say something when the absolute proof is in the pitch data?
You got to make a video, Brian. You got to make a video.
Will Duffy, I will be. I'll be doing that in the next day or two, maybe tonight. I'll be making that video addressing him and, going all into the details.
Now, if he doesn't listen and continues on in this folly, then we know what time it is.
Well, once all the flat earthers start pushing it, I mean, he'll have to pay attention. It'll be a lot cheaper, and it will actually prove something.
And why is that so expensive? Is it because they don't want it out there?
Well, I don't know if it's expensive. I'm only saying what Wolfie told me when I tasked Wolfie with getting it. Oh, that'd be hundreds of thousands. He started coming up with. Just didn't want to get it. He had no interest in getting it because it disproves him.
But you've been trying to get it, correct?
I have tried to get it, and it's a bit difficult to get because you have to get it from private companies. But it can be got. A pilot like Wolfie could definitely get it, especially if he has money.
Thing is, Brian, I don't think they'll listen. Brian, I don't think they'll because you're not stupid enough to be going down there to look for 24-hour sun. They're not going to listen to it. It needs to be coming from Dave, not so Flat Earth Dave or the other guys who are going. They should be saying, right, we'll do this then. We'll come with you, but we want the pitch data. Yeah. Because I don't think you're correct, but I don't think they're going to listen. They're not going to listen to you because you're not involved with going down there.
But I don't care. I don't care if Dave or them or like I don't. It doesn't matter to me. All that matters is that the whole of Flat Earth ask them for this. Because if they're claiming they want proof, the pitch data from commercial flights proves it, or this proves it. If they want proof, if they're claiming they want to prove whether it's a flat or a globe, then the pitch data will prove
So,
either way.
yeah, what we need is the.
I guess
hold on,
elevation
Neil, hold
angles
on.
are not proof, huh? I
So
guess that we measure where it's flat is not good enough.
So what we need is the pitch data to show that they're deviating from the strict guidelines. Are they guidelines when air traffic control tells them to maintain a particular flight level?
No, it's worse than that, Nathan. We need the pitch data that proves they're violating the lift effect.
Explain.
You generate 100% positive lift, which you have to do to oppose 100% of the weight of the plane, which includes passengers, luggage, everything. Then you must have hold a constant above horizontal pitch, and the amount of pitch you hold above horizontal is in relation to your thrust. If you're trying to hold an altitude, right? If you're trying to hold an altitude. Now, if you're not trying to hold an altitude, then it won't matter. But you still have to keep an above horizontal pitch at all times if you want to fly from A to B, because you're flying in a straight horizontal line. If you were on a globe, then that is impossible. You must have, from the moment you reach cruising altitude, that's the only moment that the plane can be horizontal, not have a pitch above horizontal. And from that moment on, there needs to be an accumulated below horizontal pitch accumulated. Horizontal is the key. To oppose 100% of the weight of the plane, they need to keep an above horizontal pitch at all times, and the plane then has to fly horizontally. That's just to allow the plane to fly horizontally. They cannot fly around the globe because that requires a constant below horizontal pitch. As soon as you have the pitch below horizontal, you're instantly losing lift. Don't care if you have a cambered wing, any wing type, doesn't matter, you're losing lift. Cambered wings just slow it down. You're still losing lift. And it's only a matter of time before you crash into the ground. So if we were on a globe, airplanes couldn't exist. It's that simple. It's that simple. And the pitch data will prove what pitch they have, which could be 3, 4, 5 degrees, between 3 and 5 degrees of above horizontal pitch throughout a flight. So it could be a flight that lasts 6-7 hours, and they had kept a constant between 3 and 5 degrees. Now, we know they do that. It's stated they do this, but the data, the official data, that is the thing. The official data proves or disproves. As in, I can video a plane flying for 7 hours, video the attitude indicator, video that at all times that pitch is above the horizontal. But that's okay, but that is not going to be accepted, even though it's 100% correct. Even though they state in aviation that how they must fly is an above horizontal pitch at all times, and just to fly horizontally. That's still not enough. But if you have the official data from Qantas or British Airways or one of these, if you have official data, there's no way to hand wave that away. That is proven. End of story. You understand what I mean? And that's what makes it so strong.
Yes,
so
I do. I disagree.
Just 1 second. If Will Duffy really wants to prove or disprove whether the Earth is flat or globe, then that is the way to do it. If he's claiming that's what he wants and he's willing to spend lots of money, then there's no need to go to Antarctica. This will prove or disprove it. Sorry, Nate.
Yeah, I disagree with one thing. You said it either proves or disproves. There is no way that it's not gonna prove. There is no disproving. You just explained everything.
But see, I thought this out from a long time ago. There's no way for them to come up with fraudulent pitch data, because every pilot in the world will go, that's not the pitch data. Because they know, every pilot in the world knows the pitch that the pitch angles they hold throughout a flight. And any pilot anywhere would say that's not pitch data. We don't do that. So they can't even falsify it. That's not going to work. You see, it's unfalsifiable. They can't falsify it because every pilot in the world will go, that's not correct. You know what I mean? So they can't falsify it. They can't fraudulently get around it. They must produce the actual data, and that actual data only proves one thing, and it's not a globe.
But we'll still be using sea level for the elevation angle to obtain that elevation angle, regardless of anything that's happening in the sky. So therefore, the Earth is always measured flat, and it will always be like that.
I say their goose is cooked. It's been cooked.
But that's what the whole Antarctica thing is about. They're looking for people to go to Antarctica as a way of them hand-waving away 10 years of absolute destruction. That's what they're looking to do. If they can go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, then they put their hands up in the air in victory. When the plane that's flying them there has to navigate a flat stationary plane. That's the point. It's like, why you go? So that's all it is. It's the biggest hand wave of all time. That's all it is.
Brian, you ain't never lied. That right there, what you said. That's right on point.
Yeah, because they want to, even the word experiment. The first minute I saw that word, it didn't trigger me because the way I saw it is they were just putting that in there just as a red herring for us to jump onto. And we will jump on it because of the word, because it's not correct. It's not an experiment. The point is, they're only putting that in there just to annoy us. That's the whole point of it. But it doesn't matter because all they're doing is, like, if they can go there and see that 24-hour sun, they all put their hands in the air. And they can hand wave away all the 10 years of them getting their asses handed to them from us. No, not going to allow that.
I think you're giving them too much credit, Brian, for why they use the term experiment. I think they really honestly think it's an experiment because I think they're just ignorant to what the experiment is.
No,
requires.
they're saying that. They're saying that just to get under our skin. They know damn well where we stand here.
No, it's like, listen, they're talking too much about.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, mate, go for it.
I was just gonna say, look, some people just use the word experiment colloquially. Like,
exactly.
What are we gonna do about that? Correct
and
everybody.
It's habitual. It's
No,
habitual.
I agree with that, but the people involved in this, Chalk, you got to admit, they know where we stand on these words.
Okay, but
Christ knows where we stand.
But whether they know where we stand, they still going to keep using that because they have no other way of. I would say they're not doing it to trigger us. I think they're saying it because of their pride to not concede that it is a demonstration or it's a display or it's a trial or whatever, or whatever other than an experiment. I think it's more that. It's more like, or it's habitual colloquial use, like Chocolate said. It's a habit. They can't help it. It's like people saying a lot of things that are misnomers.
Nah, I'm sorry. You guys are being naive. And another thing, remember when I was saying I can't wait till Friday with that Jiren thing? Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Remember when I said I can't wait till Friday with that Jiren thing? I'm not talking to you, Chocolate. You stand by and watch what happens with this. Just stand by and be a spectator. It's going to be hilarious.
So I'm kind of
What are you talking about? What
unaware
Friday
of this.
thing?
Is it
What are you
supposed to
talking
air?
about?
Yeah. What, Neil?
What's going to be hilarious? Them not providing the same evidence they haven't provided as of yet?
The whole shit story. Watch.
But that's what I was. But like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so what? They're gonna go down there and not find the thing what they're supposing is going to prove whether it's flat or globe that they haven't provided as of yet. So what happens if they don't provide it? So then we're right here where we are now, and then where are they? So that's my question: is how do the Globers feel about this? Because the Globers obviously know there's no evidence of this thing, of this supposed phenomenon happening. So what? Are they behind this so that they can find it? Maybe. Or what happens if they don't?
Is this going to be live streamed or is it going to
Hold
be
on.
edited?
Just think about this. All of a sudden, now they're doing this after 10 years. Why? because the silver bullet has come out and it's being fired everywhere from this platform. Now all of a sudden they're putting this Antarctic trip together here. Give me a freaking break.
Take it as read. Take it as read, right? From what the dude was saying before, right? He found this subject, he found the topic. Obviously, he's got the finances to be able to do something like this. So he comes up with, oh yeah, this is what I'm going to use to prove it, because apparently this is what the flat side and the globe side can agree should be happening or shouldn't be happening in Antarctica, right? So he takes it upon himself, because he's got the money to do it. Now, I don't fault him for that. That's cool if you want to try to prove your side.
Yeah, but Nathan sent him an email. He was in contact with Nathan. Nathan told him exactly what it is. No response.
Email about what?
That it's not an experiment, and it's a logical fallacy what they're doing.
And that was
no
going
response
to stop
from
him?
this guy.
Like, you think that was going to persuade him otherwise?
Any normal person that was Chuck. When it was first presented to me, I got it. I was like, oh shoot, yeah, correct.
Hey, Neil, question. Do you know, I'm not talking about normies, but do you know any globular spherical proponent that purports the spherical globe of spinning Earth, who stands on it, paid to do it, invests their time and their life into it? Are any of them normal that you know? Keep it 100. Then something's always out of whack. Either they have a private criminal life like tight shirt Craig, or there's something different about them. So they're not typically. No, I'm not talking about the normies that just are indoctrinated like we all were once. I'm talking about the ones that really invest time and money into this.
The ones
They're
who
not normal.
take on this mission of defending the globe, of becoming a globe defender, which.
Say that again.
Well, listen, there's only one way to prove a globe, and that's to observe it and then measure it. And
they can't do that.
We don't observe it, and we measure it flat using sea level, elevation angles at sea level, latitude from and to Polaris to the equator. So anything else is irrelevant.
Wait a second. You just said that to prove a globe.
Like that.
One deck. You just said to prove a globe, they have to observe it and measure it. So where are the measurements then?
Well, they haven't got any.
Oh no, they do. It's just that they're all flat.
Yeah. We know that. But what I'm saying is, going looking at lights in the sky, that's irrelevant. That's got nothing to do, I said, with measuring the Earth. It's just an observation in the sky.
Yeah, but we could use those lights for things, can't we?
Yeah, we do use them to obtain elevation angles at sea level when navigating, and for mapping for latitude.
So that's my point. What's the trip for?
To look at to go and look at a light in the sky, to prove the shape of the Earth that you're not measuring.
And it's all David Scheiss's fault. Mo, Larry, and Scurvy, the freaking Three Stooges over there, trying to get off mute.
We're going to look at a light in the sky. Let's all go and look at lights in the sky and then pretend that we're measuring the Earth.
I'm so tired of them. With the yeah, that sets the down. These freaking words and these things that they're saying. I'm beginning to really, really despise them.
Does gas constantly go down, Neil?
Gas moves in all directions.
Yeah, and gas has electrostatics. the end of that.
But he'll keep saying it. It sets the Dow, dialectic acceleration. No need for gravity. That's the answer for gravity.
I never got near that point. Not even remotely near it.
Yeah, but
Wait,
yeah, but even all that bullshit is not a measurement of Earth. It's not a measurement of the ground that you're standing on. All that crap you're talking about, it's got nothing to do with anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
It's a good thing around these parts. We've consistent. If there's one thing we've been consistent on is we're always talking about the ground. We're not talking about models. We're not talking about a little ball that you carry around in your pocket, show people. Like, we're just talking about the ground, how you measure it.
Exactly.
Like I think that's the problem that many people have run into now, because they've held on. And what dude was saying before, I think I forget his name, was talking about people holding on to the AE model. Well, yeah, that's why people have been making fun of us for all these years, because we don't declare a model. Why? What do I need a model for when I'm talking about the damn ground that I'm walking around on and driving my car on and getting in an airplane and flying over? What do we need a model for? We're talking about the ground. Funny enough that we've gotten to a point where now Globers want to tell us all about how it's not the ground that they're talking about, the same ground that they've been trying to prove for how many years is spherical. All of a sudden, oh, it's not the ground. Really? So I think it's very.
Are you talking about?
I think it's beautiful. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, you must be talking about the reality model, Chocolate.
Yeah. The ground, the one that my car is on right now, like that ground. Yeah, that. Not a model, not some pie in the sky, not some disc flying around, right? Just the ground.
The one that's got nothing to do with a light in the sky.
Yeah, that one. Are there any Globers in Discord? I'm just curious, how do you guys feel about the supposed Antarctic expedition that's supposed to happen, and what the light in the sky is doing or not doing is going to prove? How do you guys feel about it? If there are any Globers in there, I don't know.
I literally don't think there
Come
are
on,
any in
platypus.
there. Unless GE Platypus is one.
Platypus, how you been, buddy?
Oh, I've been good, but I'm mostly in here to listen.
What do you think about this whole shenanigan?
Is that Danny Faulkner?
That was Platypus, man.
I was in 24/7 the other day, and Danny came in, stayed on mute. Good thing I was about to tear his ass up.
Oh, he's not coming off mute when you're in the house. That's a fact.
So, Platypus, just being the Globe representative, how do you feel about this quote unquote final experiment? Like, are you excited about it, or?
Wait a second, you're adorning him as the Globe representative or a Globe representative. Sorry.
Well, kind of both, but right now, currently,
I object. I object to both of those titles.
I'm sorry.
I made no such claim.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Rephrase.
What does GE?
Counselor.
What does GE stand for?
Globe Earth. It's it's a hangover from when the 24/7 arena used to be a thing. Everybody was putting FE or GE in front of their names. They knew what you were on.
I'm sorry for rumpusing you. It means General Electric, Nathan.
Damn it! I'm trying to get that in. You stole it.
Does it mean you're a globe believer? That's all I'm asking.
The counselor needs
negative.
to
I am a globe knower.
I didn't hear your answer. Kiwi was rumpusing you.
Oh my God.
I disagreed. It does not make me a globe believer. I am, however, a globe knower.
How do you know?
Can you validate that?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Uh-oh. This is where it gets tricky.
My mistake was coming off mute the first time I heard somebody mention my name.
Yes, sir.
Triangulation, maybe.
Oh, don't give
Oh,
him
why?
any...
I'm literally...
Everyone shut up.
I want to know.
Shh. Tell us how he said Noah. That was confident. Good. So how'd you know?
I said from the beginning, I can't talk right now. I'm driving with my kids. I only do this because it doesn't use as much bandwidth as listening to you guys on like YouTube or something. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. But seriously though, how do you know? Give it us in 3 words.
Answer in 3 words? Oh, I need more than 3 words. For me, simplest explanation with the fewest assumptions to explain the most things at once.
What philosophy does that come from? The just so story philosophy?
Wait, he's got 3 words. We can use 2. Measured flat.
Yeah. So you're basing your knowing on the least amount of assumptions? I mean, if you're making assumptions, surely it doesn't imply what you know. It's what you assume.
Now, if you want to look at it like that, then yes.
Would it not be better to just have some globe measurements?
What would a globe measurement be?
I don't know. It's not my standard or burden. I mean, if you ask me what some flat Earth measurements are, I can give you those, but I'm obviously got a much higher standard to declare that I know it's flat because it's measured flat, and then I could list off a few examples. But given that we've got a standard of flat Earth proof that is measuring Earth flat with flat Earth measurements of angles to stars for things like the mapping systems that we use, that's a stone cold proof that we know it's flat. You said you've got the least number of assumptions. By comparison, would you agree that sounds pretty rubbish as a standard by comparison to a measurement of a flat Earth? At least a number of assumptions seems pretty rubbish by comparison. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, not for me. For me, the best way to prove that something is the way that it is to observe. Using the wrong words. How to explain this? I need explanations for things. Explanations that make sense. And the more things about the world that I live in and the world that I observe with my eyes that are explained with a particular model, I give that model more credibility because of that.
Sure. So you take a model over a measurement. Okay.
Oh, that's kind of a weird way of putting it, but it's a weird way of putting it, but I guess that is kind of what I'm saying.
Okay. What if I showed you that the model...
I'd say yes.
Okay. So what if I showed you that the model came from a flat Earth measurement? What would you do then?
That the model came from a flat Earth measurement. I would ask for more information.
Sure. So Polaris is the origin of the measurement that gives you latitude that's stretched around a globe.
So, can you say that again, Nathan? I am trying to do this. I'm trying to multitask, I promise.
Yeah, latitude. Right? That's fundamental to the globe. You know what latitude is, right? It's those lines around the globe. Those lines come from measuring Earth flat. That's how that model's made. So
so you're saying that Polaris is the... I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's it. But it's measured flat to give you a polaris-centric system to stretch around a globe, or take from the equatorial plane for both north and south, sandwich them antipodal, and then call it the celestial sphere. But those are both with respect to flat plane measurements. Then you've got a globe after those measurements are made. So your globe model comes from the measurements of a flat plane.
Okay, so how can you be what you're really saying is Polaris is the point of reference when you're determining where you are on the Earth.
No, I'm saying we measure Earth flat
Polaris
with
is the
Polaris.
reference point.
No, what I'm saying is we measure Earth flat with Polaris with a system called latitude.
But how can you measure something? How can you measure with Polaris if Polaris is in a constant state of moving?
Moving? It isn't moving.
Is it?
Yes, it does. Polaris moves.
So okay. So are you?
It makes it.
Okay, no worries. So you're saying okay.
It makes a star trail.
Okay, before you go on, so you're saying that you deny the globe model then, because it's based on a Polaris-centric system of flat Earth measurements to Polaris. And if you're saying now that you want to challenge that, it seems like you're challenging me for your globe faith in your globe model that is based on latitude lines that are drawn onto your globe that are measured flat. Now, if you want to challenge that, you're essentially challenging your own faith in the globe, the one with the least possible assumptions made. Well, the least possible assumptions made is still taking flat Earth measurements of Polaris. Now, you can deny that because suddenly
Nathan,
you don't want...
Not what we were. That's.
It seems
Nathan,
like you're a bit triggered. A minute ago, you were in this car with your kids, and now you're just rumpusing me.
No, I'm fine. No, they're sitting at the dinner table now.
That would mean shut up while I make my point. It
doesn't
doesn't mean carry on because you're triggered. It means, yeah, you're denying your own globe reification if you deny the measurements to Polaris that are wrapped around the globe. So you seem to be now challenging me on what I think about these measurements that your globe's based on. They're your measurements for your reification of a globe of Polaris. You're saying, well, if it moves... Well, if it moves and you challenge that, so you deny your globe then, because they're based on faulty premise. Your globe is based on a faulty premise now, because Polaris moves, right? You don't trust that system that gave you the model to believe in. You're decrying that, is what I'm trying to establish with you now. Or do you accept them, those Polaris measurements, for your globe? Do you accept Polaris for your globe? Or do you decry your globe? You were a globe knower a minute ago. Now we've got protracted silences and you talking while I reiterate after a protracted silence. So do you believe in your globe that's come from those Polaris measurements that are wrapped around it? Or do you decry your globe because Polaris moves? Which is it?
I disagree that Polaris is the thing that's being used.
So you deny latitude.
And I'm disagreeing
so you deny latitude.
So
you deny latitude. Try again.
You can determine
that's
your
that protracted silence.
Perfectly.
Yeah, you don't seem to be answering. You're leaving a protracted silence. I'm going to repeat the question. So you deny latitude then? The latitude measured flat that the globe is based on. Facts that you seem to want to deny because Polaris moves. So you're denying your globe because you deny latitude. Correct? Take your time. Meanwhile, I'll conclude that Earth is measured flat to give you your globe latitudes that are wrapped around it. They're actually based on measurements of a flat plane, a baseline and an angle to Polaris, to wrap around a globe that you believe in. I mean, least possible assumptions. Well, then we'll just take the angle measurement then. We don't assume it's going to be wrapped around a globe. I mean, that would be an extra assumption after a measurement of a flat plane with Polaris being the angle that you'll wrap around your globe to believe in it. Earth's measured flat. That's why I know Earth is flat, because your globe belief is based on those measurements. When I put the measurements to you, you started to deny the base measurements for the premise that you've got a belief in. That seemed really weird. You went very quiet afterwards. Like, oh yeah, I've got to deny how Polaris is used to make my globe to believe in it if I start arguing about how Polaris is measured when we measure latitude. So, it's not that you've got the least number of assumptions. You have to fundamentally deny what latitude is, mate, for your fundy zealot globe belief that you hold. I know Earth's flat. You don't know it's a globe. You don't have the least number of assumptions. Your assumptions defy the measurements. Your globe is just nonsense. G.E. Platypus. Hope that's clear. Earth's measured flat. That's how we know. You don't know jack. You believe in a globe based on those flat Earth measurements of Polaris that you wanted to deny after I pointed that out to you. Like they deny that it's the ground. Yeah, you're denying the base premise for your globe if you deny those Polaris measurements off a flat plane. Hope that's clear.
Is there any evidence that you can require an elevation angle from a curved surface?
No, they can't. It's a flat Earth
But
measurement. It's
that's
two
not
straight
even
lines.
necessary.
Right, it
That's
is
not
for
even
Polaris
necessary.
measurements for latitude. It is absolutely necessary. So you're a Polaris measurement denier when it comes to latitude. We already established you deny this.
No, this is Eli, bro.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm just saying that like it. All that matters is exactly how Polaris is measured. You
Yeah,
know,
but
they're not getting it from a curved anything. I'm about to drop like 2 citations in
Eli,
the chat. Huh?
that's the reason for me asking that question, right? Not only is it one of the housekeeping questions, but it's the reason I ask, because if he's in denial of latitude that's come from Polaris, then maybe maybe there's something we're not catching. So maybe he thinks that they're getting an elevation angle to Polaris from a spherical surface. I don't know. That's why I posed the question as a question.
Well, it says it right here though. I'll let it load in. I'll let it
Shut up,
load in
Neil.
the chat.
I didn't hear any of that. Neil
I
Rumpus.
was waiting for him to answer. Nobody let him answer.
I am trying to cut it off because I'm trying to make a point. To be honest, like yeah, I mean it's like also asking them for evidence for like gravity. At this point, it's like no, we're talking about Polaris and how it's measured. There's no need to ask things that we know the answers to. So I'm about to read these 2 screenshots I have right here.
No need to ask my question.
Well, let me read what I'm about to read, and then
Yeah, go ahead, man.
in celestial navigation, the elevation angle of Polaris, also known as the North Star, is the angle between Polaris and the horizon. The elevation angle of Polaris can be used to determine latitude in the northern hemisphere. Now we know we got a problem with them saying northern hemisphere, but I'm gonna go to the next one. In particular, the altitude of Polaris, NCP, equals latitude of observer. Remember that the altitude of Polaris is 0 degrees if you're observing it from the equator, and 90 degrees if you're observing it from the North Pole. They're telling you right there, you have a 90-degree position if you're at the North Pole, and it's 0 at the equator. That's a plane that they're referencing right there. There's nothing else to say.
Four minutes to Wapner.
Yeah, he's in a sad state. I kind of feel bad for him.
Did any of that make sense, Platypus?
No, it actually does not. First of all, the angle of Polaris changes throughout the night, so you can't assign a set number to it.
They deny the globe then, because that's what the globe's based on.
Yep.
It's the only reason it changes throughout the night, Nathan.
Right, so you deny the globe then, because it doesn't match with the Polaris-centric system that's used to stretch around the globe. So you deny the globe then. You deny the latitude lines on it.
Of course I don't. And you know that.
So you accept that that's what is the system to wrap around it? You accept latitude then, because you're denying latitude by stating that you can't use it. You're saying that that's wrong, but that means that you have to deny your own model because it's based on it. I've explained that 3 times to you. Yep, that's the same stony silence we got last time. Then there was the other gang all interjecting when we had the conclusion last time. So based on a stony silence, you have to deny your own globe model in order to overcome this little problem where we've got to take flat Earth measurements of Polaris. Yeah, your globe's based on that. You can deny it all you like.
Even if that were true, Nathan, you can't get your
true.
flat Earth measurements from Polaris because Polaris moves.
Stop. What do you mean, even if that was true? So are you denying Polaris measurement? Yes or no?
Denying Polaris measurement.
Yes. You're saying we can't
As a-
use
as a
Polaris
means of-
measurement? That's your argument.
As a
And I'm
means
saying,
of determining your
yeah, I'm
exact
answering
latitude,
you.
yes.
I'm answering you. You don't need to start yammering as I answer you. Yeah. You are suggesting that the globe and its use of Polaris measurement is wrong. That's your argument. My response. So therefore you deny the globe then, because it has latitude lines based on a Polaris-centric flat Earth measurement. That's not deniable. You've now said, if I accept that's true. No, it is true. It's not debatable. That is the measurement of Polaris. It is called latitude, no matter how much you don't like. That you have to deny your own premise for your own globe when you deny that we can use that measurement. That's where you're at. Denying latitude measurement, that's where you're at. So, given that you want to deny latitude measurement, you fundamentally undermine your own globe belief because it's based on that measurement. It's the fourth time.
It's not based on Polaris.
Oh, is it not?
It's not. It can't be.
What are the
Polaris moves.
Okay, if it's not, what are the latitude lines wrapped around your globe? What are they?
Well, funny enough, if you go from the equator to the North Pole, that goes from 0 to 90 degrees. If you just continue on all the way back around to where you started, that all adds up to 360 degrees.
Sorry, 90
it's a big
degrees
circle.
what? 90 degrees measurement of what?
That would be, in this case, we're talking about the geographic North Pole.
Right, 90 degrees to your
Geographic
position,
North
right?
Pole is 90 degrees.
Yeah, that would mean we're on a flat Earth, mate.
No, it wouldn't.
Sorry, 90 degrees, you say? How are you measuring
Okay,
that?
if Polaris is being used...
Sorry, why aren't you answering me? Why are you moving on the moment you... So you got a tricky question. So does that mean just instantly move on from it? What's going on? You need a flat Earth.
I thought I answered your question.
No,
Ask
you
it
just
again. I thought
rumpused
I
it.
answered your question.
No, you rumpused it. How are you going to measure 90? A globe. Where'd you get that measurement? So we're going to need a flat Earth for this measurement, aren't we? I mean, it could be shrouded in you rumpusing the shit out of me. But meanwhile, you don't get 90 on a globe, ever. We'd need a flat plane of reference for that 90, son. We'd be measuring Earth flat for it, son. There's no getting around it. You can deny the Polaris measurement and then rumpus me after the fact all you like. But we're measuring Earth flat. You don't have to like it.
Polaris
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
have anything to do with that, Nathan.
So,
It doesn't.
so you're denying latitude.
Your latitude line has nothing to do with a measurement to Polaris.
Oh, that is
The
what
fact
it is.
that you can
That is
do
what it
it
is.
is-
Sorry, it is a measurement to Polaris. What are you babbling about?
No, it's not.
Sorry,
No,
did you hear
it's not.
that
First of all,
laughter?
Polaris
Stop.
does-
Stop. Do you hear that
You can't do
laughter? Stop. Do you hear that laughter? That's people laughing at you because you're denying latitude.
I don't care.
I'll start talking slower. Hopefully you won't rumpus me because it's painful. Yeah, you're denying latitude measurement, mate. That makes you stupid and people are laughing at you for it. You don't have to rumpus me and just try and irritate me in your loss. That's not going to work.
Okay,
I'm
how do you
sorry.
determine your latitude using Polaris?
Sorry, why are you asking? Do you stop denying it then?
This all started from
You're
you
now getting a
asking
new
me
question about where it started.
where-
So are you denying this measurement or not? Because in order to deny this measurement, you give up your globe because it's based on it.
Nathan, this all started from you
Yeah, we're going to talk
attempting
about where it
explain to me
started.
how
So we're not going to talk about
I
where this
feel-
latitude measurement is now not being denied. It's how it's being made. A question of me. Yeah, of course it is.
Didn't Elijah just read this out?
Yeah, he did.
Like
yeah.
he actually needed to.
Yeah.
The University
Yes,
of
he did.
Hawaii. Shut up. Astronomy in Hawaii. In particular, the altitude of Polaris equals the latitude of the observer. Remember that the altitude of Polaris is 0 degrees if you're observing from the equator, 0 degree latitude, and 90 degrees if you're observing from the North Pole. Altitude 90 degrees. And it is also true for intermediate latitudes. It's over.
So how's he getting that 90 on the globe?
No, he's denying. Don't worry about the 90 just yet. Do you deny that we acquire our latitude system from elevation angles to Polaris? Yes or no?
No, we don't.
We don't.
Wow.
Thank
And
you.
You're a
and
clown.
first of all, you can't.
Stop. Everyone else, stop.
First of all, you can't.
Stop, G. No. Clown. Just going to take the mickey out of you for a bit, G. Platypus. You don't need to waffle on through your loss. Denying a fundamental premise, it is a Polaris measurement. Just a clown. Okay, clown? You stop talking to us now, clown, because you're an idiot. You don't understand what a Polaris measurement is latitude. It's the thing I've now covered 5 times with you denying Polaris measurement being latitude. The thing you need to base your globe faith on. I mean, a minute ago, you were all confident about our least number of assumptions. Now we're into your denial of a base premise that your globe religion is based on. Yeah, it just makes you very stupid. Do you understand, it's a new question coming to you, G, that I am insulting you based on your demonstrable stupidity when you deny a Polaris measurement for latitude? Do you understand why everyone's laughing at you and calling you stupid?
Oh, I understand exactly what's being said to me.
And do you understand do you understand why your denial of a Polaris measurement as latitude would lead us to call you idiotic? Do you understand why we're calling you stupid?
Yes.
Good lad. You are stupid because you deny Polaris measurement as latitude. That's why we, the flat earthers, are laughing at you, the numpty idiot who came and declared that he had a knowing of a globe Earth, but that knowing required to discount a fundamental premise of Polaris measurement as not being measuring Polaris. It seems like you haven't got a very justifiable reason for your stupid numpty belief in a globe. It's not based on the least number of assumptions. It's based on denying fundamental premises of measuring stars, in this case Polaris. Okay, Dumbo? Don't come here telling us you know it's a globe. You don't. What you have to do to pretend you're on a globe is deny very base principles that we use for mapping and navigating. Okay, dum-dum? What are you even doing here telling us you know it's a globe, idiot? I hope you like me, the flat earther, telling you how stupid you are based on what you've said here. We know it's flat, that's how it's measured.
You are not the
We
first
know
one,
it's
Nathan.
flat, that's how it's measured, G. Don't have to rumpus me in defeat, son. You know why you're being called stupid. You can shut your mouth now. It's okay. We don't need any input from the idiot. Just go off into the corner, pop a dunce hat on your head, and deny Polaris. Mutter to yourself about how it's not latitude. Okay, Dumbo? You can mutter to yourself about how it's not a Polaris measurement in the corner with a dunce hat on with a load of flat earthers putting you in your place about how stupid you are when you say you know it's a globe. No, you have to deny very, very basic premises of measuring Earth, mate. That makes you very stupid. Yeah, it doesn't mean you are invited to talk through me because you've lost badly in front of your kids in your car journey. No, they're just hearing how stupid you are. Okay, dum-dum? It's rhetorical. You can shut your mouth now and bugger off to the corner with your dunce hat muttering about how Polaris isn't measured for your globe faith. Okie dokie. 5 times it took. 5 times.
Hold on. Before he goes into the corner with the dunce hat, right? I do have a follow-up question because I'm slightly confused. His point was that you can't get an angle measurement to Polaris because apparently Polaris moves. So does that mean that you're in denial of all celestial navigation? Because as far as I know, people are taking angles to stars, all of which move, and you're saying that's not possible. So do you deny celestial navigation?
Yeah, you flogged that dead horse.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in where Nathan's braiding him, and that's cool, but I'm just confused because apparently Polaris moves, so you can't get an angle to that. But people seem to be getting angles from all other stars that move. And yeah, so does celestial navigation actually happen or what, Platypus? I'm confused.
I do not know how to do celestial navigation, so I don't know how to answer that question.
All right, we do. We have to measure Earth flat for it like we measure latitude.
That just means then that your claim that's a completely unsubstantiated claim that Polaris moves. That just means that your claim about Polaris moving means that you say you don't know how to do celestial navigation. So how do you know that we can't get an angle to Polaris when you say it moves?
No, it's saying, hold on, saying that Polaris moves throughout the night is not a baseless assertion. That is what Polaris does.
It isn't. Polaris doesn't do that. Completely false. Everyone who's tried to prove that to me for 9 years has been unable to prove it.
So does that mean we can't use it for latitude measurement then? We're going around in circles. Sorry, stop. This is the 6th time I've done it with him. Now, we do use it, and we stretch it around a globe for you to believe in it, and you must deny that, and you are. So you're denying the globe because it's got latitude lines on it. Yeah? Now, the fact is, we do have latitude, we do use Polaris, we do measure Earth flat to get the angles to it. Those are all facts. Now, when those facts are pointed out, suddenly there's a problem with Polaris, and it moves. Yeah, but your globe's based on it, so who cares what you think? I mean, you're an idiot. You denied that Polaris was used for latitude, making you an idiot. No, we put you in the dunce corner. Now you're chanting through me, pointing you back in the dunce corner. Someone took you out of the dunce corner for your stupid assertions and your fundamental denial of your own bloody faith when you relinquish Polaris measurements for latitude around a globe. I mean, those measurements are measured flat with respect to a flat baseline. That's a fact that you don't like. So suddenly you've got to enforce your problem with Polaris. Yeah, we'll go around in this circle a 7th time if you like, but that was number 6.
So, in your, obviously you conceded that you don't know enough about celestial navigation, right? But did you think that in celestial navigation that you can't get an angle to a star if it moves?
We've gone over this on the 24/7 server a couple of times, and if I'm drawing from memory correctly, and I might not be, I believe when you do celestial navigation with just the stars at night, I believe just like doing it with the sun and a sextant during the day, you have to wait until, like when you navigate with a sextant, you have to wait until the sun reaches the highest point that it's going to be in the sky for the most accurate.
This is a red herring.
Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? What's that?
Got a clue.
I believe.
No, you don't. That's wrong.
I believe when you do celestial navigation, you also have to wait for a specific point at night because the stars move.
Oh, right. Why is that?
Do they stop moving?
Because the stars move.
Hold on. Just let him waffle on to his complete ignorance of the subject. Just let him waffle on. Why would we wait till a particular... What was it you said? We have to wait to a particular point in the night? Why would we do that?
You have to wait till night.
Wait, why would we do that?
I think it's so I think it's so that you have to know where the stars are going to be at a specific point during the night. And then when you get to that point, you're like, okay, now we can see what stars we see and what their angles are, and because they do change throughout the entire night. So you have to pick a point of time and be like, okay, now is when we're going to shoot.
That's not why you do that.
No, he doesn't.
That's not why you do that.
Hasn't got a clue.
No, you don't. The reason that you wait for particular times is so you can see the horizon. That's why.
Are we moving off the latitude system?
Well, it seems so. Chocolate's point is that all right. Chocolate's leaning into his rebuttal. He's saying, right, okay, no, we don't use Polaris for latitude to believe in a globe. I deny such premises because it moves. Chocolate's response. Okay, so because the other stars move, we can't take angles off a flat Earth to them. Yeah, we can. That's his response, and he's right.
Why would we move on?
Why would we move on?
I didn't. Blame chocolate. But I mean, chocolate has got a point.
Damn, chocolate moving off. Is that chocolate or Elijah?
No. Nathan was trying to put him in the dunce corner with a dunce hat. I told him, before you go into the dunce corner, hold on a second, because I might have a bigger hat for you. Because what the hell? You're saying that you can't do celestial navigation or you can't get an elevation angle from Polaris because supposedly Polaris is moving, which is the first time I'm hearing that. But okay, so Polaris is moving, you can't get an elevation angle. What about all the other stars that are used in celestial navigation?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that you said that. Well, thank you for explaining that to me.
No problem.
Oh, back to latitude. If latitude isn't measured with elevation angles to Polaris, how is latitude measured?
That's going to be my question.
Let's go, platypus.
That was going to be my second question.
How do they measure them? How do they measure them then to wrap around a globe? I think it is Danny Faulkner.
It's hard to Google while he's driving and he's got his kids.
I don't think
No, I'm not
Google's going to help.
anything.
How do we measure it then, platypus? Come on, you can convert me.
It doesn't seem like it's a. I was always under the assumption that it was more of an arbitrary thing, from subdividing. Well,
Red
in this
herring.
case, it's a spherical
Red
surface,
herring.
but a circle.
Red herring.
So
This
you're
is a red
saying,
herring.
I see.
But
No,
see,
no, it's cool.
this
It's
is a-
cool. It's cool. So you're saying those marks on a globe, the one you believe you're on, least number of assumptions, they're arbitrary, right? The ones that are wrapped around a globe, they don't mean anything. I mean, it seems like you're removing things that are potentially useful for moving around a surface, but they're arbitrary. So what? Not used? Not useful? Because we can't measure Polaris for them. That would obviously be the next logical step in your crappy argument here. Okay, so do we not have any useful markations on the globe at all then? I mean, is it literally useless then, the globe?
No, because it does break down that way. It does work that way.
What way?
You're just applying a grid. You're essentially just applying a grid.
Be more specific. What way would it be working? Would it be working with the Polaris measurement you've denied? Be more specific.
No, it has nothing to do with Polaris, Nathan.
Oh, so what's measured then? That was QE's original question. So what is measured? You've said it's arbitrary. Okay, well, it does work with it. Yeah, we know, dum-dum. So what's measured then if it's not the Polaris measurement that it is and we can cite and have cited and gone through 7 times? What is measured then to make your globe useful, not arbitrarily placed on? That's not a response. What's measured for those lines around your globe? Come on, I want to be converted back onto the globe. What's measured for the lines around it?
It's such a weird way of putting that. What's measured?
Yeah.
It's not a measurement. It's just a grid coordinate system.
Oh, it's not? Oh, well, we have a measurement. We measure Polaris off a flat plane to give us latitude. They're areas of equal elevation with respect to Polaris's GP. That is what they are. They're a flat Earth measurement. What's that? You don't have any globe measurements for the justification for those lines wrapped in. They're just arbitrarily placed around. No, they're not. They're projected from the centre of hell.
Okay.
With respect to the celestial sphere that you're now going to rumpus. No, they are definitely taken with respect to measurements. They're converted with the Haversine formula. So, no, you need flat Earth measurements for your globe faith. Now, you seem to think that they're just arbitrary.
Then how do we
You seem to think you can talk through me when I educate you, dumbass. Dunce.
No,
Shut
I
up,
have
dunce.
a delay on my
Shut
Discord.
up, dunce. Dunce. They aren't arbitrary. They're with respect to measurements to Polaris, the ones you denied, making you a dunce. Okay, dunce? That doesn't mean you yammer through the person re-educating your stupid assertion that they're arbitrary. Well, arbitrarily placed on a globe. Well, no, they're projected from hell with respect to the celestial sphere after measuring the angles to the stars off a flat plane to give you that perspective-based hemispherical view of the stars on a flat plane with the globe projected around that. That's where they come from, mate. You seem to think that they're just deniable. Oh, well, Polaris and its measurements are deniable. They're just arbitrary. They're not useful. Well, where do they come from? Oh, well, it's such a stupid question where these measurements would come from. Well, for you it is, dunce, because you think you're on a globe. I know where your stupid globe lines came from. They simultaneously were denied by you as being measurable, though, weren't they? Yeah, dunce. Being called a dunce by a flat earther because of your inability to comprehend the measurements that are taken. You seem to think that they're just deniable as being arbitrary. Yeah, that makes you a dunce. It makes me righteous when I call you a dunce. A dunce being someone who's stupid, someone who relies on relinquishment of their own fundamental premises that build their globe faith. So, dunce, do you understand that the lines that you called arbitrary wrapped around a globe are made with angle measurements off a flat plane to Polaris or not?
No, they're not.
Where
Not
are
to
they
Polaris,
measured
they're not.
then? Or is that a silly question?
Well,
Will
how
that
are
be
the
your
ones-
same response?
Okay, Nathan, if it's all done with respect to Polaris, then how do we
Why
get
are you
latitude
suggesting
lines
that
in
it's an if
places where
statement?
Polaris
It's
isn't-
not an if statement. I'm
No,
not going to
you know
have
what I'm asking.
No,
You know what I'm about
stop.
to ask.
Why are you now postulating it as an if statement? You've denied it. You're saying it isn't. I don't want it repurposed and put back to me as an if statement. It's a fact. That's my position. You don't need to repurpose it and package it like it's an if. It isn't.
It's not a fact.
It's a fact that you deny it, and if you deny it, it's not going to be put back at me as a question of whether or not it is. You say it isn't. So given that they are lines wrapped around your globe, where are they measured for you? Last answer was, that seems like a silly question. No, it isn't. It's the same question. It's just the third time you've heard it. Twice from me, once from QE. Where are those lines called latitude wrapped around your sphere tard measured? Fourth time.
They're not measured. They're arbitrary.
No,
It's
they're
the
measured
breaking
with.
down
No,
of
that's
a
wrong.
three-dimensional
No, that's
object.
wrong. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong.
I can prove it to
No,
you.
you're wrong.
I can prove it to you.
You can prove they're not
I
measured.
can prove it to you.
Sorry, you can prove a negative, can you, dunce?
I can prove they're not.
Sorry,
I can prove
dunce.
they're not measured
dunce.
on Polaris.
Dunce. You can't prove a negative. You can't prove something's not measured. That's stupid.
No, I can absolutely prove that you're wrong.
So you can prove that you're
It's not all based off of angle measurements of
measuring.
Polaris.
You can prove that these lines wrapped around a globe have no measurement to back them. Okay, well then if you're going to now attempt to justify that the lines wrapped around your globe have no measurement, then they're useless. Okay, so we'll just discount them. Okay, I'll take it as read that you can entirely invalidate your own globe arbitrary lines called latitude. You can demolish them, can you? Good for you. Just makes your globe a bit less useful if they're completely arbitrary, if they're not taken with measurements and you say there are no measurements for them. I say they are measured for a flat plane. They're angles to Polaris. It takes a cursory search to check. You, with your globe faith, say they're arbitrary and there are no measurements. Okay, I'll accept it. There are no globe measurements for you and your globe faith. There are absolutely latitude measurements with respect to angles to the Polaris star that we use for mapping. So there you go. End of argument. You've got Jack. You want to go out of your way to deny that you can even measure your stupid fundy sphere belief with lines wrapped around it. Can't even be measured according to you. Least number of assumptions? Nah, you want to deny the measurements left and right, mate. Pathetic.
Well, he did say earlier he would rather a model than measurements. Kind of sounds like Danny Faulkner, if you ask me. I don't know.
Well, I'll base my understanding of Earth on its measurements and how useful they are. I mean, you can take those measurements and create globes with them. I mean, the same measurements will be denied as ever being capable of even being taken, and the star they're being used with will be denied as the measurement when you point out the globe has come from those measurements, because that's what he's done. Pretty sad. 8 times.
Would you allow me to impeach you on that with one question, Nathan? If you're going to assert that it's measurements, because you prefer measurements, and we're on the subject of Polaris.
Why are you? No, because now you're postulating that it's a measurement. Sorry, no. I'm not going to allow you because your attempted impeachment, as you put it. No, I'm not on a bloody trial. What do you think you are, a lawyer? You've been watching too much LA Law? This isn't a trial. You're not impeaching me on anything, Dumbo. Do you understand legalese isn't what we're using here? That's the first thing, dunce. So do you want to rectify your use of legalese, dunce? We're not in a courtroom. I'm not a lawyer and neither are you. Okay, dunce? Let's just get that out of the way as you attempt to, quote-unquote, impeach me. Furthermore, you're postulating that what you described when you described using a sextant, that is a angle measuring device, that it's even a measurement. So you're going to tempt me on my claim that it's a measurement when you've specifically referenced the angle measuring device we'll be measuring it with. No, I won't be allowing that because you've already referenced a sextant. Unless you want to now deny that a sextant is an angle measuring device, it is. Perhaps you feel it's necessary to impeach me on my belief in that measurement as I conclude. Perhaps if we were in a courtroom, you'd abide by the one at a time rule. Obviously not. Obviously your turn to talk is during my turn to talk. What happened to the legalese rules? One at a time, son. No, it's me annihilating you. Your attempted impeachment would require I deny what you supposed when you talked about a sextant. An angle measuring device. So what, if I say it's a measurement, yeah, it is. Anything else?
I still have the question I would like to ask.
You didn't give us no answers.
He did. He said that the lines around the globe, the one he believes in that's got the least possible of assumptions, doesn't have any useful measurements. We can't measure it. Polaris isn't used, and the lines around the globe are arbitrary. And they have no measurements attached to them. That's what he's given us. Okay? Well done for denying your own globe. That's what you've done so far.
Oh, wait, so it's like Danny Faulkner, you just look at it? You eyeball it?
No.
Come on.
Can't look at a globe. He's not in space. He's on the ground. Go on then. What's your question?
So how does this get done? How do we get latitude lines south of the equator where you can't see Polaris then? What's the point of reference in the south?
They reference sigma octantis. With respect to its angles off a flat plane. On screen now for my audience is a sextant. This is the angle measuring device. Earlier, he suggested that the measurement itself would be the version of impeachment in legalese speak. Sorry, was there some reference to measurement that I have to somehow suppose we're doing? That wasn't what you just suggested. Was it because I overcame it before you said it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. We are measuring Polaris. In the north. Now, in the south, there is no south reference point. And there are plenty of other stars we use for navigation in the south. We still get angle measurements to them.
So you can get latitude lines without Polaris. Because I'm assuming if you're doing that in the south, you could also just do that in the north.
Sorry, these angle measurements that you denied were used, you now seem to be arguing about it with the assumption that they are used. So, dunce. The old 7, 8 times, actually, if I keep count correctly, of you denying that Polaris is used, you're now arguing within the framework of an acceptance that it is used in spite of your denying it, making you an unreasonable prick to deal with. You've already denied that we use Polaris to wrap these lines around your globe. No, it can't be measured, it moves. No, they're arbitrary. No, we can't measure them. Correct? Yes, definitely correct, rhetorical. So, given that now you're asking me about how we use Polaris for a Polaris-centric system of latitude, it seems like that entire denial was what? Idiotic? Stupid? The work of a moron? You're now accepting that we use Polaris. You spent a considerable amount of time denying how it wouldn't be measured for your globe. Was that because we'd be measuring it flat and now we'll, brush past that fact? Okay, yeah, well, we'll stick with the fact that we're now being asked about how Polaris-centric systems on a flat plane are being used and how they contrast with the south. Okay, no worries. So you accept that we do take angles to Polaris, then? You're asking about them.
If you want to do that,
no, it's how it's done, Dumbo. Dumbo, it's how it's done. It's not how Nathan wants them. You see,
it
dunce.
Can't be how it's
you see,
done.
Dunce, that's me starting to berate you for being a dunce, because you need it to be my claim. Now, as soon as that flat Earth measurement of Polaris gets used, you want to deny it, because it doesn't match your globe, because you haven't got a capability of measuring it. So it's arbitrary, not measurable, not Polaris, not used, not latitude, for a globe. Now we're arguing about what's done with you asking me about how it contrasts with an angle in the south to a point that doesn't exist. But it's still an angle, the same angle you denied, and when I point that out, you say, if I want it to be. No, it's not what I want, it's how it's done. You had to deny it, globe believer, because it doesn't, get measured for your globe? No, it doesn't, does it? Sorry, this is getting very far away from the least number of assumptions and getting dangerously close to you having to deny reality.
It actually fits with the assumptions thing.
Or what assumptions?
Because that's all the latitude lines are, Nathan. It's just they're applied to a spherical object.
How do we measure them?
That's why.
How do we measure them?
They're not measured. They're arbitrary.
Sorry, you're talking nonsense, Sunshine. They are measured. It's just you don't like the fact that we measure them off a flat plane. So now you're going to rumpus the conclusion. Now we're talking about them. If only you can get past the fact that we measure them flat, then we can apply them to a globe. But when we ask how they're measured to apply them to a globe, they're not measured. Yeah, they are. They're measured flat. They're angles to Polaris off a flat plane. It's just you can't get past that fact. You need to use them to apply them to a globe, but it means that you'll have to deny the fact they've been measured flat because we can't measure them. They're arbitrary. They don't apply to the globe. It's not latitude. Polaris is moving. We do measure it. It's a flat Earth angle to Polaris. Not what I like. It's a fact. A fact you must deny to be on a globe.
Also, fundamentally disagree with you on that point as well.
So how do we measure
the
it?
Plane is.
Sorry, what are you
that you're
disagreeing
using.
with me about? We do measure it. It is an angle. What are you disagreeing on that score? You said we don't measure it. It is arbitrary. It doesn't have any application to the globe. The lines aren't being measured. It's not to do with Polaris. I say it is. We measure angles to Polaris with a sextant, the one you referenced. You say you disagree. What do you disagree with, Mr. Baseless Assertion and Hand Wave? Be specific.
What you think the plane is. The plane that you're measuring these angles from.
You want to just repeat that
It's
for
not
me?
the surface of the
Sorry,
Earth.
just repeat that for me, please.
It's not the surface of the Earth that you're using for that.
What isn't?
Your angle to Polaris.
But you said
it's not the surface of the Earth.
You said the plane we are measuring. Is that what you said?
No.
What did you say? I've got it recorded, but just want to repeat yourself, see if you can change what you said. I did hear you.
I think I said that plane, or
what plane would that be?
It wasn't.
What plane?
It wasn't.
Sorry,
in
what plane?
The surface of the Earth.
What plane on a globe would that be? There isn't one.
It's an imaginary line perpendicular to the downward vector of the surface of the Earth.
Can you give me a citation for that, please? Citation, please. I've got 20 that contradict it, by the way. Go ahead. Give me a citation.
Okay, so if you want, I will go to
everyone else, shut up. Everybody else, shut your mouths. Can I have a citation for that, please? I say again, I've got 20 that contradict it.
I got to go dig one up. It's going to be
don't
silent
want anything
talk,
except a citation to back that garbage. Did you hear me say I got 20 contradicting it?
Well, then start posting them, because it's going to be silent
made the
until
claim.
I pull mine.
No, you made the claim. You'll be citing that shite, and if you don't, then I'll take a giant dump on it, and I'll take ownership of this claim. Until then, we're going to see if you can back your garbage. Citation, please. We're looking for an elevation angle measurement. For my audience, while he digs it out, this is a gentleman from a navigation handbook describing an angle measurement with respect to a flat baseline to the star. Here is a description of an altitude and zenith distance, with 90 degrees to a flat plane being the altitude angle to the star. Flat Earth required. Got my 20 citations lined up in your own time. Sorry, you wanted to contradict these diagrams? I'm showing to my audience? Where are we getting the plane from? Sorry, we're measuring, just phrase it really carefully, elevation angles. That's the height of things. Elevation means with respect to the surface, it's an elevation angle. You're saying it's with respect to an imagination land plane in Narnia. Could I have a citation for that? It's been a good couple of minutes. Please.
Still trying to dig something up for you, Nathan.
I've got 20 of them already prepared. You'd think you'd have something based on, so you don't have it, so you don't have anything to base this on. You're having to look it up after you've stated it, moron. Dunce. Idiot. So you just made this shit up then? Sorry, you're looking for your citation after the fact. You've just made that shit up then, G. Platypus. Dunce. I'm talking to you. You haven't got anything to back it. You're having to look at it after you've said it. So, imaginary plane in Narnia. You just made that up then. I'm talking to you, dunce.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find your thing for you, Nathan.
So you just made it up then? Having to look for it afterwards would infer that you haven't got it, you don't know where it is, you just made it up. An imaginary plane that the angle comes from? No, dunce. No, time's up, dunce. You just made that up, dunce. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. Elevation angle. Need 19 more? Doesn't have any reference to an imaginary plane.
Okay, then how do you do this if you
So why are you
can't
asking me
see
something,
the
dunce?
horizon?
Do you want to concede your stupid nonsense you made up, dunce? You said it was with respect to a horizontal plane that's imaginary, that you don't have on a globe. Wrong. You made that up, dunce. Let's just have your concession of how stupid you were to make that up.
It is a plane that you have to imagine.
Let's have your
when
concession
you can't
for your
see the
stupid
horizon.
Dumbo dunce remark you made up.
You're not getting one, Nathan.
So
You're not
you're a
letting me get
coward.
there.
So you just feel the need to make stuff up.
It's not making stuff up, Nathan.
Right, you didn't have a citation for it. I've just contradicted it with a citation from Sustainable by Design. You're not providing something to contradict that.
I didn't
You're just
see
telling me and
anywhere in your
rumpusing straight through
No.
the middle of me pointing out how wrong you are when you made that up. You feel that talking while I'm talking, is this the one at a time rule because we're in a courtroom while you impeach me? Dumbo. No, Dumbo,
Give
that
me a
wasn't an
citation that
invitation
says-
for you to
okay.
respond.
You
It's me
rumpused
putting
me
your
that time.
stupid idiot in its place. You idiot. Sit down, shut up, being called a dunce, being contradicted with citations that you don't have after you make stuff up. It's not with respect to an imaginary plane. Yeah, we're not in Narnia, we're navigating the ground. You stupid dunce. You think it's nothing to do with the ground, it's imaginary ground that we're measuring angles from. Meanwhile, cited reference, horizontal plane the observer is standing on, making you a dunce that makes stuff up to justify your religious belief. We need a plane to measure. You made that abundantly clear a few minutes ago. But then when you recognise that you absolutely need a plane, you'll yammer through me. How dare you? Sit down and shut up, dunce. You don't understand the words coming out of my mouth? That's rhetorical also. Shut up. You're being berated for the crap you just made up about an imaginary plane you don't have on a globe. We do, meanwhile, measure with respect to surface level. It's the plane the observer must be standing on to get an angle from it. Because we're measuring angles off a flat Earth. That's how I know it's flat. All you've got is to yammer through me with your dunce assertions you make up here about imaginary planes we measure angles from, while you simultaneously deny that the angle to Polaris, the very thing we're measuring an imaginary plane for now, after your denial of it. It's what you've got to do, dunce. Meanwhile, I am justified in getting annoyed with your dunce-like behaviour. This is what we have to tolerate from dunces with a globe faith. Their denial of the very base premise they need to measure to get to their dunce globe faith. www.education.psu, the solar altitude, as measured, the angle between a central ray from the sun and a horizontal plane contacting the observer. What about tastia.com? MCQS explanations altitude angle. Altitude angle is the vertical angle between the projection of the sun's rays on the horizontal plane of Earth's surface. End quote. As I say, I've got dozens of these.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Can you read that again?
Shut my iPad, but yeah. The altitude angle is the vertical angle between the projection of the sun's rays on the horizontal plane of Earth's surface. What's that, dunce? Did you say it's imaginary? That's rhetorical. We have to deal with lying shit dunces that tell us that they're imaginary when they make stuff up on the spot because it doesn't match their globe faith that they claim has the least possible assumptions. Meanwhile, I'll deny all measurements of Earth's surface.
Yeah, he denied the ground. When you listen back, you'll hear him say it's not the ground.
Not the ground, it's an imaginary plane we must measure but can't measure because we can't measure it and it isn't a measurement. But if we assume that we are measuring it like you say... No, it is a measurement. We are measuring. It is used. It just doesn't match your globe. You'll have to measure it flat to get your globe, but you'll fundamentally deny your own bloody faith when we get to that point and tell us we can't measure it. But if we were... Let's argue about how we do it with respect to the south. Angle measurement off a plane. Dunce. How'd you like being called a dunce, G. Platypus? Because that's what's happened, with absolute justification. You're a dunce.
You wouldn't be the first, you won't be the last.
You're an embarrassment. This will continue. If you're listening to this as a globe believer, this is how things will continue from now on. Starts off with you just trying to suppress us and tell us that nobody's listening because no globers come to argue with us. In the meantime, we don't need very many globe believers to come to get our point across, to point out what you must fundamentally deny to be on a globe. Now, this is what's going to happen. You'll have more and more flat earths telling you how stupid you are as you deny measurements of Earth. Because we don't need them. They're arbitrary. We don't need those measurements. We're not measuring. It's not Polaris. Yes, squirm away from your own globe measurements. Because they're flat. You just get called a dunce more and more as time progresses, as you keep hold of your globe faith. I know it's a globe. Still think you know it's a globe, do you, G. Platypus? That's not rhetorical. Do you still know it's a globe?
That's not rhetorical? I mean, yes, I still know that it's a globe.
How? Every single thing that would have inferred it, any measurement that's been brought up so far, you've denied.
No, you actually won't go into any of the stuff that contradicts your model, Nathan, at all. And you know that. You know that's why you have to railroad this conversation down a specific path.
What the hell are you talking about, man? Stop it.
Yeah, just baseless
You know that
assertions,
was full of
meaningless
crap.
drivel. You know you've railroaded the conversation. No, I've asked you where your measurement came from and you told me it was arbitrary and not a measurement. I've summarised the position that you took about 5 times. The argument was concluded when you denied the base premise for your globe faith, which is the latitude system wrapped around it. Because it isn't a measurement, it isn't Polaris, it isn't an angle. But if it was, how would it compare to the south? Was your last interjection in actual discussion and debate. You tried to compare the angles that you denied to the south. The same angles that are measured off a flat plane to angles to stars in the south. That was where it got concluded. That's not me railroading, it's me winning. Pointing out the measurements you fundamentally deny and then rumpus as I conclude. Is this me railroading you as you start yammering through me? Prick. Dunce. That's not me railroading. Don't project your need to yammer through the top of this devastating conclusion with me summarising exactly what actually took place. Nobody got railroaded. You talked through me quite a bit after fundamentally denying base premises of your globe faith. That would be latitude measurement. Because the measurement's flat, you said it weren't a measurement, wasn't Polaris, but then postulate that if it was, how would I explain it when you compare it to angle measurements off a flat plane in the south? That's where we ended up. You just tried to rumpus that. Railroad the conclusion. In defeat, you railroaded me. Now I'm asking how it feels to be called a dunce. A pathetic, whimpering dunce that's to rumpus the conclusion. How does that taste, globe-believing dunce?
I mean, and let's keep it real, man. This was after your concession that you don't really understand how celestial navigation works, which only came because I asked you how are people navigating with stars that supposedly move, when your claim was you can't take an elevation angle to a star that moves.
Yes, Eli. That's why I asked Eli. Yes, I did say that. That's why I asked the question, how does this get done below the equator? Because I don't know how it gets done below the equator.
It's that same way. You take a measurement of a star's angle with respect to the flat plane. You level your tool with the horizon if that's what you're utilising. If you're not on the rocking boat, you might use a bubble sextant to get your elevation angle level, the tool calibrated to a surface level that you're measuring the elevation angle from. You then, in the south, take an angle measurement to a south star and its GP below, with a circle of equal elevation being plotted out. It seems like while I'm explaining this to G. Platypus, the dunce, he's off mute and making noise while I explain to him, which he has clearly admitted he hasn't got a clue how it works. He told us we had to wait for a certain time to measure angles to stars. Oh, really? No, dunce. Now you're having it explained to you. Why don't you go on mute and listen? Now, in the south, we still measure angles off a flat plane to these stars and their GP positions on the ground. You can still get a fix. That would be the point that three circles intersect, with three lines to your position with 90 below each of those stars in the south. It works the exact same way. Meanwhile, you haven't got any flat lines to take angles from off a globe. It doesn't work off a globe. It works in a globe on the equatorial plane. That's a flat plane the angles work with respect to inside a globe. Are we measuring from hell? No, we are not. We're measuring off a flat plane, and all you need is the angle to the star off a flat plane. There is no necessity to convert to globe for you to believe in and deny the measurements that are corresponding to these angle measurements. Be clear? In the south, we take angles to stars off a flat plane the same exact way.
He's denying the basic principles of celestial navigation.
And globe construction.
And elevation angles.
Yeah, like I say, this will only get worse for globe believers. Don't get me wrong, I realise the wheel turns quite slowly from this particular cog. But we've seen the effectiveness of the arguments we've put out into the flat earth arena over the years, and how slowly but surely people get a hold of them. Only in the pre-show we've been told our Black Swan arguments now being put forth on Globebusters. What is it, 4 years of them bracing against it? Well, eventually, a good argument will shine through no matter what happens. Well, give it a couple of years and we'll have people put in these arguments about how we measure angles to stars, to navigate the ground, to globe believers, and in exactly the same way as we've had today. It's not the ground, it's an imaginary plane! What about these 20 citations that say it's with respect to the surface level, which is obvious, it's an elevation angle? Elevation from what? Middle of space, middle of an imaginary plane, it doesn't have an elevation angle. What are you talking about, you stupid dunce? But you must deny that we're measuring the ground, because it's not your globe ground. It's a flat ground that we're measuring, isn't it? Yes. No, we're not measuring anything. It's arbitrary. We're not measuring the star. It's not latitude. It's not Polaris. Yeah, it is, dunce. Yeah? This is going to get worse. What started off as, aren't these flat earthers stupid, look how easily we can ridicule them, has turned into you standing up for your knowing it's a globe and being called a dunce as you deny every single measurement your globe relies on.
Nathan, it was a pleasure. I'm going to have to listen only. I got to head to work, and I will continue listening, but I'll be back some other time.
Nice having
See you later.
I got to go too. Prepare for the show. Get you on the flip side. Out.
Are you doing QE Live? All right, well, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.